They spent money on white women. They set up bars and they went playing pool and golf for $1,000 a hole. And they were known to make millions and millions when there wasn't no high taxes. And they were not hindered by white America. They were allowed to see the white America has completely closed all the doors on me. I'm not allowed to work in America, out of America. I was stopped right in my prime just when I started making money. So you can't compare me with nobody like Joe Lewis or nobody.
If you are black, if you are brown, if you are indigenous, and if you are poor, this system is rigged and it is worked to the core, and we gonna unbring it. That's it. And that's all.
That other kind of socialism that revolutionizes the workplace, brings democracy to the workplace for the first time.
So that's one way. And then the other thing is, in my more optimistic days, he's such a perfect endpoint of everything that is toxic and dysfunctional about the United States, about capitalism, about the 80s, that maybe this is the final sort of disgusting burst before we evolve or change it to something better.
Talk about some things about why we need a new party. So I thought that'd be a good way to kind of do this. Why do we need a new party? We need a new party because both parties suck.
What are they talking about? Fortified. Are you fortified for the long run? Do you have your cemetery clothes on? Are you coffin ready to live and die for something bigger than you, like a fundamental transformation of a capitalist civilization?
We are muted. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Radical Democracy Show. I am your host, Kamali Rose, and it is election night tonight, November 3rd, 2020. I am here joined by Kwame from Raise Fist Media, long time, our frequent guest here on the show, as well as our fellow, super producer, Jamiko, the producer.
What's up, everybody?
In the building, so you know him from the comments often as Jamiko, the producer, but Dave is in here with us tonight, and we are going to be doing some live election coverage. So thank you all for being with us here tonight. If you haven't done so already, I'm going to ask you to immediately do us a favor and hit that like button down below. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed. You definitely want to be subscribed, and please share this out. Hit that share button, share it to social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, wherever it needs to be. You share it. We do appreciate the help there. I'm going to ask this once up front and then probably a few more times throughout this stream, so brace yourselves. But if you can afford to do so, I am going to ask you to please support independent left Black media by supporting the show. Patreon.com/Radical Democracy. Links in the description box below. Please, you also, when you support the show, you also support democratic workplaces. We are building a democratic workplace here. One worker, one vote for all major decisions. That's how we believe you build true democracy. So while we all sit around today and watch, this democracy, what we believe to be a democracy here happening, just remember that if you want real democracy, you need to start it in the place where the majority of adults spend the majority of the waking hours of their lives, in the workplace. So please help support that movement. Patreon.com/Radical Democracy. You can also send us a one-time tip on coffee at coffee.com, ko-fi.com/Radical Democracy. Links are also in the description box below. Please support our brother here, Kwame, at Raise Fist. So check out Raise Fist Media on YouTube, on Twitter, and also you can support his Patreon page as well. It's patreon.com/raisedfistmedia. If he listened to me before we started, there is a link in the description box below. If he didn't listen to me, then that's on him, and that will be his fault. So all right, so we are going to be getting to some live election results soon. Of course, polls closed at 7 p.m. in Georgia. So we are, polls are just closing. Polls started to close 7 minutes ago.
We do have our first results, actually.
Yes.
Calling Indiana for Trump.
Okay.
The other states that close at 7 are Georgia, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia.
Yeah.
And most of those are going to Trump.
Yep. And none of those, the only toss-up state there was Georgia. And so we'll see, we'll keep a close eye. We'll keep a close eye on Georgia. We'll keep an eye everywhere. I see that, yes, Indiana is being called by Decision Desk. Still, like you said, Kentucky, Vermont, New Hampshire. Let's pull up the map here for folks to take a look at while we're chatting here. We'll have the map up. Decision Desk has actually only given 3 electoral votes right now to Biden, and that's for New Hampshire. Vermont has been. It looks like they have given those 3 electoral votes to Biden already, but we'll keep an eye on those as well. So we will continue to bring that to you as results roll in. If you're please leave your thoughts in the comments. So please leave your thoughts over in the comments. If you have any thoughts as we go, we'll try to get to the comments as we go. So we will be taking comments from the audience tonight. And as always, shout out to our super producer Tammy, doing her thing in the background there, making this all happen. And she's got an eye on the comments, so she will pull up any for us throughout the night here. All right. Okay, so here we go. So we, while we're waiting for results to become clearer here. Okay, they got Virginia up on the map here. As we can see, they're starting to put them up, but not calling anything else yet. We're looking at results on Decision Desk right now. So we're checking out results on Decision Desk. We'll also be keeping an eye out for the main news networks to see when they're calling these different races. So if any of the major networks call any of the races, we'll try to bring you that information as well. We are, it's going to be a long night. brace yourselves. There is a record turnout record turnout in the country just for total votes cast, but also there's going to be a historic mail-in vote as well. So expect those mail-in votes to get, there are some states, there are 3 key swing states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, where they're not allowed to begin counting the mail-in ballots until the polls finally close tonight. So that will be at 8, 9 p.m. in the Midwest. And so they have to wait until polls close to begin counting their votes. And so and the process is a little bit slower for that. You're removing them from envelopes. It's just a little bit slower of a process. One additional check that has to be made. So brace yourselves. We might be in this for the long haul. We're going to take a look at a couple of our electoral maps that we put together. And see how we believe the race might shake out tonight. We'll try to bring you that as we go, as we have time. We'll just kind of fit it in there where we can. But this is an election that by all measures, it's Biden's to lose at this point. You have, just from the state of the country right now, the State of the Union, we're in the midst of a pandemic that Donald Trump has completely and utterly failed on. He has not, people, you see his polling numbers on how people think that he's handling the coronavirus. If you look at it in battleground states, there's been some major swings in some states in Wisconsin, places where they're having coronavirus outbreaks. And so this could lead to some swings in Biden's favor as well, because he's a lot more trusted by the public to handle coronavirus properly compared to Donald Trump. Of course, Donald Trump and Joe Biden aren't the only 2 people in this election, even though you won't see anything on mainstream news tonight to suggest otherwise. There are at least two other candidates in this race from what should be considered major parties, the Libertarian Party and the Green Party. So Howie Hawkins and Joe Jorgensen, Howie Hawkins for the Green Party, Joe Jorgensen for the Libertarian Party. But of course, they're expected to only pull just a few percent of the vote tonight. Of course, if it's anywhere close to the margin that, if a Biden loss was to happen tonight, which would be a monumental failure of both the Democratic Party and the polling institutions in this country, then that would, they'll do everything they can, of course, to blame those third-party candidates. So we'll see what shakes out there, but we don't expect third parties to play too big of a role in tonight's election. Most people are decided voters at this stage. From the early numbers, it looks like the third parties are expected to get even less of the vote in this election than in the 2016 election as it stands. So, all right, let's take a look as they keep on putting these up. We'll keep an eye out on these results. And if y'all see anything getting called, Dave's been on the ball there so far. Dave, if you see anything getting called, please let us know.
Yep.
What are you using, Dave, for your
I've
call?
got CNN on mute on my TV.
Gotcha. Nice. All right, awesome. Yeah, we want to have these major networks up. Perfect. Yeah, so we'll use CNN. I think I got MSNBC up. I'm watching MSNBC off to the side here, and we'll keep an eye out. I see that MSNBC so far has 11 delegates called for Trump right now.
That would be Indiana.
Yep. So that's Indiana there. And looks like CNN is doing the same. Excuse me. All right, y'all. Thank you. All right. So it looks like only Indiana's been called so far. And again, on Decision Desk, they've only called so far Vermont for Biden. Yeah. So, and these are what's expected. The races to watch for tonight, we'll talk a bunch about. There's a lot of, the Senate races are obviously, there's some intrigue around the Senate races. You can have what's predicted right now on Real Clear Politics is they are expecting a a 50-50 Senate, 50 for the Democrats, 50 for the Republicans. We're going to take a look at 538 and see the 538 predictions. Right now, 538 has Trump having a 10% chance to win, Biden having an 89% chance to win for 538. But of course, the numbers were similar, not this dramatic, but similar on election day in 2016. But as we saw, that quickly started to evaporate in Donald Trump's favor, of course. So we are going to keep a close eye out and see how that changes throughout the night as these results start to roll in. And we will we'll take you over to that if we need to, and maybe we'll take you on a little tour of that soon. All right, so any initial thoughts here for y'all off the top of the head? Anything that jumps out to y'all? Anything you wanna monologue on about here for a moment, or
I've got an important update real quick.
Yeah.
In Kentucky, Kanye West has 426 votes.
Okay,
All right,
that is important information.
I know, the information everybody wanted to know.
What is that Kanye vote looking like tonight, y'all?
Oh, man.
Hey, and I see you in the comments there, Connie. What's up, Connie? Good to see you. Good to see you,
What's up,
Shin.
Connie?
What's up, Shin? I see you, Shirley. What's up to Shirley? Good to see you as well. Thanks for chatting, for commenting. Keep those comments coming, y'all. We will get to them soon. Yeah, so we got, this one is expected. Biden, all the polls are favoring. If polls are correct right now, Biden should win this election. If the polls are wrong like they were in 2012, then Biden should win in a landslide. If the polls are wrong like they were in 2016, then Biden would be slated to win right now. So
I actually have a more significant third-party update. I see Real Clear Politics Decision Desk has 5,500 votes for Howie Hawkins.
Okay, nice. There you go. You see Howie getting it done. You see, we expect the Green Party, I think, took 1% of the vote in 2016. So I don't expect them to get more than 1% this year, but it will be very interesting. We're going to keep an eye on some local, races as well. We're here in Massachusetts. We're all located here in Massachusetts. And okay, so we just got some more updates. It looks like Virginia just, was called for Trump. So that's 8. That's 8 electoral votes there.
13.
Sorry, yes. So
Virginia's 13.
Okay, sorry, we'll fix that. So that's 13 electoral votes there. And we're gonna pull up a map and we'll try to have, I'm gonna keep an eye on Decision Desk here. Yeah. That's based on New York Times, calling those. So we're using New York Times as well here. All right. So, all right. Yep. Okay. I see. Yep. I think they're calling Kentucky, not Virginia. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah. They're calling Kentucky for New York Times. So New York Times is calling Kentucky for Trump. That's 8 electoral votes for Trump for Kentucky. So we will continue to keep an eye out as it goes on. So, this was expected. I mean, we're talking about historic economic, depression, the greatest depression in the history of the United States. Global pandemic that Donald Trump has completely failed on is the backdrop of this election. We're sitting in the midst of the current, the coronavirus spike that has seen the record numbers of cases in the country for the past almost week now straight. We've had over 80,000 cases every single day, topping 100,000 within 24 hours for the first time since the pandemic began. So we are talking about, this is the backdrop that we're under. it should be an absolute layup here. Let's be real. It should be an absolute layup for the Democrats. Biden's strategy throughout this election was essentially to hide in the basement. And honestly, my thoughts are that the coronavirus really heavily favored Joe Biden, not the rest of the country, unfortunately, but just Joe Biden himself. It really favored Joe Biden because not only did it, Donald Trump's handling of the virus boost Joe Biden, slightly and really depress Trump's support, but then also what I believe occurred is that it played right into Biden's hand because Biden could say and claim that he was staying inside to keep safe and to be a good citizen and a good American and to make him look like a real responsible adult. And so that's the reason why Biden isn't holding any rallies or going around the country or, running any kind of real ground game or showing his face at all. And it could all be done under the guise of, well, I'm just keeping safe and staying bunkered up so that we can keep the country safe. And I think that narrative played right into his hands. And so I think the virus was it was a perfect storm against Trump and for Biden. And the fact that this is even close, that this would even be close, it should be a wake up call to Democrats. But we all know that nothing will wake them up. We could have if Hillary Clinton losing to Trump in 2016 wasn't enough of a wake up call, then nothing that happens tonight is going to be a wake up call to Democrats. So states that, I think that this race could come down to Pennsylvania. I actually did an electoral map, and I'll show you. I can actually show you my electoral map that I put together. So let me just pull this up here for us. I can find it. Oh no, did I lose my?
Yeah, mine refreshed.
Yeah, you have to save it.
Save it. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, that is unfortunate. All right, I'll put mine back together, and when I have a free moment here, I didn't know that they would do that to me.
I can put mine up in the meantime for you.
Yeah. Do you have? Okay. Are you able to share your screen there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Awesome. So we'll take a look at Dave's electoral map. We had similar maps, but I think Dave had one or two states that he was given to Biden. So,
and I'll pull it up over this.
I honestly don't expect, for some key swing states. All right. So if you want to zoom into, you can bump that ad off of the thing too. If you zoom in, Control Plus usually does it.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. All right. So yes, perfect. Beautiful. All right. So so Dave has a 290 to 248.
For starters, the shades, I didn't do that just if it was already there for the preloaded. So the leaning towards solid is not mine.
Yeah.
Just the colors.
Yeah. So in this map that Dave has here, you got Texas, of course, going red. That's I agree. I don't think that Texas is getting flipped blue this cycle. So Dave's got Texas going red. He's got Florida going red, which I agree with. I think that Florida is a likely Trump scenario that we have right now, just based on that anti-socialist message plays very well in Florida. It doesn't play so well in places like Nevada and Arizona there is a Latino population and a significant Latino population in all of those places. And the reality of this election is actually that the Latino vote has moved away from the Democratic Party because, and I think through no fault of those individual voters, but through the fault of through the fault of the Democratic Party itself.
Hold on, sorry, this loaded back to the old one. This isn't gonna stay up or anything. So
all right, no worries. We'll pop it down. No worries. I hate that. We'll figure out. And
so I am gonna stop sharing.
Yeah. All right, nice.
I'm back.
Okay, so I'll pull back the decision desk. Yep, nice. All right, so we'll keep that up. And keep an eye out. Decision desk still only claiming that they're the other outlets they'll have a bit of a a more opinionated. They have more opinionated calls than Decision Desk. So I'm going to keep an eye on. I'll pull up New York Times as well for us in a moment, and we'll keep an eye out on it on there as well.
Yeah. So Kamali, did you agree with me about Arizona, Nevada, those states?
Yeah, so I think that Nevada will go for Biden. I think that is how you had it. So Nevada, I think will go for Biden.
I had both of them for Biden, actually.
Yep, and I think Arizona. I do think that I have Arizona going. I think I gotta damn. I think I had Arizona going blue.
Yeah, the cities are growing. The college towns are highly populated.
Yes.
There's a lot of reasons to swing blue this time.
Yeah, I think that, there's always, we can take a look at what Real Clear Politics has for the final polls out of there. I'll pull that up really quick here so folks can see. But they have, Biden as a plus 0.9 in Arizona right now. Mm-hmm. Trump won the state by 4 points 4 years ago, and Trump was up 3.5. So, and he ended up +4. So the polls were actually slightly in. They were against. Trump ended up outperforming the polls by about 0.5%. But even if he outperformed the polls by 0.5%, it actually would. It would be enough to take it for him again this year, mm-hmm. if he does. So if the polls are wrong in that direction, then Trump would squeak out like a 0.1% win here. So he would absolutely squeak out a win. But I think that I agree. I think that it is a state that if a state's going to flip here this cycle, I think Arizona is the one that's flipping. So I agree. I think I put Arizona in the Biden column, and so yeah, Florida we agreed on was a red. I just think that we just see how history has proven through voter suppression tactics and, scheming through the courts, like they will find a way in Florida. The Republicans will find a way in Florida to squeak this one out. But I think that Arizona is a totally different story. Nevada, I think for the same reasons, while all three have a significant Latino vote, I think that the type of Latino voter that's in Florida, you have like a lot of Cuban expats, and I think the anti-socialist message plays really well there.
Yeah, I agree.
What is it? Gusano. Yeah. So Tammy says the term for that is Gusano. So I hope I didn't just say some accidentally racist shit, because Gusano sounds derogatory if I'm being really real.
It really does.
But I trust our super producer there. Oh, it is derogatory. Oh, damn. So oh.
I didn't say it.
Okay, all right, Tammy, don't be suggesting derogatory terms for me to just shout out on stream here. That's why we need to get you a mic, sorry, so that I can put the blame on you on those. All right.
Cuban reactionary.
Yes, Cuban reactionary, she says. But yes. All right. So all right, let's keep it going. All right. So still let's keep an eye out. I want to just check up on the New York Times. It's just 8-3 is all that they've called so far. Vermont and Kentucky so far on New York Times. CNN, what's the update on CNN there? Dave, is it still?
I believe it's just Indiana for them.
Just Indiana, yeah.
Just 11.
Yeah, so this is what we're expecting, honestly.
Yeah, they're all getting different sources or something and calling it differently. So
yeah. Mark McKeever says, I dropped off my ballot last week at City Hall here in Arizona. Steady traffic of other voters doing the same. Great turnout here. Awesome. So yeah, that's awesome, Mark McKeever. And long time see, glad to see you in here. Mark is one of our Patreon patrons. Shout out to Mark McKeever. Thank you to all of our Patreon patrons, actually, for their support, for keeping the show going. Got nothing but love. We really appreciate that. Mark also says, hope you guys have coffee/energy drinks handy. Might be a long night. This is 2020, so expect the unexpected. #road to 2K. Absolutely. We are on the road to 2K here. 2,000 subscribers, that is. So if you haven't done so already and you're watching this stream right now, seriously, I'm asking you, if you're listening at home right now, please do so immediately. I need you to hit the like button below, but more importantly than that, even subscribe to the channel. I need you to subscribe to the channel, support the show, support independent left-wing media, subscribe and share this out. But definitely hit that like button down below. That's the easiest ask one could ask for.
They say more people subscribe when you say smash the button. So
smash that button, smash that like button, smash that subscribe button. All right, smash that, y'all. But I definitely want to see those likes go up on the stream right now. Let's try to keep that. Keep them coming. Keep them coming, people. Hit that like button. If you're watching this on mobile, just close out the chat and then hit the like button and then pop that chat back up. But I want to see everybody in here watching right now. Hit that like button, and I'm watching you. Trust me, I can see. All right, so shout out to Mark McKeever though. Thank you for being here. Shout out to all of our Patreon subscribers. And Shin says it's finally election day. Yes, it is. I don't know how excited I am about that, but you know what? I really am happy that it's going to be over at least. Let's maybe LP92 says, hello. I may not agree with all the views that you guys stand for. I am open to hearing different opinions. Well, that is great. It is the place to be tonight.
That's the right way to come in too.
Yep. We are also open to hearing your thoughts. Leave them in the comments throughout the night, and we will get to all of that. We love to have debate, discussion here, so we look forward to it. Absolutely. Connie says, hey, y'all, glad to join you guys today. So glad to see you, Connie. Thank you so much for being here. So glad to see you. Connie says, guys, I'm worried that someone is going to win this election. Yes. I fear that too. So, yeah, because let's be real. So Shirley Dixon says, oh, my God, can't wait for him to leave. Well, hopefully, Shirley, hopefully when at the end of the night, he's actually, I don't know if this election is getting called tonight. Honestly, if it's a close one, if it plays out the way that our electoral maps have it playing out, odds are it's not getting called tonight. If that's how it ends up playing out. But I honestly, I've expressed my thoughts here before. This will shock no one that's been watching the show for a while. I think it'll be a good thing. I think it'll be a nice little, small moment where we're like, all right, good. We don't got to deal with Trump, the president, anymore. The idea that Donald Trump is going to leave, I think, is naive of us, because Donald Trump is going nowhere. I don't care if he loses this election. He's not gonna. You think he's giving up his Twitter? You think he's not gonna? He's not. His subscribers aren't unsubscribing. He's not giving up his Twitter. Hillary Clinton didn't go away after 2016. She went on book tours and she was still in there right up. She was back in this current election cycle, in this campaign cycle. She was weighing in. She was endorsing and just being out there making rounds on TV. She had a documentary come out about her. You don't think there's going to be a Trump documentary, y'all? Trump is going nowhere, even if he loses. Just brace yourselves for that.
He's going to be dancing on Ellen by the midterms.
Right?
And there will be a documentary. As long as Dinesh D'Souza is out there, there will be a Trump documentary every 4 to 5 months or so.
Absolutely.
Oh, man. My question is, I remember before this all happened, when a lot of people had said that this run was mainly leading up.
Real quick, I just want to break in real quick with just some news. Another state got called. West Virginia just got called for Trump. So just updating West Virginia, that's 5 delegates are to Trump. So that's Kentucky, Vermont. Vermont went to Biden. Kentucky got called for Trump. West Virginia got called for Trump. And of course, CNN is calling Indiana for Trump, and New York Times is calling Kentucky for Trump right now as well. So those are all the results we got in at the moment. Yeah, right back to you, Kwame. You were saying you want to.
I remember a lot of people were speculating that he was mainly running to parlay it into some type of media thing, whether it be a news channel or a show or something like that. Do we think that that's where this goes? If hopefully and when he leaves office, that we see some type of him and Tucker team up and start their own TV show bullshit.
100%. I am 100% certain that we will see a Trump TV, is what they were calling it, in 2016. The plan was for him to do Trump TV after 2016, when after they thought that he was going to lose in 2016. Even he believed he was going to lose, and he was gearing up for a television, a Trump network, essentially a media network. And so I absolutely believe that he is going to build there will be a Trump TV. There will be he will probably try to do print as well eventually, but I think that he'll start with TV. And so absolutely, I mean, that was his best times where, financially the was his television appearances, and, what we saw from his taxes was clear that he was, that's where he, where the bulk of his money was coming from was from The Apprentice. That was what was making him money, and his name, The Apprentice, and just selling his name. So Trump TV is a way to do kind of a little bit of both there, sell the name Trump, and all of his followers will flock over to that. Of course, you got about 30% of the country, 35% of the country that is right there with him. Also, he's going to have a major role in the 2024 election. Like, Donald Trump is going to still have power in the Republican Party. He will be able to make or break. He will be a kingmaker in the Republican Party.
He's going to be the Republican Obama. When something's not going and they need someone to step on that scale, like they did when Obama called in those calls to take out Bernie, he's gonna be the Republican Party's Obama. That's how I foresee it.
Absolutely. 100%. Oh, you're muted there, Dave. Oh, how do we get?
I got you.
All right, yeah. Well, we're all hitting it. We got to be careful. All
right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I was saying, and both him and Obama are pulling to the right. It's like they're the exact same job.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's not even like Bizarro version. It's just a duplicate.
Yeah. Yep. We saw, this is the election where, if Biden wins, we all know, as and we quote, nothing will fundamentally change is his words.
Yep.
Yeah. So we will get more of the same, unfortunately, and that's what I do expect. Sadly, that's what we expect, is for nothing to fundamentally change. I'm gonna be popping back and forth here between. I'm gonna pull up New York Times, which I trust to on their calls. So we're going to pull up New York Times here so we can keep an eye out. They're a little bit bolder in their calls than the Decision Desk, but I'll have the Decision Desk up in case there's any movement there. Bring that to you. As far as here in Massachusetts, we have a ballot initiative that I very much am eager to see the results of. That is for ranked choice voting here in Massachusetts. So that's a really important ballot initiative that we have to look out for here. Polls close at 8 p.m. in Massachusetts. So we'll start to take a look at I'll just keep an eye on what's going on with that ballot initiative there. But if anyone sees anything pop in, please, we can just bring that up as soon as we see any results come in on that. We got a lot of early vote, mail-in vote here in the state, and so I expect that to get called pretty quickly, because I think that will be overwhelming support for ranked choice voting. So hopefully we see that ballot initiative pass. Okay, they just updated. Virginia just got called by New York Times, is calling Virginia for Biden. So Virginia to Biden. What I want to pull up is the 2016 electoral map so that we can see where, you can get an idea for. Oh, okay. All right. Nice. I think the New York Times does have it. Okay. Okay. Let me double check that for me. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, if you can give me a link or something, or all right. Oh, okay. I think I see where. Maybe I see where you are. I don't know. All right. I want to take a look at 538 and see if anything has changed on there. Nope. Still got it the same. All right. Feel free to jump in there while I'm chatting there, y'all, too, while I'm doing weird stuff. If y'all got any thoughts y'all want to share on this, or I will just keep filling up air here. Let's take some comments if we got any comments that we want to get to here, because we got a little bit of a lull here.
I saw a good one that popped up earlier from Connie V.
Yeah, just grab them. Connie says, I worry that not being president will free him up to say even more awful shit than he does now. Yeah, I totally. I mean, I honestly think with Trump, he has no filter either way. I don't think he gives a fuck about being the president. Like, I don't think he gives a damn about being the president. And that's just unfiltered. So, so I don't even know. I don't know that it'll change that much, honestly.
I don't think it'll change the rhetoric. I do think all of the hidden shit that we don't hear about him doing and saying will finally start to leak out. I know that I don't know, it was Chris Rock, somebody said, or maybe Don Cheadle, someone said that they know that there is an N-word video of Donald Trump out there. And I believe we're going to start hearing a lot of the even worse shit once he doesn't have the office of the president to protect him, to threaten people to stop them from speaking out against him.
Yeah.
I know the dirt's out there. I know it has to be out there. He's reckless. He's way too reckless and loves the camera way too much. He's just too protected right now for us to hear. But it's coming.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that's the thing, though. They'll wait until it's no longer of any actual real value to then do something like that. It's like I forget who was. There's already, that they already said that tape existed, and that, Omarosa said it. She came out and said, listen, I heard him say it. It's out there. But the network protected them. They're conservative, supported the guy who owns the Apprentice show or whatever, or the showrunner for whatever it is. Whoever has control over that is a Trump supporter, and they're just in their camp. And so they'll lock that away and until it doesn't matter anymore. It has no actual value anymore. I don't think that to anyone that I don't think that Trump's going to. I do think that he should be prosecuted. Like, the thing is, if he does lose and once he leaves office, no matter if he loses now or if he leaves office in 4 years, because his lawyer Michael Cohen got thrown in jail for I think he got sentenced to 3 years in jail for campaign finance violations, that Donald Trump was named as the other co-conspirator in that act. And so the idea that the lawyer would go to jail for campaign finance violation, but the candidate who was fully aware of all of those interactions and in fact ordered the lawyer to do those, the transactions, essentially paying off Stormy Daniels, it was done with, via a campaign finance violation. So if Michael Cohen went to jail for it, then so should Donald Trump. So you would expect that he would be prosecuted when he leaves office. I think that they should, and they would, based on that. I mean, I know that they should. I think that they would based on that, but who knows? An ex-president has never been prosecuted for any crimes they've ever committed. And so, I mean, we've got presidents that have committed war crimes and they haven't been prosecuted for those, much less campaign finance violation. I just don't know that these people are really going to follow up.
No faith in any of these people to do a goddamn thing.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah, he's going to walk away scot-free. These are the most spineless, just show the belly, unaggressive, complacent ass people in this government. I have no confidence, absolutely no confidence.
Yeah,
they're gonna rehab him in no time.
Yeah, he's gonna be George Bush, like you said, Dave. He's gonna be on Ellen soon. We're gonna be seeing his. We're gonna see
Michelle Obama eat pieces of gum.
Yep, he's gonna be have his pottery. It's gonna be absolutely adorable.
Past him, I definitely don't put it past him. And it wouldn't shock me one bit. He's already kind of goofy to people, and he's already kind of generally everybody. Let's be real. Before he was president, I didn't mind Donald Trump really. Like I didn't like he was talked about in, you know, in hip hop frequently. Like, you know, there would be songs from time to time. Nelly got a line about him in Country Grammar. Beanie Man got a line about him in the song. Like you've heard him be talked about by, you know, people. He's been kind of like in the kind of like a Bill Clinton that's like, oh, you know, people just kind of I didn't care about him. It's not like I was like, Donald Trump is the worst. He's the biggest monster in the world or anything like that. People just by and large didn't care about him.
Yeah.
Because I mean, no one knew. You know, it was kind of a different time back then, especially when Donald Trump was like somewhat popular. You know, I feel like, you know, all the he wasn't even worth really having the controversies of. You know, he was just some rich guy who did rich shit.
Yeah,
you know, we all believe the facade he put out there, you know. And if I remember correctly, he was so wishy-washy on any stances and beliefs anyways, that it's not like he would have had an unpopular opinion back then, really. You know, he just kind of went whichever way was, you know, whichever way
he was actually a Democrat for the entirety of his life. He, you know, Hillary Clinton was at his wedding, you know, like, I mean, these people all hobnob together. They are, you know, so the only thing that made him stand out to anybody in like a political way was obviously the birtherism stuff. And, you know, by and large, I mean, Obama clowned him at that White House Correspondents' Dinner, I think it was, where Obama clowned him, did the like Lion King, like so what and like, you know, that was like everybody was laughing at Trump, and Trump, that was like the moment that they say he started plotting like, I'm gonna come back and you know, but that was the only thing that he was really ever known for. And then it was like, all right, you know, the birtherism thing, okay, sure, it's shitty, but I don't think that people largely were like, oh, he's this monster and he's the worst thing and he's such a monster. It wasn't until he was winning the election and then he got elected that everybody was like, oh, he's terrible. And he got worse, obviously, with Stephen Miller as his whatever the hell Stephen Miller does there.
He had a lot of stuff that, like, I don't know if it's that people didn't think of it or didn't know about it, or like, I didn't know about the stuff like the Central Park 5, the housing discrimination stuff. I didn't learn about a lot of that stuff till way later on when he was running, you know, like that never came up in any type of casual conversation, any of that stuff, you know. So any of his grifts, him not paying people like that, you didn't hear about that till he started running. So, I mean, I feel like maybe that's why he kind of slipped through the cracks, I guess. Like, I wouldn't say he got worse so much as, like,
he got more public exposure is what he got. Yeah.
He got the spotlight put on him, and then people started digging and were like, oh, your whole shit stinks, you know? I mean, this is that age, though. It's only very recently that we start finding out that most famous people are absolute trash. I grew up liking Mel Gibson.
Yeah, that is true.
Like, that's kind of just what it is, you know. It very much like that whole separate the art from the artist applied for anyone making over $400,000 a year, any rich person, or any rich person, you know. It was we looked the other way, and you know, you learn better, you do better.
Yeah.
We'll do better.
Yeah. Just keeping an eye out on the different states here. Still no shift from the New York Times. I don't see I don't see anything else changing. Nothing else shifting here. We got an eye up on like I said, 538. We're watching 538. We're watching New York Times. We're watching Decision Desk to keep an eye out to see if any calls are being made. Decision Desk is same, right on par with New York Times, 16-13 in favor of Biden right now. And of course, Ohio is actually, so let's take a look at some of these results as they're starting to come in actually. So this is actually good. I'm going to switch over to, let's take a look at Ohio here. So we'll drill down, take a look at Ohio where.
Yeah, New York Times has Biden with a pretty big lead.
Yeah. Oh, margin plus 30 right now. Yeah, that's 18% of the vote, and they got a whoa. Okay, that clearly this is what
That's
we're seeing
huge.
here is the significance of this has got to be early voting, like in action right here. I got to take a look to see if Ohio, what Ohio's early vote rules are. I wish we had an electoral
There's a
expert here.
footnote here on New York Times. It says ballots cast before Election Day will be reported by 8 p.m. and they're likely to be relatively stronger for Democrats. Postmarked ballots have until November 13th, but no additional results will be reported for at least a week and a half.
Okay.
So that is going to be a lot of early voting. That's probably a lot of also the more metropolitan areas.
Yep, exactly.
Ohio is going to for sure go towards Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're seeing here is just, we should take this with a grain of salt. This is very early still. Ohio still, it's expected to be much closer than this. Ohio's expected, it's expected to go in favor of Trump. Trump won the state by in 2016. Trump won Ohio by 3.5 points. He was predicted, polls had him at plus 8 points. The polls had him at plus 3.5. He ended up plus 8, so it tipped really heavily in his favor there. He's plus 1 right now in the polls. He was plus 1 in Ohio, and if the polls are off in the same direction this year, then he would end up with about a 4 to 5 point win. If they are wrong like they were in 2012, then that could end up being a Biden win there. So Ohio is going to be an interesting state. Real Clear Politics had it at Trump plus 1 with the polling averages. Real Clear Politics takes an average of all the polls over a given range of time, and so they are their final election, their final polling numbers for Ohio have Trump at plus 1 there at 47.3 Trump to 46.3 Biden. So if the polls are accurate, then that would be a Trump win. And Trump really needs Ohio to win. So that's a really important state for Trump to have, because Trump's got to pretty much win all the swing states tonight. Plus, he's got to pick up all the states that he picked up in, he needs to win all the swing states really, and win all the states that he won in 2016. So he really has no room, no margin for error for Trump tonight. He really has to pick up every close state Trump is going to have to pick up in order to win this. So so New York Times says absentee and early vote results are rolling into Franklin County, the most populous in Ohio. As expected, Biden holds a wide lead over Trump. We'll watch the in-person count. So, we're seeing those early absentee votes coming in here. Let's take a look and just poke around, see what else is here. Pennsylvania. All right. 7 votes to 4 votes. Great. We got lots of those big numbers coming in. Big numbers. Was that?
Texas is showing just 11 votes too.
Yeah. So you can see just a few votes in these. Georgia does have a significantly more votes in right now. They have 7% of the vote has been counted in Georgia so far, and it's 51 Trump to 48 Biden. That one is a real toss-up. A lot of these, I've seen a lot of predictions giving it to Biden by a narrow victory for Biden. In my electoral map, I gave Georgia to Donald Trump. That would be a bit of a surprise to see Georgia go to Joe Biden. That would be a massive swing. So, nothing. I don't expect too much there. Also, out of South Carolina, we still only got 1% of votes coming in. And what I'm more interested in seeing out of South Carolina is the Jamie Harrison versus
and
Lindsey Graham. So we'll keep an eye on those Senate races and the Senate races all around the country. Democrats really need to flip the Senate in order to, if there's any hope of them doing, any little mild stuff. But honestly, like, I don't even know if I really believe that, y'all. I say that stuff, but sometimes I don't even believe it. I don't believe that they're going to do a damn thing, whether they even win. Like, let's be real, guys. If the Democrats win the Senate, all that's going to happen is that those Democrats on the edges, Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, like these Democrats that are on the edges right now, they're going to be, they're going to be lean Republican, and they're going to vote Republican like they do already. Whenever anything, important comes up, you got a handful of Democrats that are blue dog Democrats that will literally vote with the Republicans. And so the idea that even winning the Senate, winning a majority of the Senate is going to matter. And also the Democrats would have to be bold enough to one, keep the filibuster removed, on federal judges, but also to remove the filibuster entirely on passing legislation so that they could pass legislation through the Senate. Otherwise, they got to get 60 votes in the Senate to get cloture is what it's called. And so I honestly think that even if the Democrats win the 51 vote, they get 50 votes in the presidency, which would give them 51 votes in the Senate, then I still don't really believe that that's going to be enough to actually even, because all they'll do is Joe Manchin will vote against it. And then they'll all say, oh no, look at what can we do? It's Joe Manchin. And then Joe Manchin will just say, see, I'm bipartisan. And that's why I lean, I make my decisions based on, and it'll play okay. And locally for him, that'll play okay. He did fine in West Virginia running against Paula Jean Swearengin. She ran a hell of a campaign, and still he won comfortably in West Virginia. And so there's just he can do what he does, and it's not going to really impact his seat. He also just got elected in 2018. So he's got, till 2024 anyways himself. So he's not all too worried about people even remembering anything that he does, early on as well, which is when you're going to expect to see anything happening from the Democrats would be early on when they actually still hold a majority, because the likelihood is that in the midterms, it swings back to the Republicans. So whatever they do, they have to do in the first 2 years. If Joe Biden gets elected and they get a majority of the Senate, then they got 2 years to do everything they need to do before the Republicans can come in and then continue, block things by just doing what they do, and you notice like the Republicans, they vote as a block, but Democrats, you gotta corral these few, these handful of there's so many, most of them in the Senate are corporate Democrats, but a handful of people that can't even, they know that they're comfortable. They're not worried about losing an election because they end up, voting against the rest of the Democratic Party. That'll play out just fine for them. We're still just poking around, seeing how these, the ballots, 22% in Ohio, slowly coming in. Results are slowly coming in Ohio. It's 21% before. Okay, they're giving New York Times is calling South Carolina for Trump. So that's another 9 electoral votes in South Carolina. And they're calling that's interesting that they're calling it for Trump while Trump is down right now. But the reason they can do that is because they look at certain counties there, and there'll be certain counties that are indicative. And so they feel confident enough to make a call. So New York Times calling South Carolina for Donald Trump. That puts the numbers at 22 to 16 right now, with 500 electoral votes remaining. So the bulk of the electoral votes still yet to be decided. What we'll be paying attention to is states like Florida. Okay, they got 81% of the vote in. Okay, 81% of the vote in Florida, and Joe Biden is up right now in Florida. So that's 29 electoral votes. That's
such a small lead.
Yes, and ever so slightly, 0.4%. I'm sorry, no, 0.1%. I apologize. That is a razor thin margin. We're talking about, we're talking about
9,000 votes.
Yeah, that is.
Holy smokes.
Yeah. And Tammy's saying that at one point the difference was as close as 500 votes with all these votes in. So that's Florida for you. Florida? Like, this is Florida, and Florida is a 50-50 state if there ever is one. I mean, it doesn't get much more 50-50 than Florida.
Yeah, Florida's not getting called tonight. I guarantee it.
Yeah. This will be a tough one for them to call. That. Yes, I don't see Florida getting called.
Like, we thought 2000 was ugly for Florida. Like, this is going to be a whole ride.
Yeah, right now it's literally they are within 100
Whoa,
votes of each other right
they
now.
are within 20
Like,
votes of each other right now. 40.
Yeah.
Oh
So
my
with
God.
80% of the vote in, y'all, that is crazy right there. 81% of the vote.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yep, 36 votes. So 36 votes with 81% of the vote in. We got 36 vote difference. So that's unbelievable.
We have a.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Trump's went up by about 3,000, and it ends in 666. This is going great.
Oh no, that's a great sign.
666. I love it.
Boy.
Donald Trump 666. This is great. So
What could be more fitting?
yeah, this is what we're here for, folks. You see, this fun happens here. Like this is wild. This is really wild. So you man, we're gonna be keeping a close eye on Florida because let's be real, like if Trump doesn't win Florida, Trump is losing in a landslide. Like, let's be real here, y'all. Like, if Trump does not win Florida, Trump loses in a landslide. Like, because it's going to be, and I shouldn't say Biden wins comfortably. Let me say that. Not a landslide. Biden wins comfortably. If Trump loses, say, North Carolina, then he's losing in, then he's likely to end up losing in, Ohio. If he loses Ohio again. Okay, Ohio's got 24% of the vote in now. Again, still slowly, what is it now? Plus 22 for Biden right now. So you can see it's tightening as it goes on. It was plus 30 for Biden initially when they first started to count to show the early vote count, and now we're at a plus 22 for Biden right now. So as the votes are getting counted,
CNN with a few more updates. They just called Oklahoma for Trump and more expected ones, Delaware and DC for Biden.
Okay, so
a few more that we expected. Nothing on the important states yet.
And you said they called Delaware. What did they call
Delaware and DC for Biden.
Yep. Okay.
I also have a little bit of an update. Jamie Harrison is up by 10 points on Lindsey Graham.
Okay, Massachusetts just got called. So polls just closed in Massachusetts. Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Jersey, all just got called. Delaware, Maryland. So now we're looking at an 81-48.
Illinois.
Yep. So we're at 81-48. Illinois got called. Yep. So Illinois got called. Again, this is all going to be based on early vote totals that they're calling these right now. So they're basing these on early vote totals that have already, ballots that are already been counted. If one of you can look for, if anyone y'all can check on the Massachusetts ballot initiative,
I got it pulled up. It's still expecting soon.
Okay. All right. Yep. So keep an eye on that for the ballot initiative question. I really want to keep an eye on that. Governor John Carney wins re-election in Delaware, so that's fine. Cool. All right, so we'll keep an eye on those. They called Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, all for Donald Trump have been called. Oklahoma, as Dave mentioned. So we're at 85-55 now, and those results continue to roll in here. So so far things are going by and large how we've expected. This is sort of what was expected of the night at this point. Nothing, no dramatic, nothing surprising anyone here. Ohio 28% in, and Donald Trump just closing in. Of course, it's expected. A lot of those early votes came in favor of Democrats. That is going to be a trend that plays out all through the night. Mitch McConnell has won re-election in Kentucky, so it's over. It's been called. No surprise whatsoever. Amy McGrath was a candidate that was built to fail. If you donated money to Amy McGrath,
get a refund.
get a refund and then take that refund and donate that money to this show. You should be supporting independent media and not throwing your damn money in the trash. So please do not support losing candidates like that. Do not waste your money. Support our show, support independent media, support democratic workplaces. Patreon.com/radical democracy. Links are in the description box below. I need some of you that are watching right now. I need you. I see you watching right now. I see you out there. I need you to go over right now. Open up that description box. Click that link in the description box. It's at the bottom of the description box. Head over to our Patreon. Sign up for as low as $1 a month on Patreon. All right, $1 a month. If you can afford to do it, I need you to do so right now. We need to support independent media so that we can bring the real news to the people. All right, so please support the show there. Patreon.com/radical democracy. You can also give us a one-time tip on coffee at ko-fi.com/radical democracy. Dave, did you have an update there that you wanted to jump in with?
Yeah, we got in the Texas Senate race, we have MJ Hager ahead of John Cornyn by about 13 points.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
but
what
they
10%
did
of the vote is so far.
Yeah, they did call Tennessee for Bill Hagerty, and they called West Virginia for Shelley Capito. So
okay,
that's 2 seats the Democrats won't be picking up, it looks like.
Yeah.
But Cornyn, I think, is a pretty big threat, and that'd be a good one to win for them.
Absolutely. Let's see here. Something happened to my thing. Give me 1 sec. I just want to, and again, if for anyone that didn't hear, Mitch McConnell has beaten Amy McGrath in Kentucky. No surprises there. All right. I don't know why this map just shifted on me like that. Am I crazy, or did that map shift? All right, give me 1 sec. I'll pull this back up. 1 sec. Just need to get things right here. All right. So keep the New York Times up for now. So yeah, I really wish we could have seen Charles Booker get a chance against Mitch McConnell in Kentucky. I think that he would have had a real shot to beat Mitch McConnell, but Democrats ran what we knew was a failing candidate. Amy McGrath called herself a Trump Democrat. She said that she would be more pro-Trump than Mitch McConnell. So I don't even know what the hell that possibly means. I don't know how you could ever be more pro-Trump than Mitch McConnell, but she somehow said that's how she chose to frame herself. So when you run candidates like that,
thank you after she licks his boots, like.
So this was the Mitch McConnell victory. Nothing surprises there. Nothing surprises whatsoever. So they just Luke Bridgewater. Okay, so somebody points out from the New York Times, Luke Broadwater from the New York Times says that Democratic donors spent more than $100 million opposing Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, and he wins in one of the quickest called races of the night. So $100 million freaking dollars. $100 million went into a toilet somewhere. If one of the people watching the stream right now doesn't go and donate, go sign up for our Patreon right now, like offset this nonsense. All right. We need you good people to offset this nonsense right here and support the show. All right. Patreon.com/radical democracy. Because that is insane. $100 million down the toilet. And we don't even have $100 a month, pledge yet, but they got $100 million to throw away. Why don't these Democratic donors come give us some damn money? All right. Like if they really cared about democracy, why don't they support radical democracy right here? All right. These Democratic donors, they got $100 million to just throw down the toilet. We, the working people, we can't we ain't got money like that, And I know
in the middle of coronavirus, we could have put that $100 million to much better use.
Absolutely. $100 million, people. Like I can't believe they just set $100 million on fire. So that's the Democrats. That's the Democrats, y'all. So nothing surprising there. I just wish that we could get some of that money. I wish that we could get some money like that. That would be nice. So Let's Maybe says ABC News projects that Democrats will win 3 Senate races: Delaware, Massachusetts, and New Jersey, and Republican Jim Inhofe will win the Senate race in Oklahoma. All right, so that's ABC News projecting. No surprise there. Democrats picking up Massachusetts, Delaware as well, New Jersey. These are safe blue areas here. Let's and we will continue to keep an eye out. Let me get back to that and see what we got going on. Florida's at 86%. Trump has pulled a little bit ahead right now, 0.7% up, but this is going to be, we're likely to see some back and forth going on here with Florida. So right now, Biden is up with 86% of the vote coming in. We got Biden up. Donald Trump up 49.8 to 49.1. 86% of the vote counted. It's a difference of some quick math here. Looks like about 70,000 votes or so right now. So still very, very close. Still, got 14% of the vote left to be counted here. This could swing in either direction, but that will be a really important call. That's the most important call on the East Coast, I think, tonight. Obviously, North Carolina and Pennsylvania are going to be huge. So Pennsylvania still only has 1% of precincts reporting right now in Pennsylvania. The entire election could hinge on Pennsylvania. So we will keep a very, very close eye on Pennsylvania. And you'll see the note here that they have on New York Times. It says officials have said they expect most votes will be counted by Friday, November 6th. Okay. So, they say if there are a significant number of mail ballots outstanding at the end of the night, the reported totals could be relatively stronger for Republicans. So that's saying that we could see reported totals being stronger for Republicans in Pennsylvania because they could still be waiting to count the mail-in votes, which are expected to be lean heavier Democrat. Why do they expect that? Of course, because Donald Trump, fairmongered about mail-in voting and called it fraudulent and said mail-in votes are fraud. So he convinced his base by and large to vote in person. And so you're seeing a much larger turnout in person for Republicans, much larger mail-in turnout for Democrats. So no surprise there. But as they're saying here, if this is a close race, those they don't expect most votes to be counted. Most votes might not be counted until November 6th, which is 3 days from now, Friday, November 6th. So it may take until Friday to get a decision out of Pennsylvania, and the entire election could end up swinging on Pennsylvania. If things go according to the map that I laid out, it would be 259 Biden, 259 Trump, with Pennsylvania left to call. So that was my electoral map that I had predicted, and so I won't be surprised if that's what we end up seeing tonight. We're getting results in from Kansas now. They're starting to count votes in Kansas. Kansas has 6 electoral votes total right now. And with 20% of precincts reporting, it is Joe Biden is 57%. Donald Trump is 41%. All right. Tammy, where did you say we could get the I'll just pull up a map of last year. I got to get a map of last election. Let me grab that. All right. So I just want to see, Kansas, of course, went, Trump before. All right. Yep. Just keeping an eye out. So just want to see what flips in either direction. All right. Can pull that up. I'll pull this up and just show folks what the map looked like. And still at 85-55 on the New York Times. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm going to pull up a map of 2016 just so we can see what 2016 looked like as a reminder to folks. We got on the East Coast here, Florida went to Trump in 2016. We had, of course, Georgia going to Trump. South Carolina has already been called for Trump. North Carolina went to Trump in 2016. Virginia has already been called for Biden. That went to Hillary Clinton in 2016. So nothing has changed from 2016 to 2020 so far, no state has gone, has shifted or swung in the other direction so far. No state that's been called so far. So we're seeing, what we expect here. Oklahoma already called for Trump, and that went red, of course, in 2016. So looks like we lost Kwame, but he should be back shortly, I'm sure.
No, he's carrying the show.
Oh no, yeah, don't worry. We'll get him when he comes back. We'll bring him in. Oh, okay, audio only. All right, gotcha.
I'm still here.
All right, nice.
Just no beautiful face. Sorry, y'all.
All right.
Did you guys see Lil Pump at the Trump rally earlier?
You mean Little Pimp, the
Lil
artist
Pimp,
formerly
yeah.
known as Little Pump? Are we surprised? I mean, he looks completely fried. Like
I mean, he is talking about I don't want my tax to be 30%. Meanwhile, I don't know how familiar you guys are with his first record deal, but he got like $40,000 out of it.
It's so pathetic. Somebody pulled up a tweet from 2016 of him saying "fuck Donald Trump," and they were like, "Man, that Gucci gang must not be selling like it used to. He need his tax money for him." Also, Lil Wayne's girl left him.
Really?
Yeah, over the Donald Trump endorsement.
Really? Yeah.
That she's doing the right thing, as all spouses should do.
Kwame, just a heads up, your audio is breaking in and out. It's crackling for me right now. I don't know why that would be. I don't know why that is, but just a heads up. We'll continue to listen out, and if anything changes there. All right. Yep. Let's maybe is correct here. Let's maybe says Decision Desk, it projects Florida for Trump, and they are absolutely correct. I just took a look. Decision Desk is predicting Florida for Trump at this stage. We will pull that up here for the world to see. So we got Decision Desk up here, and they got Florida. They're calling Florida for Trump now. So that's we're going to trust the Decision Desk calls tonight. So we will consider those our official calls for the night. And we will trust that. So Decision Desk has been recently wrong in a very big way, of course, with Cori Bush's election in Missouri. They called it in favor of her opponent, the incumbent, Lacy Clay Jr. And of course, as the results continue to roll in overnight and into the next morning, they had to change that call. So Decision Desk is not perfect, even in recent history. And so we'll take it with a grain of salt, but can be trusted by and large. 99% of the calls that they get are correct. When they make a call, it usually does not get changed. That is very abnormal for a call on Decision Desk to be changed like that. So Decision Desk calling Florida for Trump now. See if there's any other calls that have been made in here that we haven't called yet. Wow. They got Decision Desk has, okay. Yeah. They're just still leaning blue on in Texas right now with how many votes? Estimated 35%. Okay. And all right. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's pull back up to New York Times. New York Times still hasn't called Florida, but they may be being a slightly more cautious. Yeah, that not I can see in on Decision Desk. Let me see.
I got some of the questions rolling
Decision Desk has it's still very low percent of the vote counted in Massachusetts. So yeah, very low.
For Massachusetts, for the questions, question 1, amend the right to repair, is the very low reporting, but it seems to be leading. Ranked choice voting is not, but again, this is like 0.1% reporting.
So you're saying ranked choice votes, okay, 0.1% is currently at a no. You're saying, can you just clarify that?
With 0.14% reporting. 0.14% reporting.
Okay, so
68% no for ranked choice voting.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. So but that's barely anything reporting right now.
Barely,
Yeah.
But at least they're trickling in now.
Yep. Absolutely. All right. So let's see. Let me pull up New York Times here and get over to that. And for a sec, I just want to use the New York Times for a moment. Keep an eye on that. All right. And then we will take a look at just want to get a feel over here on, so keep us up to date on that. If you see anything else come in, Kwame, keep us posted if you see anything else come in for the Massachusetts, anything significant for Massachusetts ballot initiative.
I'll holler at you again when we get to 1.2% voting.
Yeah. And I don't know, but man, your mic is suddenly crackling on me. I definitely wanna get that fixed up. I don't know what that is, Kwame, but something's up there. Should get that corrected. If David, you hearing that same crackle from Kwame?
He's a little he has a little bit of reverb, but that's it.
Yeah, gotcha. Because you sound fine to me. Kwame sounds not fine. All right. Okay. All right. Keep cruising along. Yeah. So yeah, still at this stage, I mean, nothing surprising. Still no surprises. Georgia is at 15% of the vote. We'll take a look at with 15% reporting. Trump up right now in Georgia with just 15% of votes in. Pennsylvania is at 3% of the vote, and Biden early vote is largely in favor of Biden. But again, Pennsylvania is going to be a real. We're not expecting results out of Pennsylvania tonight. It's almost guaranteed that we're not getting results out of Pennsylvania unless it's heavily in favor of Biden, which the polling would suggest otherwise. Polling had Biden plus 1.2 for the Real Clear Politics average. So Ohio now has 41% of the vote in Ohio with 41% of the vote in. As you can see, Donald Trump is continuing to close the gap in Ohio. He is expected to win Ohio. He should win Ohio. Ohio has been a red state for, over a decade now. For the presidential elections, of course, statewide, they do have, Sherrod Brown. So, they have Democratic governor, so you can, Democrats can win statewide. But right now, Donald Trump continues to close that gap. Biden was up initially when the early vote first came in with 22% in or so. We had Biden up by 30 points, and then now Biden leads by only 8 points in Ohio, and that's going to just continue to close. You can expect that to continue to close. If Ohio will be very close at best, or it's going to be a clear,
Where are you getting 8? I see him up by 12.
Sorry about that. Misread that. So yeah, about 11.5%. So yep. And Florida's at 89%. Yep, exactly.
Gotta get to TI-83 plus in there.
Florida's at 89% on New York Times. They're still not calling it for the New York Times, but they have called it for on the decision desk. I'm just seeing the numbers for McConnell. He's just taking a look at the numbers for McConnell, but that's already been called. We already know McConnell wins. I'll stop paying attention to that. Just wanted to see how badly he beat Amy McGrath is all.
Yeah, I knew it was gonna be bad.
Yeah. The fact that they called it that quick says a lot. Okay, Michigan, we're starting to get votes. We're starting to get some vote totals in from Michigan. Michigan's going to be another critical state, but that is likely to go Biden in this election just based on polling. For Michigan, Biden was up in the Real Clear Politics average in Michigan. Biden was up plus 4.2, so Biden at 50%, Trump at 45.8% in the last in the final Real Clear Politics average of polls out of Michigan. So Biden is expected to win this. Clinton was leading in the polls by plus 3.4. And of course, Trump squeaked out a 0.3% victory. So even if the polls are just as wrong as they were in 2016, that would still leave Biden with the win tonight in Michigan. So he is expected to win, and the polls aren't expected to be as wrong as they were in 2016. He's expected to win. If they're as wrong as they were in 2012, he would have a massive victory here. I think Obama outperformed polls by about 4 or 5 points in Michigan, and so it would be an even larger victory for Biden. So Michigan is expected to go for Biden. That would be a shocker, but right now 2% of the vote, and Trump is up right now, which is 2% of the vote, and so that will expect to see a lot of movement there. Anything else? North Carolina vote. They got 60% in North Carolina right now. Biden is still up in North Carolina. North Carolina had an early vote that, is a significant part of the vote. And those are expected to be stronger for Democrats. So we're expecting, that the early vote will come in. It will have Biden up, but North Carolina went to Trump in 2016. It is expected to go to Trump again, but it is expected to be really close. So North Carolina is a crucial state that we're looking out for. Trump pretty much has to hold on to North Carolina to win again this year. So Trump doesn't have a lot of margin. He doesn't have a wide margin of error in this election. He's got to win North Carolina. It appears he's already won Florida. That was a crucial one for Trump to pick up, but he also has to win North Carolina as well. So we'll keep an eye on North Carolina, keep a really close eye on it. Right now, Biden is up 54% to 44.8%. It's about a 9% margin there. Okay, so from New York Times. Yep. So 2 latest updates out of New York Times. We have Michael Cooper in New York said that the other swing state data coming in on election day, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Minnesota all set records for the most new coronavirus cases they've reported in a single day. So, that's just to say that there's a spike in there, and that will affect voters in their decision making at the polls. It will also deter some people from going to the polls, of course, but more so changing the way that people may perceive the election, may end up voting because they perceive Trump as being handling this coronavirus very poorly, and that this is the coronavirus election. Essentially, the coronavirus is the number one issue for people throughout the country, and the fact that Biden's approval on it is much higher than Trump's throughout the country is likely what's to sink Trump this election. So Annie Carney in Washington also updated on New York Times and said Trump campaign officials are excited that they appear to be overperforming with Hispanic voters in Florida compared to 2016. So there's no surprises there, just like we imagined early, before our sort of early predictions in this was that Florida would be the one that was likely to swing further to Trump because of the anti-socialist message for the Trump campaign. It doesn't play it well in places like with the Latino vote in Nevada, and Nevada was one of the hardest hit places by COVID as well, with Las Vegas shutting down and losing almost the entirety of their business in the pandemic shutdown. So Nevada was really hard hit, and same for Arizona as well. And they just it's a different type of Latino voter there, and that anti-socialist message doesn't play as well in places like Nevada and Arizona as it will in a place like Florida. And so that Latino vote does appear to be really significantly helping Trump to push this over the edge in Florida. And that's the fault of the Democratic Party, because they had no messaging. They had nothing to offer Latino voters really, other than we are not Trump. And so if that's the best that you can do, and honestly, I mean, Latino voters, they're not a monolith, and there is a lot of voters, Latino voters that are against certain immigration reform. They want to see stricter immigration policies, and that's going to play well in certain places. So, just having that message, you really have to have a strong economic message and offer people something. And unfortunately, the Democratic Party really didn't offer anything to Latino voters. And so it doesn't I don't blame them. Bernie did very well with Latino voters, and they didn't even hire Bernie's Latino outreach coordinator, Chuck Rocha, who was amazing and did, had during the primaries. That's what kept Bernie doing so well. He did, he won Nevada. Even his performance with Latino voters in Iowa and New Hampshire, even where there wasn't such a big Latino population, there was still record turnout for Latino voters in those places across those early states that Bernie was winning. And so it was, you would think, you'd pick up that guy's outreach coordinator as soon as they drop out. But instead of doing that, Biden hired a Republican, Anna Navarro, who's a never Trump Republican, to be his Latino, outreach coordinator. And so don't be surprised that they pick up a bunch of conservative Latinos, but ignore the progressive Latino voters in the process. So Florida's got 90% of the vote now in, and again, it's already been called on decision desk for Trump. We trust it here. We'll call it here. Yeah, Trump is clearly pulling ahead here. Decision desk has called it for Trump. Florida is, we trust that's called for
2,100 or 21,000 votes.
Now we're up to 200,000. Yeah, now we're up to Biden has really stretched ahead now he's up 200,000 votes in Florida for Biden. So with 90% of the vote in, and again, this has already been called by decision desk, and I'm happy to trust the decision desk. Yeah. Decision desk right now has 90 electoral votes for Trump, 63 for Biden, versus what we have here on New York Times, of course, 85-55. So we can pop up Decision Desk and take you over there and show you what Decision Desk has called as well. All right, we'll take you over there to the Decision Desk. Oops, sorry.
Just hit back on your browser.
Yeah. All right, let me just fix that. I gotta fix this. All right. Okay, do that again.
Like 45 times so far.
Yeah. All right. So
it doesn't help that this laptop has the absolute worst constructed touchpad in like the history of electronics.
That's the platform I'll be running on next year. Will be better touchpads on laptops. Right.
So Dave, am I crazy? Because Kwame, your audio sounds really terrible to me, and I really want to fix that. If is it just me, or because I doubt it's just me, because Dave sounds fine.
It doesn't.
Yours is like crackling.
Kwame, speak for a little bit.
I will talk for a little bit and see if it sounds
you're
good.
A little crackling.
Yeah, you're crackling here. Yeah, so I don't know if you can adjust your audio in any way, but it is really distracting there. So Decision Desk has Trump at 90 electoral votes right now, Biden 63. So this is
is that any better right now, or
no?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me see. Still just 1.3% here on Decision Desk for Massachusetts. To everybody in Massachusetts that I know who said that they had to go vote for, Joe Biden because they were held hostage, all this stuff, you got to vote for Joe Biden. He won. He looks like he's going to win by a very wide margin. If everybody that I knew had just voted for Green Party, he might have gotten a little bit of, at least you could feel good about your vote, but whatever. Moving along. Won't be salty. I'll try not to be salty, even though I'm salty.
243 is not good. I thought he could do better than that.
Yeah.
Or Howie Hawkins.
Oh yeah. This is that's
early.
Yep. Still only 1.3% the vote in.
Mine is that one of those yet.
But he's at like 0.5% so far with the way the votes are coming in. So if that holds up again, it's like it's nothing. It won't have any impact, which is fine. It's like this is what we expected. The Democratic Party did a number on people, and they got everybody to buy the line that it was the Green Party that caused them to lose in 2016, and so people are voting out of fear, and I understand that. So all right, let's pop back over. We'll pop back over to the New York Times.
We've still got Biden has a 9-point lead in North Carolina, according to the New York Times.
Yep. All right.
It's called Arkansas for Trump.
All right. They just called Arkansas for Trump. As soon as the polls closed, they were able to call Arkansas for Trump. And yeah, so it's Arkansas, 6 electoral votes. And they got, no surprises in the presidential or Senate calls there. All right, we'll take a look. Georgia's at 22% of the votes in, and they're 56 Trump, 42 Biden. Texas has 47% of the vote in, and Biden is still leading with 47% of the vote. But
7.5 points.
What's that?
So it's by about 7.5 points, but that lead's getting smaller. It was about 10 points a minute ago.
What's that? Where?
Texas. I'm looking at Decision Desk.
Oh, okay, Decision Desk. Okay, New York Times. How much of the vote is on Decision Desk? Do they say?
Let me see. 52%.
Okay. Yeah. New York Times only has 47%. And they got it much tighter with Biden at 50 and Trump at 48.
Okay. So Biden's getting more votes. It looks like then, according to Decision Desk.
Okay. All right then. So we'll keep an eye on both of those though. Yeah, and I think you're sounding better.
Am I sounding better? Hopefully, maybe.
A little bit, but not.
We'll deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Different mic, so.
Yeah.
I'll work on it while we work on fixing this country. Hopefully.
Yes, indeed. All right, so we're just chilling here. And watching these results as they come in. Still nothing surprising. We've got no surprises so far. I think we can loosen up on the stream too, because it's a pretty chill stream. So I think that we can, if y'all want to smoke, drink, whatever y'all want to do, please.
I've been drinking, but I'll reach for my glass now.
Nice.
I can do everything but talk. Apparently, that's where it all goes awry.
Yep, and let's maybe says New York Times calls Arkansas for Trump. Yep. That was expected.
If you want to know what I'm drinking, I got some Bullet Bourbon. # not a sponsor. # please be a sponsor.
Let's maybe LP92 says, which states do you see Trump possibly flipping? I honestly don't see Trump flipping a single state. Yeah. Trump doesn't need to flip states. Of course, obviously he won last time. I don't think that Trump is going to flip a single state. I think that all that Trump can hope for is to hold on to what he held in 2016. So I don't think a single state will flip to Trump. It's really about what Biden can flip, really. And I think that the ones that Biden can flip are Michigan, Wisconsin. He has a shot at flipping Pennsylvania, which could be the crucial state that he needs to flip. Ohio is a potential. Absolutely. I think that Ohio has potential, but my belief is that Trump will hold on to Ohio. I don't really think that Biden's going to pull out Ohio, but he has a chance. He has a very real chance to pull out Ohio here. I do not think that Biden is going to pull out flipping Texas, but my God, if he flips Texas, we can pack up for the night. It's over. We can call it. It's done. Biden wins the election.
That would be a landslide. I'll call that a landslide.
Yes, that would be a landslide.
That's fair.
Absolutely.
That's totally and completely fair.
Yeah. So if you're just joining us and you haven't done so already, I'm going to ask that you immediately hit that like button down below. Please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. If you're not already subscribed, please subscribe. You got to do it. Just subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and share this out far and wide. Please share this out. So appreciate you. Thank you. And yes, massive shout out. Want to give a massive shout out to Steve Alvarez for the $50 tip on coffee. Dude, thank you so damn much, Steve. Really, really deeply appreciate that. Cannot thank you enough, Steve. Steve is one of our Patreon patrons. He's a big, massive supporter of the show. So Steve is number one. Yes, what up to Steve? So Steve is our number one supporter on here, and really appreciate that, Steve. Thank you so much for that. That's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing. We are very well on our way to getting Tammy a mic, as long as Tammy is comfortable getting on mic. And I think that what we're going to do is get the mic no matter what, and then just shame her. No, we won't do that. We won't do that. But
she'll find her way.
Everyone
has one take good enough.
Like, we can already hear you, so why not get a mic?
Yeah, we can just hear you more clearly.
Yeah. There you go. So thank you. Shout out to Steve. Thank you so much. Shout out to all the Patreon community. Thank you to all of our supporters. If you can afford to do so, please, if you can afford it, I need you to just open up the description box, hit the link in the description box below to our Patreon, patreon.com/radical democracy. You'll also see links to Kwame's Patreon at patreon.com/raised fist media. So you can hit those links too. Support the shows. Please support independent Black left media. So we need your support. We need the help. So please support the show. Please. Deeply appreciated. You can also give us a one-time tip on coffee at ko-fi.com/radical democracy. Please. And that's a one-time tip if you would like to, and no account required for that. So head on over there and support the show. Support independent media. We need your help. All right. We need you. All right.
So little stat CNN just put up. So we do see that North Carolina, we have Biden ahead by a little bit. It said that 97% of the vote currently already counted were early votes, and they're expecting that 75% of the total votes to be early.
So say that again.
97% of the votes in North Carolina that have already been counted are early votes.
Okay.
And they're expecting 75% of the total to be early votes.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. All right. Let me see. So I'll pull up the map here for North Carolina. We can see 66% of the vote is in North Carolina, and Biden is up by 6%. So what Dave just said there was that 97% of the votes that have been counted so far are early votes, and 75% of the total vote is expected to be early voting.
So Trump is going to pick up a lot of ground right now. As they start counting those remaining 25%. We're going to see a big pickup for Trump there.
Yeah. So, while we see a 6-point lead, this is still because of that massive favoring of the early vote for Democrats. And so, sit tight, strap on in there, because it's going to be a long ride, and we are going to likely see Donald Trump significantly gaining on Biden, and then he is still expected to win North Carolina, but this race is going to tighten for sure. So don't expect things to hold up as a 6-point lead for Biden, as more this that other 25% of the vote of in-person voting starts to roll in. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Florida continues to just slowly be counted up. New York Times still not making a call on Florida, but Decision Desk has already.
Did you see this little pop-up here for what they were saying for Florida? Oh, no, it looks like it's gone. I think they were saying in Miami-Dade that the Biden camp was impressed by the
turnout in Miami-Dade. Yeah, still, I don't think it was enough, because Decision Desk is calling it, and Decision Desk has over 99% of the vote counted on Decision Desk. They've got 10 million votes counted. So let's pop over to Decision Desk, because they clearly have the more up-to-date. I don't know why New York Times isn't calling this. We're calling Florida. Here on the Radical Democracy Show, we are ready to call it. We are calling Florida for Donald Trump. Donald Trump wins Florida. We are calling that. I am happy. I feel comfortable making a call. I'm going to keep... we'll keep an eye out. Let me pull up.
Down again.
Oh yeah, no, that one I expected there.
So I'm getting some conflicting result on Texas right now between Decision Desk and New York Times.
Yeah.
They both have roughly the same total between Biden and Trump, but the Times has them real close, but Decision Desk has Biden with about 400,000 vote lead. So 33-29 on Decision Desk, and there's 31-31 on New York Times.
Yeah. Could you, man, if Trump goes blue, if Texas goes blue, that will be, we are looking at a landslide here. If Texas goes blue. Let's see. Yes, just so you can see the totals for Florida here. Decision Desk has over 99% of the votes counted, and they've got about a 150,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. So that is expected to be that they're calling it. That's called for Donald Trump. That is a Donald Trump win in Florida, and they feel comfortable calling that. Kansas, still very low vote totals in. Missouri, still very low vote totals, but Decision Desk has called Missouri for Donald Trump as well. So Decision Desk called Missouri for Trump, and they've got Decision Desk has it currently at a 90-63 in their favor. So all right, and we are going to be joined in a couple of hours as once the polls close on the West Coast. We're going to be joined by What Up America, so look out for that. What Up America will be joining us, aka Ian Olson, aka Plasmon, who on SoundCloud, who is the creator of the that intro song, the theme song for this show. So big shout out to Ian Olson, aka What Up America, and from our Patreon community for the work that they do to support the show. That's amazing. That is deeply appreciated. Can't thank them enough for that. And look forward to hearing from them later once those polls again close on the West Coast. We'll check in with Ian and chat with our comrade there. All right. So we're gonna keep kicking it, chilling. We just chilling, waiting for some more results to roll in. Let's see. Maybe says Nate Silver says if Trump wins Florida, he'd shoot up to a 33% chance of winning the Electoral College. So that would be that would be a major jump. He was at 10% likelihood to win at the beginning, and now he's at a if that's correct, and we believe that Trump has won Florida now, then their model says that Trump jumps up to a 33% chance of winning the Electoral College. So he goes from a 1 in 10 chance to a 1 in 3 chance by winning Florida, and he just won Florida. So that's sounds about right. Yeah. So that's significant. That's definitely significant. I see Trump just got awarded 6 more delegates by the Decision Desk. Let's take a look over there and see where that is. Where Trump picked those 6.
Maine.
Okay. I don't think they've called that officially yet. They're still they still haven't called Maine yet. Possibly Arkansas. I guess maybe they were late on the Arkansas call. No, they called Arkansas a while ago. I don't know where those 6 picked up. I don't know where those 6 electoral votes came from. I don't know what's wrong. Not sure where those 6 came from. I don't know how I missed that. I apologize, but the only state with 6 electoral votes is Arkansas. So there's some chance that they hadn't called it on Decision Desk, maybe, and I was just I was mistaken before. So that's fine. 96-63. It does look like it was Arkansas that finally got called there. So we were looking at New York Times before, where they had called it before already. So I'm going to take a look at pop over to 538 and take a look at a few. Take a look at
quick update in mass. As expected, Ed Markey it looks like they're calling it for Ed Markey.
Yep, very definitely expected against
still
the Republican.
Still 4%. for reporting. So
Okay, yeah. Any movement on the ballot initiatives in Massachusetts for the ranked choice vote is all I care about for
ranked
the ballot.
choice is pulling ahead. Yes, has pulled ahead a bit.
Okay, good.
That's what I want to hear.
The right to repair, as a techie, I appreciate the right to repair. That's pulled ahead as well.
Okay, yep, that's expected.
right.
All right, yeah, nice. Good to hear. Good to see. I need to get up. I need to find the live results on 538 right now. I don't know why. I do not feel like this is live for me right now. What are they doing? Why do they keep lying about being live? All right.
Aren't we all really just lying about being alive?
Yeah, this is true.
Is my audio any better right now?
Talk again for us.
Have I made any progress in
No.
struggle to make myself sound better?
Yeah, I suppose slight progress, maybe. I don't know, but still, you're still.
Sounds like you're playing with a piece of Velcro under the microphone.
Yes, indeed.
Playing with a piece of Velcro.
Yes, that's what it sounds like.
Okay, so another update is that they on 538 says that Shelley Capito, that is running against Paula Jean Swearingen in West Virginia. Big supporter of Paula Jean Swearingen's, but Shelley Capito is projected to win right now. So that's in West Virginia Senate race, and that's unfortunate for progressives. Paula Jean Swearingen is a true progressive. She appeared in the Knock Down the House film with AOC and Cori Bush and Amy Vilela, and documentary, Knock Down the House documentary. And she ran against Joe Manchin in 2018. She ran against Shelley Capito here in 2020, and it does not look like she was able to pull out that victory, unfortunately. So,
And the last I checked, Marquita Bradshaw was losing in Tennessee as well.
okay, that's good to know. Marquita Bradshaw was somebody that we did a few stories on here. She had a shocking primary upset. She spent $8,000 to the corporate Democrats, the establishment backed pick, spent about $2 million to her $8,000, and so she was outspent 250 to 1 and still beat this guy. It was unbelievable, just an incredible victory. I mean, $8,000 for a Senate race. $8,000 for a Senate race. Like, you got to go the entire state, cover the entire state. That's not supposed to be possible. Like, how you can't do ad spending, you can't pay like a campaign staff with $8,000. You literally got like no infrastructure with $8,000, but somehow she managed to beat out this Schumer-backed candidate, who had $2 million and still managed to beat him out. So that's unfortunate that she wasn't able to scrape out. So that's versus
Bill Hagerty. She's losing by about 30 points at this point. So
ABC News has Bill Hagerty as the projected winner as of 38 minutes ago. So they're expecting them.
These house maps the districts are too small for me to filter through these right now.
Yeah.
So how do you guys feel about where we are so far in the evening? I know it's still early-ish.
Yeah, there's no surprises so far. Everything as expected.
Yep. No surprises.
Florida's closer than I thought, but it's still going to Trump. So
yeah. Texas is like, I'm surprised that Trump hasn't started to close that gap a little bit more. It's 300,000 votes apart right now, but that is over 55% of the vote in, at least 56 to 71% of the vote in right now. 6.5 million votes already counted. Again, early vote will favor the Democrats and Joe Biden. So we expect that gap to close as the day wears on or the night rolls on. But right now it is, it's still always surprising to see. Usually early voting favors Republicans typically, so that's why it's particularly strange to see the Democrat up in Texas for any amount of time. Right now, Election Desk has a 96 to 77 on the electoral votes. They've called Vermont, Massachusetts, Illinois, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, and all for Joe Biden. So and DC, of course. And so we're still waiting for, and we've got about 18 million votes each for each of these candidates so far. They both have 49% of the popular vote, which is also interesting. We expect, California hasn't come in, and that's going to be a massive, Biden's going to pick up. That's where Biden will likely pick up the majority of the votes that are going to separate him from Trump in the popular vote. So, we expect it to go heavily Biden, of course. That'll be heavily blue, solid blue. And
I'm just most looking forward to the congressional race with Pelosi and Shahid Buttar.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be heavily go Pelosi, but I wonder if there's enough low information Republicans in the district that just hate Pelosi so much that they'll vote for whoever's against her.
That would be amazing. Yeah,
that would be dope.
Yeah, I take that.
I don't like. I'm on Twitter a lot, and I follow Shahid Buttar, and he has his grassroots following, but I don't know how. I don't know what the ad presence looks like out there between. Obviously she has way more money, but I don't know what it's really like out there.
Yeah, who was it? There was that dude Joshua for Congress. Who ran. He had so many followers on Twitter. He had a great social media presence, and then he spent I forget how much he raised. He raised a ton of money, and he ended up getting something it was a few hundred votes in this congressional race.
Remember his story.
I remember that.
And it was he spent I forget how many hundreds of dollars he spent per vote. It was ridiculous, But then you had Marquita Bradshaw. I've been calling her Marquita Bradshaw. I don't know which one is correct, to be honest. But I'll keep saying Marquita for my consistency. But I'll try to get that corrected before this night is over. But Marquita Bradshaw, she spent $8,000 and got won the primary with $8,000. Meanwhile, this dude had 250 grand, something like that, and ended up with a few hundred votes. So that was a bit of a shame. It shows that sometimes the social media presence, that doesn't always translate to an electoral victory. Unfortunately, I think. So it would shock me if Shahid Buttar was able to pull out a victory against Nancy Pelosi, but
yeah, because in the open primary, she beat him. She was ahead of him by 40, 50 points.
Yeah.
It was a clear 1 and 2 race.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can dream, can't we?
Yeah.
We sure can.
Yeah. But that would be a shocker. That would certainly be a major shocker. So far, yeah. So far, though, there hasn't been much surprise here. It's really tough to call early on here.
Lindsey Graham did pull ahead of Jamie Harrison by 5 points now. That's on Decision Desk.
Okay.
That is still about 20% reporting, so
okay.
But that can start. I feel like that might start favoring Graham.
Yeah. All right. Which
was one I was hoping for, but
Yeah. That would have been. Jamie Harrison at one point in this election was spending more money on his campaign than Donald Trump was spending around the entire country. He was spending more in a single Senate race there. Again, that was a lot of money that got dumped into that Senate race. So it would be a real travesty if we don't see that flip. But nothing will compare to the McGrath race, because that one was so obviously a losing campaign. And for anyone that put money into that, shame on you for setting your own money fire. Yeah. So what you should be doing is what it says at the bottom of the screen there. Support the show, patreon.com/radical democracy. All those, whoever was donating that $100 million needs to find their way over to this stream here and hook us up. So yeah, so no surprises here tonight so far. It's really going to start to come in around, when we see some things clarify a little bit on Texas. But the longer this goes on, the less likely we are to see any sort of definitive results tonight. If we see close races in Pennsylvania, if North Carolina tightens up, I mean, we might not get, definitive answers on either of those anytime tonight. That could be a shock. So thank you to everyone who is just joining us. If you haven't done so already, please do us a favor and immediately hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Please hit the like button, subscribe, and share this out far and wide. Just do so immediately. Just hit that like button super quick. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, back to the results here. So yeah, no big surprises here is the story of the night thus far. No major surprises. Florida, being called, I think maybe, I guess, it not being too tight to call is a bit of a surprise and is a happy, pleasant surprise, I would say. So I'm glad to see that, at least that we didn't have to drag that out. I see that they must have just called, looks like decision desk might have just called something else for Trump here. I'll try to take a look and see what they just called. Possible. No, Indiana I think got called early, but maybe they Alabama I think might have been it, or Missouri maybe, or Mississippi, sorry, or Alabama I think might have been the two that just might have just got called.
It's another 6, I believe, because he was at 96.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yep, that is correct. Yeah, it was at 96. I'm just trying to pull up. All right, let's see. Yeah, Mississippi was what it was. It was Mississippi that just got called for Donald Trump on decision desk. Kanye West with 5 votes there in Mississippi.
Killing the game.
Yep. Yeah, but by and large, a really kind of a boring night thus far. What's expected so far? Kind of a boring one thus far. Nothing, no shockers.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, or maybe fortunately.
Or maybe, I was gonna say actually maybe fortunately.
Yeah.
The shocker I was hoping for was to see that Green vote.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a stronger showing by the Green Party.
Yeah.
Folks can't see it because unfortunately we're so small here, but I got the green nails to rep the Green Party tonight, and but they just didn't show up the way that I would there wasn't enough of showing for them, unfortunately. So nothing surprising there either, though. Honestly, it was expected that the vote totals were going to come in lower for the Green Party than in 2016, and that's playing out so far tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did a number, man. That rhetoric really. I haven't heard anything but blaming third party since 2016. So
yeah,
they were effective with it.
Yep, it worked. It absolutely worked. All right, let's see. I should have eaten some food before I started this damn thing. I'm getting hungry, y'all. I don't feel like I'm gonna last till the end of this thing. I don't know.
Massachusetts is trickling in at the absolute slowest pace. God damn, you're killing me. We're only at 6%. Has
did
pulled
Rhode
back ahead.
Island get called for Trump? Is that what
no? It's still split.
Okay.
New York Times is calling it for Biden already.
Okay. I was like, whoa.
Decision desk is just putting the stripes whenever it's not.
Oh, okay. I can see it over here. Yeah, Rhode Island. No, I couldn't see because I was looking at the actual state, but I see it over on the side there. It's much clearer if you look it up.
Oh yeah. I know.
Yeah.
Just pulled away from the page for a second.
Yeah. So let's see. Let me flip back over to New York Times where we can get a different idea.
Yeah, they've already called most of the Midwest and New Mexico.
Yep.
The upper Midwest, I guess.
Yeah. Yep. New York Times has Biden at 119 electoral votes, Donald Trump at 94 electoral votes. They say Cynthia Lummis, Republican, won the U.S. Senate seat in Wyoming. Anything else? Ben Sass wins re-election. No surprise.
Was she the incumbent over there, or?
Yeah, I don't think that they would have said re-election. I think it might have been an open one. Yeah, I think this is an open race. This is an open seat in Wyoming.
Uh-huh.
Yep. All right, so we're still 119 to 94 here. Yeah, let's take a look around the country. 74% of the vote is in North Carolina. Biden's still holding on to a 4-point lead right now. Well, more like a 3-point lead, 3.4 points. So 3.4% for Biden right now. It's tightening. It continues to tighten in North Carolina. In North Carolina. So continues to tighten in North Carolina. But Biden is still holding a lead here. 75% of the vote in North Carolina. That could be if North Carolina goes to Biden, that will be a major blow to Trump in his election chances tonight. So,
and what percentage is New York Times reporting in North Carolina?
75% of the vote is in North Carolina.
We've got Decision Desk. It says between 80 and 92% reporting.
Okay.
And I just had to refresh because I clicked on it again because this trackpad is dog shit. But it has Biden with a 3.5 point lead. It's about the same lead you said, but it looks like more reporting.
Okay. All right. So yep. So same lead, but a little bit more of the tally in on Decision Desk, which is solid.
Which is a good.
Pennsylvania is up to 15% of the votes now. It's a 2-1 Biden. He's got 66% of the vote. Trump has 33% of the vote right now, but those early votes are expected to go in Democrats' favor. So that's going to be that's going to shift throughout the night, and we'll just keep a really close watch on that. It will not remain at a 66-33. Absolutely not.
Absolutely
it will tighten up.
No, that will tighten up real quick.
Yep, we're going to have something closer to it's going to be much closer to 50-50. So
Joe Jurgens is making a showing, though.
Where's that?
Under 1% Pennsylvania. Still under 1%, but multiple thousand.
Okay, nice. Yeah. Check her out.
She's a terrible candidate, but
yeah, exactly. Yeah, libertarian.
Should have went for Howie, buddy.
Yeah, so Ohio's got 54% of the vote in now, and Biden's still up by about 250,000 votes still. Again, this is expected to tighten up, but or else this would be a massive polling error in Biden's favor. And so still 54% of those votes cast, and those early votes are definitely favoring Biden. So we expect that to tighten as time goes on. Polls are now closing in Wisconsin, so we should start to get results in. They say here on New York Times that Milwaukee could still be counting ballots until Wednesday morning. So depending on the outcome there, it is expected to go heavily in favor of Joe Biden from Milwaukee. But we'll have to see what if it's a clear enough lead to call it tonight, or if we may have to wait until Wednesday morning, possibly. So tomorrow morning to get a call on Wisconsin, possibly. But if the lead is large enough for either candidate, then I think they'll be able to comfortably call it tonight without the Milwaukee results being complete. Let's see. Yeah, 65% reporting from Texas, and they got a 49-48. It's pretty much Biden's leading by 0.7% here, with 65% reporting. Polls are closing in New York now, but only in-person votes will be released on election nights. So only the in-person votes will be released on election night in New York. Mail ballots will be reported over the next days and weeks, but we all know which way New York's going. In fact, the New York Times have already called it for Joe Biden. So we already know which direction that's going. And we know, and that's why if you live in these states, you don't have to vote.
Let's get this comment from let's say maybe about the Kansas Senate race. What do we know about this Barbara Bollier candidate?
Okay, so
the Kansas Senate race.
I know nothing is what I know.
Either.
Yeah. So let's maybe says pay attention to the Kansas Senate seat, that libertarian candidate.
Liberal.
Okay, that liberal candidate seems to be affecting that. No. I think they mean the libertarian candidate is affecting that race. So which may favor the Dems. If a libertarian candidate affects it, that will likely that will be in favor of the Dem. But we can take a look at the Kansas Senate seat.
Let's just look at that. I'm going to try to look up. I keep clicking Senate.
We'll pop on over to Kansas and see what's going on there.
Jason Buckley. That must be who maybe is talking about then.
Is the libertarian candidate?
Yeah, with 3.8% of the votes right now.
Oh, that is significant. What's the vote totals looking like?
Bollier is up by 7 on Roger Marshall. It looks like this is a vacant seat as well. So this is a big one, yeah. And that is 44 to 53% reporting.
Okay. All right, so
ABC News just projected that Cornyn will win the Texas Senate. That's from, let's say, maybe.
Okay. All right. So ABC News projecting that Cornyn will win in that Texas Senate race. I don't know where that puts us at for our Senate map right now, but I'll wait till we see more.
Yeah, out. I mean that's a retention, so it doesn't really.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, it's not a flip.
That's what we need to be watching out for.
Yeah. New York Times says that polls are closing in Arizona, but we're going to have to wait about an hour for results. Early and mail-in ballots are likely to be relatively stronger for Democrats, and those will be reported first. So we got polls closing Wisconsin, Arizona, New York. New York's already been called. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming all got called for Trump. Of course, Midwest. New Mexico called for Biden. Yeah. Colorado's got votes rolling in now. North Carolina still at 77%.
That we expected so far. Still
no surprises so far. No surprises. It's going to have to come in those. In Pennsylvania could be the decider of this election if this continues to play out the way that it is, with everything, pretty much matching what was expected. Polls seem to be accurate so far. What
if America says, I so doubt that Kentucky will flip. McGrath is a Republican light. Yeah, we've known that from the minute she won the primary that she was going to lose.
What up?
And that's exactly what's happening.
Right.
Yeah,
it's already been called. What up? Mitch McConnell has already been called as the winner of that race. So he's already the projected winner. Already. It's not been called officially, but he's the projected winner already immediately. Actually, no, it got called.
It was called.
It was called. And so there's no surprises there. So money. $100 million poured into our campaign.
Money.
Yep, and it went nowhere. It did nothing. I need sustenance right now somehow.
We can carry, bro. Go home. We can heat up some noodles or some shit.
Let me just grab this piece of fruit over here. I won't say what kind because it's racist.
And then, What Up America asking, were y'all predicting Biden or Trump would win? I was leaning towards Biden. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, he should, by all metrics of what's happened in the last 3 years and especially the last 7 months, by all metrics, he should.
My
at least one of these things should flip.
My thought was that Trump would carry it for a while, and then as we get in more of the mail-in votes, that's when, because that's where all the Dem votes are. A large amount of the Dem votes are going to be. That's my only real fear with all of this.
My question, though, sorry, go ahead, finish.
I was just going to say, hearing all of it just looks like he's building it up so that he can call it early for himself. And then when the rest of the mail-in votes come in, he's going to say the election was stolen and we will, bad things will happen.
That's actually a really good point.
Yeah, that's my big fear right now.
These late votes, and you can try to claim they're all illegitimate. He has the Supreme Court on his side, obviously, because he has, 7 now?
Yeah. So we're that's the thing that everything else has me feeling okay. It's not the votes really that have me nervous. It's the reaction to how the votes will really play out once they're all tallied. But what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, does it really matter who wins? Because
no.
Because basically either Trump wins, there's 4 more years of this shit, and then they put up another milquetoast candidate, and it's the same shit again. Or Biden wins, he tries to implement center-right policies, and Republicans have to keep the facade that the Democrats are socialist, so these center-right policies are going to be the new socialism, so they're going to go all the way the fuck over there to the right.
We getting Tom Cotton, baby. That I completely agree. That is what has been the fear in the pit of my stomach. And I can't harp on it enough. I try to lay off of it because I don't want to make everybody's energy messed up. But the worst case scenario is exactly what you just said, and on top of it, we lose the support of the overarching people because it's Biden in office and not Trump. So all of the brunch Dems go back to brunch. You already see the public perception turning on the Black Lives Matter protests and everything
absolutely.
like that. So if everything is good, I guarantee if Biden and Harris get in office, they can still be tear gassing. They can still be watering, hitting people.
Nothing's going to change.
Nothing's the defund the police movement will take a nosedive in support once that happens. Absolutely. Let's see what else do we have. It looks like What Up America has another comment. Kwame, you're getting some pretty bad distortion in the high frequency on your mic. Let me see if I can tweak that.
Yeah, we've been working on that for a little bit now. I think we just decided to deal with it, but Kwame's gonna work on his levels.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Hopefully that did something better, but maybe not. I don't know. Was that any better, Dave? Do I sound slightly better at all?
I still hear the crackles, like the Velcro, like I said earlier.
Is that any better?
No, it's something with the mic, probably. I don't know.
Oh no. I might have to jump out and change my setup real quick.
I don't think it's that serious.
Okay, good. Then y'all will deal with it until Kamali gets back, and then we'll see what we can do. Sorry, what up?
I cannot carry a show by myself, bro.
Yeah, no, sorry, what up? We're working on the technical difficulties. I appreciate everyone who is dealing with them. But in order to help make all of this better, I need you guys to go to patreon.com/radicaldemocracy and help support my brother Kamali here. That would be the biggest help. All you need to do is sign up for $1 a month, and we would love you infinitely. Support independent media. Or also, if you want to do just a one-time tip, Coffee, ko-fi.com/radical democracy. Definitely throw my homeboy some a dollar or two. Be greatly appreciated. You can get Tammy on mic. Maybe I'll sort my shit out. It'll be lovely. We'll all have fun.
And if you have anything left after that, donate to Kwame. Raise Fist Media.
Really appreciate it.
I got nothing. You can Venmo me.
Always Venmo Dave. Hold on one second, Dave. I don't know, tap dance or dance. I'm gonna try and do some technical workings.
Will you just stay on until Kamali's back? I cannot do this by myself. My page keeps going off of the map that I'm looking at. It's all kinds of messed up.
All right. Hopefully that did something. If that did not, then I'll try it again when Kamali.
You sound great.
Yay. Let's see. Do we have any changes in the results yet?
I don't see anything surprising. I'm looking at Texas. Almost more than 2/3 of the results in Texas are in now. Biden's still ahead.
Yeah, interesting. So up 1.6 points? 1 point.
About that, yeah.
About that.
Oh, these scores, these percentages look at my fantasy lineup this week. Jesus. Terrible.
Biden's still up in Kansas.
Kansas is an interesting one. Isn't that usually Republican?
You would think. I wish that I was Kamali and I knew how to pull this up the prior years for comparison's sake. But I'm going to just trust what you just said. Yeah, if you can pull up.
Yeah, Kansas went to Donald Trump in 2016.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so Biden is up like 6.2% with 60.3% reporting right now. So that's an interesting one. Yeah, nothing really looking unexpected so far. Let's see. Question for Dave. Any favorite Congress or Senate members?
That are in office right now or that are running tonight?
Dealer's choice. Both. Surprise me.
I mean, I always go I lean progressive. Rashida Tlaib is great. I'm hoping Shahid Buttar pulls up the upset against Pelosi tonight, but I really don't see it happening. Yeah, I always lean young, progressive. No specific favorites, really.
I agree. I think I'm probably in the same boat. Likewise, hoping, man, if we could get Nancy Pelosi out of there, that would be amazing and all kinds of dope. But I don't know exactly how hopeful I am right about that.
In Virginia, let me actually look at that. Qasim Rashid is a candidate that I really like. Let me try to bring up his district on the map. Virginia 1st District, if I'm not mistaken. Kwame, why don't you tell the story while I try to find this district?
We are at 12% reporting in mass. Because it's our home state, we'll probably do that one a little more frequently. Right to repair, yes, still pulling ahead. Ranked choice voting has been back and forward every freaking minute. The no's are taking it at 54%. We're still only at 11% reporting on that, though. So we still have a long way to go, a long night to go. Hopefully, y'all turned out for ranked choice voting because that would do amazing things.
Why did it click shop? I hate this goddamn laptop.
Let's see. Let's maybe says Virginia 1 went Republican.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's super unfortunate.
It's kind of expected, but I did see Qasim Rashid getting a lot of support, like when he posts on Twitter from people who voted Republican in 2016 saying they would vote for him too. So that's a little surprising.
Yeah, man. Social media and Twitter just be letting us the hell down.
I think it just gets I think I just think pay too much attention to it is what it is. Like,
I think that maybe that's what we're learning. Like Kamali said, that one dude ran that super dope campaign apparently.
But he also had like a breakdown or something, didn't I? If it's the same guy that I'm thinking of. He had like a mental breakdown on social media as well.
That will usually hurt your
unless that was another person, another Joshua that was running an even smaller campaign.
There's a lot of Joshuas out there.
There sure are.
Let's see. Anything new? Anything updated?
I don't think Joshua for Congress had a mental breakdown. I don't think that was him. Joshua for Congress, he was pretty actually. He took it in stride when he lost. He was like making jokes about himself and like, yeah, he's now like a truck driver and he's like, yeah, guys, don't worry, like I won't do any more. I won't do any more harm out here.
I think there was an even smaller candidate also named Josh with a
Gotcha. Yeah. No, he was. He was I liked he had good policies too. Like he was a Medicare for all, Green New Deal, like it was good policy ideas, solid progressive. I don't know what the hell, I don't know what he was doing. It was just like like I don't know. You could have just gone out and just straight up bought votes at a lower price than that. Like I don't know how he he was shocked. He couldn't believe how bad he did. And so, yeah, it's like, did y'all see, Kwame, did you see the stuff from What Up America? I hope you did. Maybe that's what you're fixing right now. Hopefully that's what Kwame's working on right now is, was getting some suggestions there on how to fix that audio because we really got to fix that audio, man. That is terrible, dude. And that is like, stream ruining audio right there, Kwame.
I just needed him to stay on while you were gone.
No, I think that's what he's working on, fixing up. Nice. Did you answer that question? Did you see the question from What Up America, Dave?
Yes, I did.
Okay, nice. All right.
I answered candidates. The candidate I named was Qasim Rashid, and like Let's Play just said he did not pick up the seat. So that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I think I bought in a little too much of the social media presence with him.
Yeah, I was listening to the conversation there, and I did too. I mean, I was also following Qasim Rashid, and seemed like he was, had a solid chance based on that social media presence. But clearly, it is not as impactful as what we imagine. That's why I think the same goes for Shahid Buttar tonight. I think that he has a great social media presence. But
am I back and can you hear me?
Yes, and I think that there is no more distortion. So please say something one more time for us.
Hello.
Okay,
your boy is back in the building.
Thank you. Thank you to What Up America. If that suggestion was what did it, thank you to What Up America. Or if not, still thank you to What Up America.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. I'll do more troubleshooting before the next video. But thank you nevertheless. You always come through. What Up America? We appreciate you.
Yep. What Up America is our personal audio technician here. Remote audio technician.
We might have to video stream and you can walk me through how to fix this audio.
Well, What Up America will be joining us later tonight around 11 p.m. once polls close on the West Coast. What Up America is going to be joining us here on the show tonight. So keep an eye out for that, folks. If things still stay dull like this, like What Up, we can bring you in a little bit earlier. We'll see. But that'll be good because then that'll give us something. We got something to look forward to there. And the final. I don't know what has to change here for. I'll be interested to see if is anything unexpected going to happen tonight. I don't know. So far, it's been pretty much on the line of what everyone expected here.
So far, the only unexpected thing is this never-ending no in the ranked choice voting in mass right now, and that's a little disappointing.
That's disappointing. Yeah, I really hope that pulls away because that'll be a real damn shame. You know what though? We got this conservative ass voting people.
Yeah,
we suck at ballot initiatives in the state. Like we didn't get across.
Not just that, but it was from a couple people I had talked to. It was a little confusing on the question. They didn't quite understand how it was worded, so maybe there's some of that as well. I don't know.
Damn clear for the. I thought the right to repair was trickily worded, but like I thought the ranked choice voting was pretty damn clear, and like people gotta. Damn man, I just wish that people didn't vote on stuff if they weren't fully informed on it or didn't feel comfortable. Like just don't vote and let people that actually took the time, like did the research. Like I don't vote for candidates that I'm not familiar with anymore. I just leave it blank. If I don't know I'm not voting for people that I don't know. Like if you didn't do the outreach, you're not speaking to me in any way, I'll try to do some research. I'll spend what time I do have to try to do some research. But if I can't research you and find your policies, if you're hiding what your policies really are or anything like that, like I don't got time. You know, the American people don't got time for that. And so, yeah, it's too much to expect everybody to go down the line on that. Yeah. And so I'd encourage people, if you're not familiar with someone, a candidate or something, don't vote for that. Don't vote for I used to vote just because it said incumbent by somebody's name. You know, I would vote for them. And I'm like, I don't vote for people running unopposed. My technique, my tactic is, hey, at least the next person that runs will look at it and see that, you know, it only takes 1,000 votes to win that seat, and then it'll encourage some small time person that I can actually win instead of having to do 10,000 votes to beat that. So that's my strategy right now. But so I hope that the ranked choice vote, I hope that'll pull away, but the early returns are not looking good for it right now. That's for damn sure. And that's unfortunate. Maine got themselves some ranked choice voting, which we'll see if the ranked choice voting in Maine impacts the Senate race at all in Maine. It's Susan Collins running against Sarah Gideon. There is a third party candidate who I am blanking on. Lisa Savage, I believe, is the Green Party candidate in that Senate race. And 61% of voters had Sarah Gideon as their second choice vote, and only 16% had Susan Collins as their second choice vote. So if ranked choice voting holds up, and you know, it could end up being a boon for Democrats in Maine. It could end up helping them to win in Maine. So we'll see what ranked choice voting does there. I just hope Massachusetts takes a cue from Maine and actually passes ranked choice voting. I don't know why anyone would want to deny people more choices. Oh, okay. You know, you don't want to do ranked choice. You know, the propaganda they run against ranked choice voting blows my mind, you know? Yeah. It's,
I don't even know how you can frame it.
Yeah, exactly.
How can you make what I think the only argument is it makes the ballot more confusing.
Yes, that's exactly
I'm willing to bet that it's more of that and less of hey, if you are staunchly against ranked choice voting, please jump in the comment sections and give us any sort of argument or explanation, not to put you on the spot or anything, because the only thing I could assume is that they, like I said, someone didn't understand, because I can't see why you would be actively against it.
I'm going to try to post this up on Twitter and see if I can get people in here talking.
Oh, my favorite thing, to scream into the void of Twitter and see what comes back.
Connie says, I don't understand why anyone would vote against ranked choice voting. That seems like a really bipartisan issue. Yeah, no, it seems like it, but the propaganda they run throughout the state, like they were managing to, like they were flooding the airwaves. They got all these airways against the right to repair, especially against right to repair, because they had some real big money interests come in against that, and they were running some solid propaganda there.
Do you remember when they had the vote for the nurses? Last year.
That was the safe patient limits.
Yeah, the propaganda machine out in mass is wild. It is super wild. They're good at it. I'll give them that much.
Yep. and they run their propaganda, they run these ads, they flood the airwaves, and you can't make out heads or tails. And they do a number of people, and so they were saying, "Oh, ranked choice voting, it confuses people, causes confusion on the ballot." What is so damn confusing about picking number, ranking a thing one through whatever amount of people there are? There's nothing confusing about that. Stop kidding themselves. There's no confusion there. There's no confusion whatsoever. It only is an expansion of democracy, gives people more choices. It allows you to break the two-party machine. And so there's no excuse. It's a damn shame. Let's Maybe says combining all outlets. I see it's Biden 122, Trump 120. Yep, sounds about right. Good update there. Let me put this up. What do we got this on? Is that one of y'all that got the screen up there? Or is it me? Nope, it's me.
It's you.
How is it me when I? Oh, okay. I see. I got it up in two places. Gotcha. All right. I'll take a look at Decision Desk. Yeah, Decision Desk has 120, 115. Okay, yep. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we got different.
Yeah, but let's maybe just said combined. It's 122, 120. Biden versus Trump right now. If we combine all electoral votes from both places,
makes sense. Back on, got cold again.
Do you care about any of the other districts in our lovely, lovely state? They all seem like they're going the way you would think.
I mean, the establishment candidate won our district, so
yeah, I don't think there's anything interesting in the congressional races for our state.
For Mass, definitely not.
Yeah, shout out Ayanna Pressley.
Washington Colossus.
No, don't. She does not deserve it. She's a sucker.
Guess.
No, people like her, I'm sure, but I am not an Ayanna Pressley fan. I'll be real honest.
Damn.
Really?
Yeah, she's just a run of the mill, pseudo progressive. She's a progressive in name only. She's just like Elizabeth Warren. You don't
think she's done anything to kind of change your mind? No,
not one bit. Not one bit.
I've got no retort for that. So
yeah,
I can't argue with it.
Yeah, it was like 2016. She was saying that Medicare for all is a pie in the sky dream that we'll never get, and blaming a reporter for being sexist for even questioning Hillary Clinton. And they were like, no, it's just a question. It's an honest question. I'm just asking you an honest question here. And she's like, that's sexist to even question. No, Lord. And she's not a real progressive. She's not like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and AOC. She does not go in strong on these policies or speak out. You never hear her about her. She just
rides the wave.
Yeah, exactly. She just rolled along with that. And even the dude that she beat, I forget his name right now. But he was just they had the same ideology. He was a progressive too. It was the same ideology. But it was just, identity politics stuff. But she's fine. I mean, I voted for her. I supported her a bit. She was slightly better, ever so slightly. So, but we could do a lot better though. We should do a lot better, and we can do a lot better than Ayanna Pressley here. And I hope we get a chance because I think that she would run for a Senate seat at some point in the near future. I think that she'll try to run for a Senate seat, so that would free up her seat, and hopefully we'll see. Looks like MSNBC has Democrats with 40 seats in the Senate right now and Republicans with 37 as they currently stands on MSNBC. So that's the numbers out on MSNBC.
Texas is tightening. We got 49.5% over on Decision Desk for Joe Biden, 49.21%.
We're talking about 25,000 votes.
Yeah, 25,000. God damn. With 70 to 89% reporting in.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, there's a it's New York Times has it at 73% reporting, and they have Biden at 49.4, and I'm sorry, Trump at 49.4, and Biden at 49.2. So Trump just.
And what did you say? What did you say the reporting was over there?
73%. I think
73?
Decision just has more, right? Yeah, they've been up ahead of New York Times on Texas so far tonight. Yeah, what do we see here that could change the trajectory of this election? I mean, Ohio is still in Biden's column right now, but it's 62% reporting. That lead has continued, that gap has continued to close. Donald Trump is within 75,000 votes now in Ohio, and he is, he should win Ohio. Trump should win Ohio. That would be a massive victory for Biden if Biden somehow manages to pull out Ohio. I don't see a path forward. I don't see a path to 270 for Trump if he doesn't pick up Ohio, if he doesn't pick up North Carolina. So those are crucial for the North Carolina and Ohio.
North Carolina tightening on Decision Desk.
Yeah, North Carolina. Yeah, they got 80% reporting on New York Times, and that's 50.3 to 48.5.
Decision Desk has over 99%, and it has Biden up by half a point.
Holy what? Okay.
Yes, this is going to be a huge state.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll pop over there. If North Carolina,
this is a 25,000 vote lead for Joe Biden right now.
Yeah, if North Carolina goes for Biden, then I am, I'm pretty sure that Biden will end up winning if North Carolina goes for him. So I'm pretty sure they'll end up winning. I wouldn't be comfortable enough to be like, it's absolute, it's over.
Trump would need Ohio and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Trump would have to win both of those.
And Arizona.
And I don't think if Trump wins, if Biden wins North Carolina, I feel like Biden will end up winning Pennsylvania, but that's not a guarantee. Those are different voter bases, and there's no guarantee. But just based on polling, it would seem that way. Thank you to everybody that just joined us. If you haven't done so already, please do us a favor and hit the like button down below. Subscribe to the channel. If you're not already subscribed, you definitely want to be subscribed so you can see coverage like this. Luckily, you won't have to see coverage like this for a long time, for at least about 2 years to midterms. We won't have to deal with this noise again. And hopefully the content that you'll see will be a lot more of just us, trying to bring left-wing ideas and ideals to the table and progress those ideas. So please hit the like button, subscribe, and share. And if you can afford to do so, head over to our Patreon, patreon.com/radical democracy. For as low as $1 a month, you can support independent left media. We need your support. We're still under $100 a month pledge, so we really want to get to $100 a month. So please head over to patreon.com/radical democracy. Links are in the description box below, and help us get to $100 a month. We need your support. Support us now. There's no better time than now. You can also drop us a one-time tip on coffee at coffee.com/radical democracy. Again, links are in the description box below. And you can also support Kwame at Raised Fist Media. Check him out on Twitter at Raised Fist Media and on Patreon at patreon.com/Raised Fist Media. Links are in the description box below as well. So just click that link in the description box below and check it out. All right.
Not to hijack your stream, don't leave right now, but later on, go over and check out the really dope episode that me and Kamali just did on our friend Lupe Fiasco. Oh boy, that was a tough one. A little emotional. Oh my goodness, but it was a really good one. So if you haven't checked that out yet, please pop on over to Raised Fist Media on YouTube and watch the really dope episode that we did about Lupe Fiasco. You will not be disappointed.
Yeah.
You will be disappointed in Lupe Fiasco.
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
Oh, wait, no, stop, guys. Spoilers. They haven't seen the video yet.
No, yeah. No, you'll find out real fast. You can find out from the title of that video how we feel about that one. All right, but shout out to Steve. Just another shout out to Steve Alvarez for the $50 tip on coffee. Thank you so much to Steve for that massive tip. If you want to be like Steve, and trust me, you want to be like Steve, head over to Coffee, support the show, coffee.com/radical democracy. We need your help. All right. So let's take it over to Decision Desk real quick. I'm going to pop over to Decision Desk here. So give me 1 sec.
Trump is building a lead in Michigan on Decision Desk.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, that would be a significant.
He's got about a 15-point lead right now.
Interesting.
With 25% reporting.
Huh. Wow, that is interesting. That is interesting. That's Trump. You're saying has a 15-point lead in Michigan, even with all the.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Because there was early voting in Michigan, but they had to wait until after the polls closed in order to start counting the mail-in ballots. So, that is very interesting because I would actually expect an early, for Biden to take the lead early. Right now on Decision Desk with only 17% reporting in Wisconsin, Trump is up by a narrow lead. That's going to be back and forth. That's liable to change. Michigan, as Dave stated, is about a 15%, plus 15 for Trump right now, with about 25% of the vote.
Hang on a second. Let's say maybe just said in the comments that the Senate race in North Carolina is separated by less than 4,000 votes. Let's check that out.
Okay, yeah, please. Let's pull that up.
I'm not sure who the candidates in North Carolina are.
Yeah, let me pull that. I'm trying to pull that up. If anyone else can pull it up, it will be appreciated.
Cal Cunningham is the Democrat leading Tom Tillis by 4,000 votes.
Yep.
Wow.
Over 99% reporting. So.
Oh wow.
That's an open seat. I believe there's no one listed as the incumbent there.
Okay. Yep. So that's open seat. All right. Very interesting. Wow. That'll be interesting to see. And that's a Senate race coming down to less than 5,000 votes. That's wild.
Yeah, it's super tight, and it's still super tight for the presidency too.
Yeah. Okay. In where's North? Okay. Yes. Yeah. And that was with 99. Oh yeah. Let's take a look at that decision desk.
Yeah, we are now at Joe Biden with a 0.5% lead.
Wow. Damn. Yeah.
By about 25,000 votes or so.
25,000 votes. Wow.
That's so close.
Yeah. My expectation is that this is going to get called soon. Like it'll get called tonight. Because it seems like they're going to be able to get the full count done. But I got to check on North Carolina in there and see.
Is that one that he could possibly that could be affected as far as counting in mail counting?
It says 99% are already in, so
true.
That's already there.
Huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And now, if Trump wins Michigan, that's basically did Trump who won in 16? Trump won Michigan 16, right?
Yep.
Okay.
By like 0.7%, I believe it was. Yeah, so less than 1%. He won by.
He's up by 15 right now.
Yeah, he's up a lot right now.
Sorry, 0.3%. It was 0.7% in Pennsylvania. 0.3%.
It just updated. He's still up by 15.
That's still under 30% reporting.
Yeah,
we're still low. Not to get everybody freaking out.
Yeah. These are still way too early. The votes could totally swing. Of course, we do expect earlier votes.
We're just discussing them.
Yeah, we're just chatting.
North Carolina, where that one is possibly going to flip to Joe Biden.
Yeah, that would be a big pickup for Joe Biden. That would be a big pickup for Joe Biden. It's only 15 electoral votes, but it is, in a race where Trump has almost no margin for error whatsoever. He can't lose any of the states that he held in 2016. He has to hold all of them. So yeah, he can't lose any of these swing states. So, Michigan and Wisconsin are still up in the air, but North Carolina is still also up in the air because it's so tight. I mean, now what I need to understand is, they say over 99% of the ballots are in, but or votes have been counted, but what about votes that continue to trickle in through the mail? I got to find out what the rule is in North Carolina. I can't seem to find out yet what is the rule in North Carolina for if you can count votes, even if the ballots received days later, as long as they're postmarked before the election day. I wonder if that's the
I can try to pull that up.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. It says your ballot must be postmarked by Tuesday, November 3rd and received no later than Thursday, November 12th. So they could get ballots all the way up until November 12th, and they wouldn't know how many ballots those were. So there's some chance that if it's close, if it's razor thin, if we're talking about, and what's gonna happen is they're gonna go into court, and they'll go to court, and they'll try to stop the counting from happening, and they'll try to do all kinds of things. So if it's a close one, that it might not be called tonight.
I believe decision just put Trump ahead of Biden in Ohio. I think it just flipped on my screen.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So Biden being ahead at the end of the night in North Carolina, if he's ahead, do you think Trump lets the mail-in ballots count because he thinks there might be more for him so he can get back in it? Or
interesting. I know. Yeah, you're right. Yes. If Biden's up at the end, he would need to, he would need to. And although the mail-in ballots are more likely to come in Democratic, with this it's such a tough call. But at that point, like Dave's saying, like there might be, there might be like no choice but for him to be like, well, I got to let it play out because that's the only hope I have for it to shift in my direction.
And if that happens, I feel like he will only lose worse.
And nobody that falls into this. So
that would be interesting. Do you think that would quell some of the people?
If he pulls ahead in North Carolina tonight?
Yeah,
that's a guarantee.
What's that?
Stop the mail-in ballots. If Trump wins,
yeah, exactly. He will fight. He will take it to court.
Yeah, he will take it to court tonight. He's gonna have them to go through, and he's already said he would stop them. So he's not like an asshole when he says, "Okay, let them go through."
Yeah. No. As votes continue to be counted, we're about down to about a 0.4% difference in North Carolina between Biden and Trump, and then Pennsylvania is still only 28% or so of the vote in, and Biden's got a comfortable lead still for now, but that's liable to change. Like Dave and Kwame were saying, Ohio has now Donald Trump, as we predicted, closed the lead in Ohio. He has closed the lead and closed it entirely, and now he is actually leading by about 0.4%, about 0.37% up in Ohio right now, and with about 71% of the vote in Ohio, and Donald Trump has taken the lead there. So this is expected. Votes are still rolling in, so we'll just keep a close eye on it. But this is not unexpected, really. Trump was, polls showed that Trump had about a 2-point lead in Ohio going into election day, and he won last year by in 2016 by 3.5 points. Sorry, 2016 he won by 8.1 points, and the polls had him at 3.5 points. So he really outperformed polls last time. If he outperforms the polls again, it would be not just a 1-point lead, but actually more like a 6-point victory for him tonight. If he outperforms polls in the same way that he outperformed them in 2016.
Just a heads up, New York Times is ahead in total vote tally for Texas, and they have Trump ahead now.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And so that's going where we expected it to go.
Yeah.
Really close though. That is freakishly close,
closer than anyone expected.
Yeah, this is like wildly close. So I can't believe Texas is this close. That's unreal.
So, but yeah, they're still behind Decision Desk on North Carolina. But yeah, they are ahead now on Texas, and they're putting Trump up ahead of Biden. And I expect that lead to continue to grow.
Yeah. That would be, if anything else other than that would be shocking. Would be an absolute shock to the system. If Texas goes blue, that's it. I mean, we can call it. Like I said, we will pack it in for the night.
I rarely see fourth quarter comebacks in elections. Like,
yeah,
usually once that first wave comes in to put one candidate ahead when they were behind, you know what I mean? That's it. But
yeah.
Lindsey Graham is ahead of Jamie Harrison by 10 points now.
Okay, yeah, he's really stretching that lead out there. That doesn't look good for Jamie Harrison. Yeah, I don't think Jamie Harrison has much of a chance there. I don't. The Democrats have the Democrats picked up a single Senate seat yet?
I don't think so. The Republican candidate in North Carolina pulled ahead as well. That was the super close one that we were talking about.
Yeah. He's definitely.
How much? What are the numbers looking like?
10,000 votes.
Different. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Up from 4,000. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that looks
in the wrong direction, but
yeah. All right. Let's see. Colorado has been called by the Decision Desk for Biden now, so they called Colorado. As expected, went blue. You know, there's just no surprises here so far. No surprises. We really got to wait for, Wisconsin, Michigan to start to fill out and gain some clarity here. Those are going to be crucial states. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, yet again, are going to be really critical states that it comes down to. That margin in North Carolina, it just keeps on somehow managing to get tighter. It is now 0.17%. Like, sheesh. We're talking about like a difference of less than 10,000
votes. 9,000 votes almost exactly. 9,014 votes.
Yep. In a presidential election statewide with 99% of the vote in. You're talking about 9,000 votes. I mean, that's wild. That's wild. That can absolutely come down to what those final ballots to mail in, those late absentee ballots, those late mail-in ballots could decide this election.
I'm blaming the people that voted for Don Blankenship.
That 0.13 or that Joe Jorgensen with her 0.83. Although that would hurt Trump if anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey fam, can we go to the comment for 1 second? Because I just saw something that piqued my interest.
Yep.
From LT, can we talk about DC Ballot Initiative 81? Do you guys know what DC Ballot Initiative 81
I'm pulling it up right now.
No,
I got you. I already got it pulled up, fam.
All right. Yep. Hit us with it.
This
is this one. Yes. I love it.
We appreciate you, fam.
Yeah, I love it.
So as of right now, since you're inquiring, this looks like this would be the decriminalization of psychedelic plants. In a big smash right now.
Who do I donate to?
Yo,
now, I guess.
No, that looks done. That looks
at 38%. What is that? 38% counted so far. 76%. That's strong.
That's strong. That looks like that's winning. Yo, anytime they put a ballot initiative on drugs up, like we win. I want them. We need to put everything on the ballot. I want to see cocaine on the ballot. I want to see.
I don't want to just see decriminalization. I want legalization and safe injection sites. Let's make shit safer for the homies, please.
Yeah, for sure. I think that
the science is there.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'll take a decriminalization. I'll take decriminalization, but yes, legalize, tax, regulate the stuff so that we can have safe drugs. People can get
safe usage sites, all of that, monitored safe usage sites. I have a pretty dope friend online who does, I think, works at one or has been campaigning hard for them. If we ever do a show on it, I'll reach out. Maybe we can get them on there. But yeah, no, that is one that's definitely like kind of near and dear to my heart, you know, especially with everything going on with the crises that we've been having. Like, yo, legalize shit. We could save a lot of people. We could save a lot of people.
That's wild. So DC is voted to, it looks like, decriminalize.
Yeah, decriminalize, not legalize. But
yeah, so decriminalize, and that would include magic mushrooms. They said psychedelic plants. What other plants are there besides magic mushrooms that are psychedelic?
It's up here. I think.
What else did you say, Dave?
Peyote.
Oh, peyote. Okay. Yep. Nice.
I don't know if that's in the literature here, but
yeah, it looks like it just says that's for Oregon, though. That's for Oregon. Oregon's measure 109 is to legalize psilocybin therapy. So there's more specific. It's not all psychedelics, but it's to legalize psilocybin therapies, which is like they do like ketamine therapies, which are legal, you know, and like so I would absolutely, and man, I've been telling people this. I mean, I absolutely am in favor of psychedelics. I think that if you can handle it, everyone should experience psychedelics at least once in their life.
Definition here for what they're considering psychedelic plants.
Okay, what's psychedelic plants?
An entheogenic plant and fungi, such as that contain ibogaine, dimethyltryptamine, mescaline, psilocybin, or psilocin. Psilocin is another compound that are usually in magic mushrooms.
Magic shroom. Yeah.
I don't know what the dimethyltryptamine is. Mescaline is an old, mostly outdated drug related to peyote, a type of cactus. Ibogaine is a type of roofie, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, let's not go.
Hey, if you consent, as long as you're consenting, mutual non-consensual thing, guys.
Yes.
Drugs like that, ibogaine and GHB, do have self-medicative uses that people misappropriate into roofies, but they do. A lot of people do self-medicate with them.
Yeah.
So that would be one of them.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's dope though. I love to see measures like that. I see that New York Times just called the race between Lindsey Graham and Jamie Harrison for Lindsey Graham. So Lindsey Graham, it looks like holds on to that seat.
Chris Matthews won't mistake him for Tim Scott again.
Yeah. Yeah, that was messed up. Who did that? Was that Chris Matthews? Chris Matthews. Yeah. That was wild. Just a dumbfounded look.
Talking to me right now. That's live. What are you doing?
Real quick, I need to jump and go refill my beverage. I don't want to leave a huge hole in y'all's heart while I'm gone. So maybe we can replace me with something equally awesome. Maybe, possibly.
It will. How?
Your mom?
Becca coming up?
No. So, a different guest. I'll let you guess.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully, you'll have it figured out by the time I get back.
I see. What's up? Yeah. Nice. I got you. All right.
Thank you. How do you like that clean ass segue right now?
All right. I'm bumping you for now. Get out of here. All right. So, let's see. We are gonna have one of our awesome Patreon patrons / the creator of the dope ass intro song that plays every time this show starts now and ends, is going to be joining us here as soon as you give me the thumbs up there. Okay, dope. All right, so with no further ado, we have What Up America, aka Ian Olson, aka Plasmon, in the building. What's up? What up?
I'm here.
Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
What up, Dave? Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Glad to see you. How's it going over there?
It's nice.
Yeah. You're in Washington, right? Washington State?
Washington State, yeah.
Yep. So are you in Seattle or you're outside of Seattle?
I'm in Spokane.
Okay, Spokane. Okay. Right. Is it Spokane or Spokane? Spokane?
Spokane.
Okay, all right. Spokane. All right, I've been screwing that up for my entire life then. So Spokane, Spokane, Washington. So yeah, so you're over there on the West Coast. Polls are going to be closing up around. Some polls have started to close. Others are, most of them closing at 8 o'clock Eastern. 11 o'clock 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock what the hell is the time on the West? What the hell?
Pacific. 3 hours
Pacific. Why did I suddenly space on the word Pacific? All right, so Pacific time.
You all right, bro?
Yep. lots of thoughts going through the brain there. But yeah, so it's good to have you on. Appreciate you coming on. What up joined us a while back for we talked about the climate change and issues like that. And What Up is a climate activist. And how are you feeling? How are you feeling about the results so far?
I am strictly here for emotional support. I am not here for analysis or any sort of educated understanding of what's going on. I'm just sort of observing and being oh, so this happened now. I really have no input.
Nice.
You guys have stunned me on your analysis and political intuition and all this kind of stuff. Really, I do not have any of that kind of thing. I'm just sort of sitting here I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't even necessarily care.
Yeah, same. To be honest, I don't necessarily care either right now. To be quite honest, if we're being all the way real here, because we know what's set to happen is that if Joe Biden wins, quote, nothing will fundamentally change, and that's in his own words. So,
it's just gonna be Trump part 2 if Joe Biden gets elected. It's the same shit, different person, but almost exactly similar. Just
policy wise, it's exactly policy wise, they're practically identical. And then it's just rhetoric. It's the rhetoric that people like. That Joe Biden's a little bit. He'll say he still feels the same way. He's still a misogynist. He hates poor people. He hates black people. Do you think that Biden likes black people? Come on, I dare somebody to tell me that Joe Biden likes black people. It's
you don't vote for him, you're not black. You ain't black.
Exactly. You ain't black. If you don't vote for Joe Biden.
It's so clear. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we've played his racist ads, his cringy racist ads on the show time and time again. So yeah, you got to miss me with the Joe Biden cares about black people.
Your recent psychedelic interlude sort of took me. I'm looking at this from somebody who doesn't know anything about electoral politics, and I'm looking at this map. I'm it looks like it's mostly red and all. The majority of it looks like it's red and all that kind of stuff. Are they winning or are they losing? What's the deal? Please help me out. I don't.
But it's all those Midwest states that count for 4 and 5 electoral votes for these big states because they have very low population. So we know that usually happens.
And per capita, their votes have 7 times the weight of a vote in California.
Yes. Yeah, it really is wild. So if you're a voter in California, you have very low impact as an individual voter in California on the outcome of the election. And
something that really trips me up is that it's usually Republicans defending the Electoral College, right? There are more registered Republicans in the state of New York than there are voters in Wyoming. So if you eliminated the Electoral College, New York would have more representation by Republicans.
Wow. Yeah. That is wild. Yes. Yeah.
They always default to the argument, then
wild.
California would determine every election.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you're stripping the voice of all of New York Republicans away from just so Wyoming can have a say.
That's wild.
So land can have a say. This is, once again, the American thing of putting more value on land and capital than people.
Yeah, absolutely. That is wild. I didn't know that stat. I did not know that stat. That is a really interesting way to look at that. I didn't, that there's more Republican voters in New York that they would pick up by abolishing the Electoral College. Those Republican voters in New York would offset all the voters that they
the voters of
Wyoming. That's
the
why.
entire state.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. Wow. And then when you think about I'd love to see like the breakdown of that for like across the states, how that shifts things. But obviously we know California imbalance just throws everything out of whack. So that's what they're really afraid of with the electoral college.
California has a lot of Republican areas too. The whole eastern part of the state in the desert is mostly Republican.
Yeah, but from a popular vote standpoint of what we see shake out, it's been about like Hillary won by 3 million votes overall in the popular vote. So they look at that broad number and say, okay, across the board, it plays out more in Democrats' favor. So,
could I just say one thing? Like, there's a huge rivalry in my state in Washington among like where I live now, Spokane, and the west coast of Washington, right, where Seattle is and where all the big cities, Tacoma, everything. And like there's signs everywhere here that say like, dump Inslee, who is Jay
Inslee. Yeah.
He's the governor of our state. And like they really hate him. And there's this lady, Culp, who wants to replace Inslee this election. And everybody here is hyper like Trump activated, like there's trucks just everywhere zooming around. Like I hear them like the whole town is just roaring, like just with trucks and stuff like that. Like it's crazy.
So is it like Trump country out there? Is it like
yeah, big time. I mean, I moved here because actually the rent was way cheaper here, and so I was like, I don't even care if I live in Trump country. Like I can deal with Trumpies. Like
I can afford to live, yeah.
Straight up, like it's half the amount that I would pay in Seattle to live. And so I was like, I moved out here because I was like, if there's anybody who would dig my sales pitch, hook, line, and sinker, it's Trump supporters. Like if they've taken what Trump has given them, and they're like, oh, that's exactly what I want. Like I'd be like, I can sell you a cell phone, I can sell you an iPhone, like I'll give it to you.
Absolutely.
Hey, so just a quick update. Decision Desk now has Trump ahead in North Carolina, Georgia, and Texas.
Okay, so it has Trump ahead in where?
North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina. Okay, yeah.
Ahead at that very close. He's up by 30,000 votes now. So I'm confident calling that his.
North Carolina.
Yeah, I'm confident with that going on Trump.
Yeah.
He's also in Pennsylvania, 500,000 votes. That's still under 50% reporting, so we'll see.
Yeah. So
growing his lead in Ohio as well. Yeah.
Oh my God, dude.
I think it's going to be Trump. I just want to call it now.
No. No, I'm freaking out, man. I do not want that at all. I'm so against that shit. Like I'm so afraid.
Michigan is still 30% of the vote, 32% for Wisconsin, 40% for Pennsylvania. So there's still a lot of votes.
Yeah, I mean, I've been drinking, so I'm a little pessimistic. But isn't it? I don't know what it is because I don't want Biden to win either.
Yeah. So
I don't want Biden to win. But I hate Biden, honestly. But like, dude, if Trump wins, I'm like, there might be the apocalypse in the next 4 years. And so I'm just so afraid of that, and it's just because we're so close. Anyways, regardless of who the president is here. We have all the other leaders in the whole other world, the whole world of Trump, all around the world, doing exactly the same thing he is. This is textbook horrible leadership from like around the world. You can find Trumps everywhere right now. And so it's not like unique to the US, the problem that we have. It's even in Germany, the one place that we consider like super progressive, super like they have really good unions, really good democracy in the workplace, right? They actually have a huge right-wing problem and still a gigantic Nazi problem. And so like, all that kind of stuff. And so, and here we have the Trumpism problem, which is akin to the same idea, you know, and that's what I'm afraid of most, especially living here right in Trump country. I see it all. I have a front row seat to all of this. That's actually kind of part of the reason I moved here, because I knew that, you know, I can live amongst them and I don't ruffle any feathers really. But they're all out there, dude. Seriously, like I'm listening to it right now. Trucks zooming around my neighborhood, zooming. They're all just revving their truck nuts, and that's what I like to call the Trumpers now, truck nuts.
Yeah, no, I mean they were running people off the road in Texas the other day, so you know they are truck nuts. Like, yeah, that shit was wild. The video of that, but yeah, no, the thing that I see is like it's. Unfortunately, it's just too hard to call for me, to be honest. I don't know. I if I knew, if I had a solid, just, you know, one way or the other. I mean, no, it wouldn't have impacted my vote personally, because I don't, you know, I know confidently that my state is a safe blue state, and so I knew as I did that my vote would have no impact. So I could comfortably vote green in Massachusetts, and I did proudly comfortably vote green in Massachusetts. But I don't, even if I were in a swing state, I still truly don't know that I just couldn't figure out. I couldn't decide whether or not you know, 4 more years of Trump is necessarily worse than you know, potentially 12 more years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And you know, and because also what we have to recognize is that Joe Biden, you know, was the precursor to Donald Trump. So, you know, we had Barack Obama and Joe Biden, and then that gave us, you know, that led into Trump. You know, Joe Biden again could lead into something far worse than Donald Trump. And we have to be real about that. Tom Cotton, Tucker Carlson, like those things exist out there. Yeah, and I think that the reaction to Biden, because we have to think about how is the next 4 years going to play out, and we're going to have 4 years of Joe Biden doing nothing.
To look back to Obama. Look how bad the Democrats did in the midterms after Obama got elected.
Yes, absolutely. When Obama had his famous quote about how they got shellacked, you know, and that was Obama's famous quote in what was it, 2010. 2010.
That was the first midterms for him.
Yeah, so like you know, that's the response is almost always, there's always a swing in the other direction. And that also means that even if the Democrats pick up the Senate right now, like if that's a big if, as we're seeing, they're not really, they are not winning. So far, I think they flipped 1 seat. It was Cory Gardner's seat so far that they flipped is 1 seat that they've been able to flip so far. They need to flip at least 3 in order to balance the Senate back out. So
that's the absolute worst. You know, the Democrats are the worst people at pushing any sort of agenda ever. Like they are so uncoordinated, and it almost like makes you think, it's like, are they working on this side of are they paid off by the Republicans to just do their agenda and to fold every time? You know, because that's what they act like. They act like they're paid by somebody to just fold every time and not do anything. Like with the Amy Coney Barrett or whatever. You know, they could have done things. They had several options. Why didn't they do any of those things? It's because they're totally somehow complicit in the reasons why she is coming to power.
Yeah,
it's going to ruin so much.
And the policies, you know, the things that she believes in don't really affect them in any way. You know, it doesn't harm their donors' bottom line at all. They by and large agree with her on all the corporate issues. You know, that's what she's really going to be deciding on, not those few social, you know, fringe social issues, but really the corporate and economic issues that she's gonna that is the bulk of the cases that are seen in the Supreme Court. And by and large, the Democrats and the Republicans, their donors, you know, agree on those things. They have the same corporate donors and the same people making those decisions behind the scenes for them. And by and large, they agree with each other. And so I think that's the problem, is that they are paid to lose. They're paid by the same people, and they just pay the Republicans a little bit more. They pay the Democrats a little bit less, and they say, we'll keep paying you as long as you lose. And they just make sure that they just don't give them as much. And so you get like it.
And all the same people pay the Democrats and the Republicans. They pay both of them at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like they're hedging their bet. You know, they give a little here and then they just hedge their bet, and they're like, well, either way, I got them in my pocket. You know, right. And so they're beholden to those same donors, and that gives way to folks being able to folks that don't really do any real resistance. They can do it, they'll do it in nominally, but not, and they just let through. Amy Coney Barrett was the fastest Supreme Court justice confirmed since 1975. So, and pretty much just about everyone's lifetime that's watching or in here right now, definitely everyone that's here right now, it's longer than any in our entire lifetimes. They've never had a Supreme Court justice nominated, confirmed so fast. But leave it to the Democrats. The Democrats 8 days before like an election, like leave it to the Democrats like a week before an election to allow that to happen.
But do you think that the Democrats were thinking like, oh, we shouldn't go so hard on the Amy Coney Barrett nomination. We shouldn't negate that because it may hurt our electoral chances. But then,
if anything, that helps their electoral chances. Like, if people see them fighting and actually win, like that would help their electoral chances. So,
what the hell were they thinking?
Yeah, I think they were thinking, hey, this is what the donors want. And all we got to do is just sit by the wayside, and they'll make sure that we get reelected next time. They're the ones that are going to buy the election. They're the ones that are going to get them elected. Sure, you need to vote for them, but they buy your votes, through those corporate interests. They just flood the airwaves with ads, and then people vote that way. And
why do so many common people respect the Democrats? Like, why do so many people just think these are the people who are just, oh, they're serious. Like, they're the ones who are going to make everything okay and we can just go to sleep again. It's like, that's ridiculous. Who are these people? Like, how can you think that way? How can you think that way about the Democrats? And I know plenty of these people. I know so many of them. You're like, oh, the Democrats
paying attention until it was Trump.
What's that, Dave?
It's because they didn't start paying attention until it was Donald Trump.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And so they'll act like Donald Trump is, some unique danger, but then they vote in favor of all of his military budgets. They confirm all of his, Supreme Court nominees. They confirm all of his federal, judges that he nominated, and they were fast tracking those federal judges for these little nothing, like scraps that they were being thrown, and Schumer was fast tracking his Senate confirmations. His judicial confirmations for both federal judges and, of course, Amy Coney Barrett for Supreme Court. And so, yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. This is what they're paid to lose. It's why Amy McGrath did how she did, and that's fine. They don't care, and they know that they just got, they'll get a bunch of like a handful of like working class people to pay into these things. But by and large, it's like these big, rich, liberals versus the big rich conservatives, and meanwhile, all the rest of us are the ones getting screwed all the while. So,
that's why, like, I'm super impressed with you guys for understanding the down ballot races, because that's what's way more important here. I mean, it really doesn't matter whether Trump or Biden is there in power. I mean, both. Well, I think it is different because the main difference is that we will have a different dynamic with the Democrats once Trump is out of power with Biden, right? We'll have a different dynamic with them, which I think is needed, because if we have Trump again for the next 4 years, we might have the same dynamic with the Democrats, the same dynamic we have now, which is where they're like always shaming us for being like, oh, if you say anything leftist, you're obviously in support of Trump. And it's like, I just want to change that dynamic and see what happens. Roll the dice. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. It could be that makes it, because they win the election, that Biden empowers the neoliberals, right? And they say, oh, neoliberalism is the way. Or it could be that, like, at this time, neoliberals don't have any idea what's coming at them because people are so activated now by the years of Trump that they're like chomping at the bit, ready to freaking, like, they want shit now.
See, the problem with that, though, that I worry about is that I take this sort of Brianna Joy Gray tack here of thinking that, and she said this recently on the Tim Black show, and then she said it again on the Katie Halper show. And her take essentially is that, you know, if protests worked to move Biden in any substantive way, because the question is, how are we going to move Biden to the left? You know, how are we going to push him once he's elected? How does the left push him? And most people's answer is, well, we're going to protest. We're going to go out in the streets. We're going to have these mass sustained protests, and that's how we're going to show them. And the reality is that we just had the largest, you know, mass protests, sustained mass protests in the history of the country. And Biden didn't move even an inch to the left. He didn't he did not budge on his criminal justice platform after, in the wake of the George Floyd protests, you know, through the summer, these became worldwide. We're not going to get worldwide protests for any, like, us wanting stuff after this when it's not Donald Trump in there. Who's gonna come out worldwide? You know, like, it's just, it doesn't happen when it's not against Donald Trump. It's like we don't get this worldwide response like that, and it's like people don't get angry enough. We're not even gonna get, our liberal friends aren't even gonna come out there with us when it's Donald Trump and black people are getting murdered by police. Like, our liberal friends are just gonna be like, wait, you can't criticize Joe Biden because, you know, then you're going to give the Republicans ammunition for the next, you know, election. But the question for that we have to ask seriously to the people that you know believe that, you know, if and maybe this is, you know, maybe that's you. If you believe that Donald Trump Joe Biden, Freudian slip, Joe Biden can be pushed to the left after the election.
No, I don't believe that.
Yeah, so you're not in that vein. But to the folks that do believe it, I think it's the responsibility is on them to explain to us what does the resistance look like? How do we actually move Biden left? Because we just tried. We went out in the street.
Can I clarify is that Biden would be better by simply just not being so far right that it just is tearing things apart. Even if he wasn't anywhere near towards the left, right? Even if he would just stay there and just hold for a moment, so we can figure things out, get our headspace together, and stop having chaos every single day, then the people who are this movement, who are all activated, may be able to actually enact a change on, well, and I really do not go along with the fact that we can move Biden anywhere left. No, we cannot. But we can force him to do shit from other directions, you know, from like, you know, a pincher movement, a sort of strafing, you know, like some sort of like, you know, you go around him and, you know, you get him from all sides.
But through what means though, because like depending on like for what policy, because there's for most things he's got veto power. Like he has come out and said if they asked him point blank, if Medicare for all passed through the House and the Senate and it made it to your desk, what would you do? And he said, I would veto it. I would veto Medicare for all. So
but he's a liar.
Yeah, but he's a liar by nature, but he doesn't lie when it's in favor of corporate. Like he lies to on things where he's lying about helping poor and working class people. You know, he's never lied in the favor of working class people. He always lies, you know, against their favor. He always lies in favor of his corporate interest. So it's always, you know, oh, I'm gonna do this really progressive thing, and then when he gets into power, he doesn't do that progressive thing. He never has a history of showing that.
He won't do it. He won't do it. But I think that under him, there is a better success for the big surge of progressive down ballot movements that we've seen to sort of take root and really get in there, and, you know, like AOC and them, like really win and not be challenged so much by incumbents, right? When we have a Democratic person, rather than when we have Trump there, when all the focus, and there's such a clear argument for the establishment where they're like, oh, Trump is in power. We can't do any of your agenda now because Trump is in power and we have to fight Trump. It's like the same damn thing we've been going through for 4 years. It's like, it's horrible. And it's really good argument against progressives.
Now, the problem with that is, though, that, and I'm going to try to pull up a video that we covered on on this show here from the
I'm full
People's
of shit.
Convention.
I hope you guys know.
No,
Like,
no,
I'm full
don't
of
you don't gotta say that. No,
I
no,
really-
no. It's not full of shit. You have your opinion, and you should
But
have
it's
your
not
opinions.
a very well-founded one.
No,
Like,
no.
I
It's
go
what
with
you
guys a
believe,
lot
damn
more.
it. And it's totally acceptable. It's what you believe, and that's fine, and that's good, because what we're trying to show here is that, you know, we got a wide range of you know, a diverse set of opinions on the left, and this is how we work through this stuff. Dave and Kwame, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, can I tag in for a second, real quick? First of all, I want to say what up America.
What up, Kwame?
I'm-
Nice to meet you. It's really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I am super amped to finally get to do a show with you. Appreciate you, fam.
Yeah.
I just been sitting on the sideline real quick. I just wanted to say, as I've been mulling this over, that the Dems are weak. They're super weak. I have no faith in them. I've already said that numerous times tonight. As I believe, Kamali, you were gone when me and Dave were talking about it. I'm not confident in the hashtag resist right now at all.
No,
polling is down for polling is down for Black Lives Matter. Polling's down for defund the police. Once we get someone like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, this is all going to stop. All of the people who are out there enraged right now, it's going to stop, because they're only out there because they want it to go back to normal. They want it to go back. They want to be complacent. That's why Joe Biden is perfect. He's going to lull everyone back to sleep. That's why I'm happy we don't deal with Trump anymore once Joe Biden gets in office. But I am scared of the momentum that the resistance will lose once he gets into office. It's going to be much harder to fight the establishment, burn it all down. We need major change when the person isn't out there dog whistling through an air horn. It's going to make it much harder to say that we're fighting against a racist establishment or system when you put Kamala Harris in front of the camera and tell middle-aged Black people to stand down. And that's why I'm not at all.
They're basically weaponizing her identity.
Absolutely. I'm real nervous about it. I know the direct people in our bubble will still show up that next day and will protest and will push Joe Biden. I do not have confidence on the more liberal of the liberals. They just want to go back to brunch.
I just want to run an actual Twitter interaction that I had at a time. I said it was some post, and I commented saying that Joe Biden's grand vision of America is going back to a time right before Trump.
Yeah.
And so somebody commented on that saying, so? And I lost my headphones. Hang on. I was so someone commented on that saying, so what? And I'm like, what happened after before Trump?
Yeah, exactly. After before Trump, you get Trump, you know, like that's exact that, and that's the big concern.
I also did want to comment on what you said, What of America, about more progressive people being able to run in the down ballot elections. I think you're right in your premise, but I don't agree that the Dems will think it's okay to back them at this point. I think they will more than will run, but I don't think the conclusion of them getting
and I think that we have all the evidence that we need to see in the Obama presidency, right? We got 8 years under Obama, and what happened in the down ballot, legislatures across the country? We lost 1,100 seats under Obama. We lost 1,100 seats under Obama. So I'm telling you, it does not.
They're going to sleep. They're going back to sleep.
Exactly.
Black Lives Matter did not start under Trump.
Yeah.
So we need to remember, if our goal is to go back to normalcy, to go back to pre-Trump, we've already fucked up in a major way. In a major way. That cannot be the plan, and that is why from the minute Joe Biden started going with the whole, hey, we're gonna go back, and nothing significant will change. I was like, oh damn, we done messed up. President Candace Owens coming soon. It's coming. It's coming. Because in the Republicans, they fight dirtier and they
Lord, chill
smarter.
saying President Candace Owens. Like, don't even do that to me. That's so gross.
The first black female president will probably be a Republican, because I guarantee they're going. That's the next play, is to weaponize identity on their side. And once we lose that ground, because that's really all those Democrats have is identity politics. Once they lose that ground, what are they going to say?
Yeah. And I think that the other thing is that, with the Democrats, with these, with the down ballot issues and stuff, I suppose I can see the argument there, and I've heard arguments in some similar arguments that were like some of the better arguments made, yes, about some of those, the more local down ballot sort of stuff. The thing is, in a general election here, I think it will help if a Biden wins, means that will increase voter turnout for Democrats across the board. So maybe they pick up some seats and things like that here, but. The question to me always is, what do they do with the power? Like once they have this power, whatever. Okay, the Democrats pick up enough of the Senate seats or whatever the case is. I just don't think that it's going to be enough pickups for them to even actually, for them to have like a super majority or anything like that, of course. But even with their majority, I just don't see the Democratic Party, the Congress, through our Congress or anything like that. The progressives don't hold enough power. Sure, we can pick up some seats and that's fine. But they'll always have the excuse of like the blue dog Democrats to fall back on, to be like, oh, Joe Manchin, he voted against it. And, whoever, they'll find a handful of Democrats that will vote against the legislation. And all they need is one or two to go vote along with the Republicans. And so the Joe Manchins of the world will vote, and we won't be. And again, even if we pass legislation through both houses and both chambers of Congress or whatever, if we pass legislation through there, it has to land on Joe Biden's desk at the end of the day. And if it's progressive legislation, he has already shown his hostility towards progressive legislation. He said he would veto it. So like, I don't even think that if we make all those changes, the best argument maybe is that it will change, like affect local races maybe. But I think the 1,100 seats lost under Obama tells a different story. Were you going to say something? What up?
We might be able to change him a little bit on the vetoing of Medicare for all over time, over the 4 years that he's there.
I hope so.
By like crazy ass
so, but how?
And like crazy ass protests and like grassroots movement, like
see that. But I just
left over like.
But
like,
the only reason we have these crazy ass protests right now are because people are dying unarmed with Donald Trump in president. It wasn't to this level when it was happening under Obama, because like we said before,
so many names.
This started. Black Lives Matter
under Obama, by the way.
Black Lives Matter started under Obama, so I don't buy that anything is going to happen.
Obama was president.
Exactly. Like Kamali was just saying.
Sterling, I believe I might be wrong on that one, but
I think Alton Sterling was also under Obama. I was dead ass asleep.
Lando Castile. Yeah.
Dead ass asleep. Dead ass asleep.
And the thing is, hold on. The thing is that I was one of the sleep, like I was one of those asleep people. Like I was one of those people that were totally asleep, and I was complacent, and I was, and I was like, we got a black president, so I yelled. I was like,
shit was lit for a second.
Yeah, like,
and then he didn't do shit for a second.
So if I was willing to go to sleep, I know I got a bunch of liberal friends that they got the bed made already, and they're ready to take that nap right now. I mean, I know a set of these people that are going to if Biden gets elected, they are going to, they're going to check out for the next 4 years, and then they'll check back in 4 years.
What about the stats that say like, oh, the majority of American people are for Medicare for all? Like,
oh yeah. No, but that's been the case. We've had majority support for things like raising the minimum wage from the beginning, but the minimum wage and budge under Obama.
I'm glad you brought that up. I just saw a comment about Florida has a ballot measure to raise the minimum wage $15 from Brian Dew.
Yep. Brian Dew says Florida has a $15 minimum wage, an amendment to. requires 60% to pass, currently at 61.3% with 97% reporting. See if we can get an update on that, because that is probably even more in at this point. But that is
we're gonna try to look for that. Brian, keep us posted if you can.
I didn't realize it needed 60% to pass. What the hell is that all about?
That's weird. It's kind of weird.
Have you guys checked in on the mass questions yet? Because ranked choice voting is still not looking too good.
Okay. Yeah.
Great. That's a heartbreaker for me.
Yeah. That really
we're at.
By the way, I wanted to mention it back when.
No. 53% no with 51% recording. Sorry to cut y'all off. I just want to get that in real quick.
If anybody else out there has a ballot measure in their state that they want to hear us talk about or weigh in on, I know someone brought up half an hour ago. Please drop it in the comments. We'll talk about it for you. If you have questions about it, if you want our opinion on it, let's hear
absolutely. Yep, please. Good point. Great point.
And also, to keep furthering the topic we were just on, if you have any thoughts on how we are in a Joe Biden world gonna push that man, or if you disagree with anything that we've said, if you have any opinions on it, please weigh in, because that's what we do
absolutely. And shout out to Brian Dew, one of our Patreon supporters and just a great member of the community, always dropping knowledge. Brian is our unofficial economics correspondent here. He's just always dropping some economics knowledge.
I am just fascinated with Brian's posts.
No, he's always
always spinning.
Always packed full of information. He's provided some good stories here that we've covered on the show as well. So shout out to Brian and all of our Patreon crew. And thanks for the recent tip on coffee there, Brian. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Brian also says it looks like Dems lost a Florida House seat, Florida 27. So and Let's Maybe says Dems gained 2 seats, though, one in upstate New York. So overall, I don't expect anything to really change in the House. The House Democrats are still going to control the House. There was no real question about Democrats continuing to control the House. But I did see, let's take a look. We can take a look at North Carolina. I'll pull that back up because Ohio has gone. Okay, yeah.
Currently, North Carolina, I'm on Decision Desk. Trump is up by about 53,500 votes.
Yeah, so Trump continues to stretch that lead out at this point, with over 99% of the votes counted. He's approaching a 50,000 vote lead at this point, and he's looking like he's gonna secure North Carolina. So still, if that holds true, then right now
the map was exactly like
the map is the same. Yeah,
same. I'm looking at 2016 map right now.
Exactly.
The only difference is Arizona's kind of leading Biden early.
Yeah, leaning Biden, but I do believe
that gap for sure.
Yeah, that gap is going to tighten. There's no way it's going to hold at it. Right now, it's a 53-45. And that's about 73% in, but that's a lot of early votes coming in, initially, and then the lead continues to tighten like everything else over the course of the night. And so we've seen a lot, start out with a Biden lead, like in Ohio, and then little by little Trump has, scraped away and clawed his way back, and so.
Oh my God!
Ohio, Trump is now up 6% in Ohio at this point. By the way, with 86 to 99% in for a Decision Desk. They haven't called Ohio yet, but it is looking like it's going to be Trump, because
oh my God.
So that's
no.
We called it early. We did expect that one. It's looking a lot like 2016, the map so far, but I think Michigan and Wisconsin should wind up different. If they don't, that will
watch too. Biden has it's about 35% reporting, but Biden has about a 16-point lead.
Where's
Iowa.
that? In Iowa. Yeah. That's
the only state that Biden flips us on enough.
Yeah, and Biden could win Iowa and still lose if with my electoral map, because he would end up losing by 14 if Trump took Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania will very is looking like it's going to be the deciding factor in this election. More and more as the night goes on, it looks more and more like Pennsylvania is going to be the deciding factor this election. But Michigan and Wisconsin, if either of those break too, Michigan could be a major one if it stays Trump in any way. I think that I believe my map had Michigan to going to Biden. So a Trump win in Michigan would be surprising, I would say. If Trump wins Michigan, that would be a massive upset for those polls, because Michigan polls had Biden at plus 4.2. Of course, Clinton was plus 3.4, and she ultimately lost the state, but only by 0.3. So, that was a 3.7% swing. And so even if they got that same 3.7% swing here, Biden would still win. But this is, so far Biden is significantly underperforming polls right now.
Oh, no.
So we'll see. Yeah. We'll see if that holds and if that continues. But
can I say something real quick?
Absolutely.
I was just saying, I lived in Singapore for 3 years, and it gave me sort of a different kind of perspective on the world and that sort of stuff, and American politics. And I have to say, like, if this country votes in Trump again, it's just so embarrassing on the world stage, for the people here to do that. I mean, it just displays to Europe in general, like, that we're no longer willing to go along with them, and we're going along with all the enemies, like all the enemies of the left in Europe. Like, we're going along with that if we re-elect Trump. Like,
and it won't even be people re-electing Trump. It will be the Democrats having failed so badly, like, to put up a qualified candidate, because 2 times in a row you're gonna lose to the biggest moron on the fucking planet, like 2 times in a row. Are you really gonna do that?
They want to win. You're fucking like.
I know, right? Yeah, you're so right. You're so right, man. Why do I even say this stuff? Why do I say? You're absolutely right. Their goal isn't to win. They don't care.
Their goal is to lose and then say we tried.
Yeah.
Because Donald Trump Donald Trump is great for the campaigning.
I was about to say
for
Donald
the
Trump
media.
Is good for business. Yes.
He's good for
fundraising.
Business, baby.
You can fundraise off of Donald Trump like a mug. You can get so much off of Donald Trump said this tweet. I can fundraise off of that. Donald Trump did that. I can fundraise off of that. So they're fine. The people in power, they're fine with the Donald Trump presidency, because their lives are not going to, nothing's going to be different for them. But it's the masses of all the rest of us that will, that stand to suffer, and those marginalized people. It's really the, mostly immigrant communities, like South American immigrant communities really are the ones that, or not, not South American, really. Let me stop. I called it South American. North American, actually, with Mexico, like you're talking about, like, Mexican immigrants would be the number one. And then South America, what I would call Central America, but I guess that's not an official like term, but I think it's like an unofficial.
It is part of North America when you're talking about continents.
Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, so like Guatemala, Salvador, like El Salvador, like those places are like. Nicaragua, Costa Rica, like those places stand to, absolutely, have like refugees seeking asylum, up here, getting stuck in detention camps, getting like hysterectomies and experimentation performed on them in ICE concentration camps. They're the ones.
Don't you dare tell a liberal that Obama built those cages.
I know, yeah. That was like Trump's best line of the debates, I would say. When he was like, "Who built the cages, Joe? Who built the cages, Joe?" That was, I was like, "Holy shit!"
He was out there battle rapping. Forget Joe Biden's campaign ad. The best battle rap I've seen this campaign cycle was "Who built the cages, Joe?" He could just do that and sample it on a beat, man.
Yo, come in, Joe Budden. Like,
I know.
I would have
You
rather
slipped on
President
Joe
Joe
Budden.
Budden.
Yeah, I
man.
caught that.
For real, I still
man.
remember when I was working at the Faulkner. It was the 2008 election, and this guy that I worked with was calling John McCain. He was saying John McClane.
If only.
And I would have much rather voted for John McClane. Like,
Oh shoot.
I just want to throw this out there real quick. For all of you who are tuning in right now, who are maybe new and aren't hip to the dynamic that we have on this show, it's not all doom and gloom. It's only doom and gloom, and it's sad in the possible case that Trump wins. It's only sad if we choose not to do anything after that. Like that quote says, don't let it despair you, let it radicalize you. I know a lot of people, regardless of how this turns out, are going to go home. If it's Trump, it's going to be bad. If it's Biden, they're going to go home and maybe it'll get bad. But either way, we're going to be right here. And that's what counts, is we got to keep fighting, and we got to keep showing up either damn way, because it doesn't matter. It's going to be bad for some marginalized community. It doesn't matter which one of them wins. It's going to be bad for someone. So don't give up. If Trump wins, don't despair. We keep fucking fighting and come right back here
that we keep fighting, though. But
it's donate to radical democracy.
Yeah,
that's
but also build radical democracy. You know, like like serious, because I'm dead ass serious. Like if our solution continues to be to turn back around and to go waste our goddamn time in electoral politics, guys, we have to recognize a serious thing. And Cornel West continues to try to sound the alarm without alarming people. All right. Cornel West continues to try. He keeps on saying, listen, we may have to really
can I interrupt a second? We got Marvin Keeper asking in the comments, any news on Arizona's Prop 207? That is a proposition to legalize marijuana. That is currently winning yes 60-40.
Hey.
Okay, nice.
A little bit of good news.
Yeah,
little bit of good news.
But on that point, Cornel West, you know, is his point is that it may be time for us to look inward and see that there's a chance that the Democratic Party is too far gone, that there is no hope left in the Democratic Party for us, and if that's true, we can try third party, we can try all this stuff, but there may be no hope in the electoral politics system. The machine may be running too smoothly, and we've been captured. Both parties have been captured by one single corporate interest, and so we get the illusion and the spectacle of democracy and choice in this country, but we don't have real democracy. This isn't real democracy. We're sitting here having to look at. We're not paying attention right now. We're not even looking at the popular vote right now, because we know that the popular vote doesn't even matter. We're not even paying attention to the popular vote right now.
And we go around overseas trying to enforce democracy on other countries that we have no business being there. We
don't even know what it is.
And we have ours is worse than Venezuela's, who we vehemently call like a dictatorship. They have a much better democracy than we do, because they have a much higher voter turnout, a much more efficient voter system. You know, like all around the world, they have much better democracy than we do. And yet we go around trying to enforce it in other countries.
Show me another country where the electoral college exists. Like, show me one other country where anything like an electoral college exists. If you try to explain the electoral college to anyone anywhere else, when you talk about, you say the word popular vote, and people are like, you mean the vote? And they're just like, no, the popular vote. And the vote? Because what else is the popular vote but the vote? Like, what are you talking about, the electoral college vote? Like, nobody knows what that is, because it's not a thing. In a real democracy, you just count how many people, how many votes are there. We count them all up, and we see who has more of those things. Like,
and that's it. That's how it should be. And
the idea that your vote in Wyoming counts less than a vote in California, or that's not democracy. It's one person, one vote. That has to be the way. And so, but in Wyoming, it's one person, 7 votes compared to in California, you know, so it's not one person, one vote. So Yeah, like
come on.
I'm gonna cut my camera for just a second because I can't have a beer. Because if I keep drinking whiskey, it's gonna get bad.
I think I can hear it there in your voice.
I was gonna say, who said the famous quote about the knife in the back? Was that Malcolm X?
Yes. If you stab a knife in my back and then pull it, 6 inches out, that's not progress.
Electoral politics will not save us. We are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like they're not here for us. Donald Trump wants to let them stop, frisk, and shoot me dead in the street. Joe Biden wants to let them shoot me in the fucking leg. So my choices are real freaking messed up right now.
Yeah,
so it's what choice is that?
Yeah, Richard Wolff uses an obviously a fake anecdote, but he tells a story where he's like, it's like you getting a guy walks up to you on the street and says, what do you want, to get stabbed or to get shot? And it's like wait, whoa, what? Those are no choices at all. Like I take neither. How about neither? Right? Like I want none of that. Right? And the reality is like, but if we want to start to this democracy is too far gone. So, I see that we got somebody from New Zealand in the comments. What's up, Daco Max? Nice to see you. Appreciate you being here. Really appreciate that. Hold on, let me just throw up. Daco Max says, hello from New Zealand. Good luck. Is there any hope? Yes, there is hope, Daco Max. There is hope. If you're talking about hope to at least get rid of Donald Trump, yes, there is hope for that. Is still there, it's going to be a close race. That's what we realize here. It's probably going to be a close one, but there is still some hope to hold out. If you're talking about hope for Biden versus Trump, then yeah, there's still some hope that we can get that we can get rid of Donald Trump.
Here real quick.
Yeah.
I was talking to some of my South African friends, and mind you, these South African friends are white people. So they live down there, but there's a lot of white people down there. In the southernmost city, and they were like very pro-Trump, and I was like, wow, like this is kind of crazy, and I had to but I really would like to remain friends with them because they're some of my best homies. But it's like I was like astonished. I was like, wow, they think that Trump, like they took him at his word for his stump speeches when he was talking about all this progressive left of what the Democrats were saying. Stuff he was going to do. He said he was going to do sort of like healthcare, and he actually, when he was campaigning, he had a lot of stuff that was to the left of Hillary that he was saying he was going to do. He never did any of those things. He did the opposite.
In the debate, he debated Biden from a point of the left quite often. So yeah, I mean, he's smart for knowing how and when to do that. Definitely. So I can understand people getting falling for the magic, falling for the razzle dazzle on that one.
And what I told them was like, look, fascism is taking hold here. Like, I don't understand how you can be on board with this guy when it's like, I'm here on the ground in America, I know you're far away, but shit's getting real here, shit is not looking safe anymore, just in the normal places where it used to be safe. I lived in Singapore, and in Singapore, everything is perfectly safe all the time. 100% of the time, you are safe in Singapore.
Don't they kill you for weed in Singapore?
Yeah, but if you're not smoking weed and you're not doing anything wrong, the police can come into your house at any time they want. They have keys to everybody's house. So they can come into your house at any time.
That's
terrible. Jeez.
Well, they came into my house.
You live there. I want to hear your perspective on it.
What?
I want to. Yeah, you live there, right?
Yeah.
So I want to hear it. Yeah, I want to hear it. That sounds terrible to me. Mm-hmm. I want to hear your perspective on it.
I loved Singapore. It was very authoritarian, but everybody in the country loved the country. They really had huge support for the government there. They have kind of a mock democracy, a pretend democracy where they have votes and stuff, but the main party would always win. And it's the son of the person who revolutionized the country in the 70s. So it's might
as well be like a monarchy. Yeah.
That sounds Almost
the guy is actually but the guy is actually really benevolent in a lot of ways. Like, of course, like drugs, like like he's anti-drug. But if you look all around the entire region of Southeast
I'd be
Asia,
dead right now if I lived in Singapore.
no, absolutely, no. I definitely tangled with all that. But like in Singapore, like it's very similar to all the surrounding region. You have to think about it in a multicultural way. It's like all of Southeast Asia is exactly like that. They have these harsh drug laws. Look at Duterte, who's going around killing people on the streets because they're selling drugs or whatever. And so it's very common to that area that he does this. So it's not like out of the ordinary. What is out of the ordinary is the kindness and actual genuine goodness that can be shown in this kind of society. I really truly believe like there are a huge amount of benefits to the way that Singapore does things. And they have the advantage of having a very isolated border and a very powerful military to enforce the structure that they believe in. And it is not 100% evil. It is actually partly good. And I would stick my stamp on that. Like I really truly believe that even though Singapore is authoritarian in some ways, there are very good merits to Singapore. Like it is a positive environment living there for 3 years, even though it is very harsh. I wish they would change the drug law, all that. But on the whole, I think it is a positive way to live, and that's what contrasts to here, where there's such a fear of authoritarianism, when authoritarianism actually can be applied in such a way where it is benevolent, and in that way it can be good, but in all other ways it's horrible. So
yeah,
that's what I learned.
There's like a way that it can work out that it may, but I think that the issue is that in one way it's like you're always like with authoritarianism, there's just the idea that by taking away someone's choice alone, that is a harm done to somebody. People deserve to be a full human being. It means being able to make your own decisions and to not have an authoritarian force ruling over you. But of course, I do agree. Like sometimes there will be cases where an authoritarian will take power and they will be a sort of, quote unquote, like a good authoritarian, like they actually don't do terrible, horrendous, like right wing authoritarianism. You can have left wing authoritarianism, but the systems, I think, inherently always, fail ultimately because of the contradictions in an authoritarian system being, you always have a situation where you're not, it does by in authoritarian means that it's a handful of people, making decisions over the masses. Whenever that happens, there will be eventually a disconnect will come into play. And eventually, that son or like that family, they lose power, something happens, and then somebody else takes power in an authoritarian system. And because you've created the system around it, then the system is the problem and not the person that happens to be leading it. And
but that's a perfect example of an argument against socialism. Don't you understand? Because so many arguments against socialism are against failed regimes of socialism, right?
But they're against very specifically because I would make the same arguments against those same failed instances of what they would call socialism. It's not the type of socialism that we advocate for here on the show, or that Richard Wolff advocates for.
Absolutely.
That form of socialism has not failed. It's in fact still a vibrant, a growing and vibrant form of socialism in places like Mondragon, Spain, Emilia Romagna, region of Italy, where it's a democratic socialism, and that has not failed. And so when people point out that this socialist government or that socialist government, they're talking about usually what we know as an authoritarian, a big C communist, authoritarian.
They see that they equate that in the dictionary as synonymous with authoritarianism, and it's on two different planes of existence. Like socialism is a governmental. It's not even an economic system, really. Like if you want to look at economic systems, you have to look at like whether you have a market or don't have a market. These are economic systems, right? Like a governmental system. Socialism is saying, you're going to use the government to control most of the means of production. That's what's meant in the past, right? And then capitalism means that you're going to use most private corporations to control the means of production.
As
right?
they define it, of course, yes, as they define it, which I don't accept as that's not the Richard Wolff, who is the guy who wrote the book on the neoclassical forms of, the neoclassical economic systems. It was, Richard Wolff literally wrote the books on Keynesian economics versus what is, laissez-faire capitalism versus, socialism. And the way that he defines it is where socialism is any system, capitalism is defined as a system that has an employer-employee relationship. So he would define the so-called authoritarian socialist economic systems as in fact being a state capitalist. It's just the state is the employer instead of a private employer. You have the state being an employer. So those aren't not capitalist. They're still capitalist. They're still an employer-employee relationship, which is the fundamental problem. And if we define it that way, then we no longer make the mistake of calling something like China, socialist. They're just state capitalist. Russia is just state capitalist. These weren't socialist systems. These weren't even really communist systems. But I think that big C communism is now the brand name for authoritarian social, quote unquote.
But no one has
socialism,
ever even reached close to what communism is supposed to be.
Exactly.
Right.
Communism is an ideal and is a yeah.
And Richard Wolff himself, he went on a huge tangent about how, like, in Russia, a lot of the supposed communism that existed there was actually quite private, right? A lot of the farming and all this kind of stuff was privately owned. Like, this is a huge misnomer in the U.S. where we think that, they had communism in Russia, and that's what led to their demise and starvation. No, it was the bereft nature of their, the leader. Right? Stalin and all that kind of stuff. Like, all those people were super corrupt. And so they just took all the riches for themselves, gave nothing to the people. This is what has classically been against the socialist movement, because people who've taken that name have done horrible things. But it's actually not a horrible system. It's just that the things that Americans connect to those ideas are all negative, except for the young people who have, like, not experienced or been indoctrinated in such a way. Like, for instance, my parents are still super afraid from the Cuban Missile Crisis. And that's why they went along with Rachel Maddow and went along with every single moment of her Russiagate scandal, is because they said, the Cuban Missile Crisis, we're still afraid of Russia. So, like, anything that's Russian based, like, we're just automatically going to be afraid of, and our reasoning is going to go out the window.
Yeah. Just flipping through some comments here. So Connie V, just in relation to our debate here. So Connie V says, as an anarcho-communist, I disagree so vehemently right now about authoritarianism being beneficial. Connie V goes on to say, socialism is absolutely an economic system. It's defined as collective ownership of the means of production. I agree. I do agree. I think that socialism is absolutely an economic system, just like any economic system. There are parts of it are enacted by the government. Parts of it, there's government participation. There is private participation. There's state participation. But it absolutely is an economic system, and it's defined as the economic system where, again, it is when you've extended democracy into the workplace, you have a workplace democracy is how it's described and defined. There's no longer an employer-employee relationship. There are only democratic workers participating in a workplace. And so that is socialism, and that is an economic system. It's the economic system I absolutely advocate for, and believe that is the fundamental change that we need to make to our system. We need to focus on the economics and focus on the economic system, because that's the place where people, again, are spending the majority of their the majority of adults spend the majority of their waking lives. And so we have to enact democracy there if we ever want to have democracy in our political system. So, and that's what Richard Wolff believes. It's what I believe wholeheartedly, is that in order to get democracy in our political system, in order to have a true democracy, we got to get democracy in our workplaces first. That's the only way that we're ever going to get there. Whatever system we have in the workplace, in any system, in any society that has existed, Richard Wolff says, whatever system plays out in the economic system, it replicates itself in the political system. So in the capitalist system, we have an authoritarian structure, right? We have a top-down structure where in capitalism it says there's a board of directors or the employer, and then you have this essentially an authoritarian structure where it says, those people make the handful of decisions for the masses of people. And what ends up happening in our society, in our democracy, and in our politics, a handful of people end up coming in and making all the decisions for the masses of people, and those handful of people are usually the rich people. What we have is an oligarchy. That's the best way to describe the American economic system is oligarchy. The wealthy people get to make all the decisions. Whoever has the money gets to make all the decisions, and then that ends up playing out in our political system. Whatever happens in our economic system, and the same thing will happen in a socialist system. If we can actually develop democracy in our workplaces and we have democracy in our economic system, then we can actually expect for that to play out, because people will be trained. They'll have an understanding of being, what it means to participate in democracy and actually know what that feels like, and they won't just allow these decisions to be made without them having some say in them. I'm seeing that, by the way, just got to jump in real quick. Some polls are closing. We've seen some Oregon state got called for Biden. Right now, the electoral map has Trump at 144, Biden at 138 delegates. And, we should start to see. Yeah. This map is starting to fill out as we see. We'll pop in and take a look at. Biden won New Hampshire as well. All right. Yep. No problem. Biden won New Hampshire as well. So I'll wait for What Up America should be back soon. We'll bring him back on when he comes back. So I agree with you.
Rhode Island is still for Trump on Decision Desk. Times called it though.
What is?
Rhode Island.
Oh, okay. It's still. Oh, yeah. That's interesting.
The Times called it for Biden, but
okay,
Rhode Island still has it for Trump.
Yeah. I'm flipping through, but I don't know. I'm just reading through comments here. All right, I'll flip through comments soon, y'all. I'll flip through comments soon. I gotta do an update on the state of the race here. Let me pull up New York Times real quick. Give me 1 second.
I've got Decision Desk open if you want me to cross-reference anything.
All right, I'll let you know here.
Decision Desk is a call to the whole West Coast for Biden.
Okay, yep. Decision Desk did, because I saw the New York Times called it. That's not surprising at all.
Arizona, Biden still has a lead, but they haven't called it yet. Arizona's an important fucking state.
Yeah, absolutely. So Arizona has Biden up 53 to 45. 75% of the votes have come in, and you got Biden leading by about 200,000 votes right now.
Yeah,
75% of the votes coming in.
They were looking at, right?
I'm looking at New York Times.
Okay.
Yeah. What does Decision Desk have? I got about 3 million for Biden and
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
1289 to 1083.
Yep. So same number. Yeah. So 53 to 45.
Yep. We got the same numbers.
Okay. All right. So
Iowa is still for Biden.
Iowa's still Biden. Okay. Yep. Let's take a look there. Okay. Iowa's that's got 53% of the vote in, and Biden's got 53% of the vote with 53% of the vote in. Trump is at 45%. Still, a large amount of votes to come in. And we still got mail-in votes. That some of these races are going to come down to mail-in votes. It might come down to that. Like late mail-in votes it could come down to. So Utah's not interesting. Arizona, 84% in Texas, and Trump is leading now. He's got a significant lead here in Texas.
Texas, yeah.
It's what you expect,
It's going to be the exact same map as 2016.
Yeah, let's hope not the exact same for the sake of all the liberals in our lives, so their heads don't explode.
Fuck them.
I know, right?
They're in the way.
Yeah, seriously, man. Seriously, like I'll be real. I hold my opinion back sometimes on these things. I like the longer this show goes on, the more confident I'm gonna get in just saying how I feel and not trying to like play these games and like, I try to like not alienate people, but I swear I don't have the belief in this system that others have at this stage, and like I just need to switch this from being like I'm gonna go from a socialist channel to an anarchist channel soon. Like we're gonna have to switch this whole damn thing up. Like, I'm about tired of this thing. I'm about ready to burn this whole damn thing.
And fucking do mushrooms while we fucking.
Yo, I absolutely would. I absolutely would. I wish I had. If I had mushrooms right now, I would. I should have done this election day stream on shrooms. Damn it. We got enough friends.
I mean, it's been pretty great on whiskey and weed. So
yeah, see, I don't got the whiskey. I can't handle the whiskey.
I got plenty of whiskey for you, man. You want some whiskey?
Oh, no.
Look, you're gonna hate the taste, and that's why you're gonna be able to drink it. Like you didn't drink the Scorpion Bowls last Halloween.
Oh, we won't even talk about that. Lord, those Scorpion Bowls, man.
Yeah, I can pour you a little bit and last the rest of the night because you're gonna slow sip it. They don't taste. Yeah, it tastes nice to me.
There you go. That's all that matters. That's all that counts. Wait, what is it? Let's Baby says, not that it will matter in the long run, but Kanye West has 41% of the vote in Idaho. I'm calling BS on that. There is no chance in hell that
I'm looking at Decision Desk. They have Kanye West at 0.35%.
Yeah. There is literally no chance in hell that Kanye West has 41% of the vote in Idaho. Let's Maybe we got to correct you. That he has less than 1% vote of the vote in Idaho, and there's nowhere that Kanye West will have even a single digit. Kanye West will not get 1% of the vote anywhere. I can assure you of that. All right, I think What Up is about ready to jump back in. So yeah, this has been the most unsurprising election thus far.
The exact same as the 2016 election so far as the presidential election goes.
Yep. What Up? Just give me the thumbs up whenever you're ready to make it back in. Okay, yep. We'll bring What Up back in. Nice. Thank you. All right, cool. Yeah. So yeah, just a totally unsurprising election going on here right now so far. It's looking
Joe Biden is still winning.
Yes, but I mean, we got a lot. They just put all the West Coast in, so they call California and Washington, your home state, got called. So Biden's up, but the places that matter are still not decided yet. Texas is pretty much I'm almost about ready to call Texas for Trump. So Texas does not look like it's going to surprise us this time around. Arizona could be I got the chills. Arizona could be a really important one, it looks like.
But if that's the only state Biden flips, it's not enough.
Not enough. Nope. What if he flips Arizona and Iowa? I need to check.
No, he needs to pick up 35-ish.
Okay.
Leading in Arizona earlier?
Oh yeah, because he got my money is still on
306 to 232.
Okay, yeah, my money's still on Trump. I'm sorry, my money's still on Biden winning Michigan, even though he's currently down by 9 points in Michigan with 40% of the vote. My money is still on Biden winning Michigan because that would be a massive polling error. If they get Michigan that wrong, that will be insane. Because again, we have a Biden plus 4.2 right now, or at the Real Clear Politics average of polls had him at plus 4.2%. That would be a massive swing. So
how about Arizona?
Biden's still up in Arizona, 53 to 45.
Based on the graphic on my TV, I think CNN called North Carolina for Trump.
Okay, CNN may have called North Carolina. Okay, yep. So that
because like a little bit ago, the Chiron right now says post-election may come down to Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, North Carolina and Georgia were both on there. So
okay, yeah. So
judging by the fact that North Carolina's not on there anymore,
yeah,
I think Trump won it because he's ahead.
Yeah, that would make sense. I'll check.
Times is only at 95%.
Times still doesn't have it. Yeah, I'm gonna see. And even sometimes CNN.com doesn't have it when CNN like has it called on a thing. CNN.com takes a little bit.
But to take it off the graphic, it means I think the live broadcast has it.
Exactly. Yeah, the live broadcast I think is calling it for Trump, which fits with what we were seeing, what we were saying. We felt the same, that based on those numbers, it was going to be go to
Trump.
To Trump.
Every state has been the same. Nothing's happening.
Yeah. Brian Dew said Spokane is almost Idaho. And then said, ever go to, I don't know how to pronounce that.
I haven't been there yet, Brian Dew. I haven't.
How do you pronounce that? What is that?
Coeur d'Alene.
Okay, Coeur d'Alene.
And basically it's like 30 minutes away from my house. Like I can go there at any time. I haven't been there yet because I've been just grinding, trying to make money, but I will go there very soon because I've heard it's a very beautiful place and I love Idaho. I have friends in Idaho. Potatoes. Oh, yeah. Idaho's the shit.
Nice. And Brian says we should look at Wabash County, Illinois, if you get bored. Okay. What's up with Wabash County, Illinois? What's up with that? We'll have to take a look at Wabash. See what's going on there. I have no clue. You've intrigued me, but we'll take a look, and I'm sure we'll get bored sometime.
I went to Indiana once at a marriage for a Spanish guy that I knew, and it was the most normie place you could ever go. Like it was just
Where is that?
Indiana.
Okay, Indiana. Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere in Indiana. I have no idea where. I mean, does it really matter? I mean,
Pence country over there.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I was young, but like I went to like this weird marriage there, and I was like, whoa, this place is just. It's like every story you read about, the rural southern countries or southern states. You know?
Yeah.
Like just all, just like, just out in the backwoods. People got very strange accents out there, which I like. Yeah, I like that accent. I can dig it. Yeah, I like strange accents, but like something about it was just very. I was like, I want to be back in my home state.
Yeah.
Like I like Washington, where we're like progressive, and we have like in Seattle, we have like this micro socialism, like basically like universe in Fremont, Seattle. Like basically, it's like a micro socialism there, and everybody there is just a huge socialist, and like it's awesome. There's a giant statue of like one of ththis Russian communist people. Like I can't remember who it is, but like it's crazy how like there's this
exactly like it's like seeing a statue of like Marx somewhere in like the middle. You just don't see that over here.
Yeah, check out Fremont, Seattle. If you ever have a chance, check out Fremont, Seattle. It's like the craziest place in Seattle that there is. Like we have a naked bicycle race. naked bicycle, a gigantic like where everybody strips nude, paints themselves, and like races through the city naked on a bicycle. It's crazy.
Nice. We got another. It says says that Decision Desk called Ohio for Trump. We'll take a look over at it. Let me see.
Okay.
Still no update on New York Times. So let's take it over to Decision Desk real quick and take a look. And yes. Decision Desk is calling Ohio for Donald Trump. So,
oh my God,
the exact same as 2016.
This is going to be the 2016 map all over again. So, again, that was kind of expected though. So we shouldn't be too shocked by that. That was kind of expected here. Ohio should be red. This shouldn't, this is expected. It would be crazy for Biden to pick it up. It would have been a wild one for Biden to win. If Biden won it, I honestly would have thought like he probably wins now. If he wins Ohio, it was one of those states where I just, if he won, it would have, it would have favored a Biden victory overall. But just because he loses it doesn't mean that he can't still pull out the victory on the night. New Mexico has also
overwhelming on the first day. That's the thing. The conditions of this victory, he has to win like 305 votes or whatever in order to like really overwhelmingly beat him on the first day, or else Trump will win in the court, right? The Supreme Court.
Yeah. Because he's already said Trump has already said that he's taking it to court. He's taking all this stuff to court, and he has a 6-3 Supreme Court. So like if anything has to go all the way up to the Supreme Court, then it's like he's got his buddies in place already. So yeah.
So the Democrats laid their own bed, and they made their own bed, and they can sleep in it. That's basically exactly what they did by not doing anything to defend from Amy Coney Barrett. Is they allowed the conditions for Trump to win again to be there.
Yeah.
So it's like they're like they understand how to fail like to a T. Like they've mapped it out. They're like a precision guided bomb that like is just like we know exactly how to fail, and we'll do just that in order to further our existence as Democrats who our goal is to now fail in subservience to Republicans.
Yeah. I will say, if the map goes the way that it's slated right now, if everything that's leaning in one direction or like leaning in any direction goes the way that it's going right now, Donald Trump would be the president of the United States for the next 4 years. So
the only state that Biden would have picked up is Arizona.
Yes, as it stands here, Arizona and Iowa, he would pick up.
That's still because it was 38.
Yeah.
He needed 38 more than Hillary Clinton got. And that's not enough. So,
not enough. That would not be enough. So I just gotta say, this is
all right.
Yeah. Pennsylvania has at least they're at about 60% of the vote in Pennsylvania on Decision Desk, and Trump is up by nearly over 100,000 votes. I'm sorry.
Come on.
So Trump is up over 100,000 votes. Pennsylvania is such a crucial state. It is such a crucial state here. So I mean, Pennsylvania is the story of the night tonight. I mean, this is all saying Michigan is a shock right now. Like Michigan is I don't know what the hell going on in Michigan. These polls are they will be so wrong in Michigan if they get this wrong. And you know what? Kudos to Michael Moore if they get Michigan this wrong, because Michael Moore came out recently. It was like, you know what, guys? Like, I don't think Michigan is a layup for Biden, and we should be really careful here, y'all.
Kamali, did you see that one bit about on the Hill when Michael Moore was being interviewed recently where he was on with Crystal and Sagar, and he was saying some shit at the end of his interview, and he was like,
and they were like,
yeah, and I think he's gonna get the FBI involved, and Sagar was like, no, man, you can't say that shit on the show.
He's like, yeah, but you shouldn't be saying that. That's unfounded. And I get Sagar's thing, because it was kind of conspiracy theory level-ish stuff, but it also is the kind of thing where Michael Moore was right, because he was saying his whole point was that we gotta be careful. He was warning people that Trump might not accept the results of the election and that he might have he might not be willing to leave office after if he is voted out. And
but what he was saying specifically was that he was like, oh yeah, Trump's gonna get the national service to go in and seize ballot boxes full of ballots and go and like destroy them,
and they were doing what they should be doing as journalists and being like, no, listen, that's unfounded information, and you should not just say that as if it's like
Saagar was doing that shit, not Krystal.
Even Krystal was like, we got to push back on that, like that's too much.
That's
but
true. She didn't do anything.
But like the thing is, Michael Moore is the same person that was speculating that Donald Trump might win in 2016, and like that's the same guy that you entrusted to make that decision. He's also the same dude who called that there weren't any weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and like that was not like that was unfounded. There was no factual basis for that or anything like that. But he had the inclination. He had that's what he believed. And so I think the same way you just kind of give a person like that leeway and say, like, as long as he's framing it as I don't know this is true, but this is what I believe, this is my feeling, then I'm fine with him like going on and saying what he said. But I thought that whole bit was hilarious when they're like, because just the way Saagar kept on going back and forth with them, it was like, no, but that's unfounded. And like Saagar was clearly like, he was upset. Saagar got.
I love it when Saagar gets pissed off. I mean, like, I think that's awesome, like, and I honestly, like, I am a huge stan for that show, even though
I do love it. It's my guilty pleasure. It's my guilty pleasure as a leftist.
Right. I love to like poke. I mean, and there's so much criticism, especially like if you ever watch like David Dole's show or whatever,
love
like,
it. Rational National.
I love it too. But like, if his audience is hyper anti The Rising. If you ever
really, I didn't know that.
Yeah, very anti-Rising his audience. I don't know why. I don't understand it, but I kind of understand it because they're like, oh, we don't want this. But I actually like the dynamic between Krystal and Saagar, even though I know that Saagar had long time connections with Tucker Carlson and like all these right-wing news media channels and all this kind of stuff. I still think that it's a cool thing to like have the gumption to go and talk to somebody on the other side in Krystal Ball, which I truly believe is actually on the left, even though she always gets painted as some kind of shill. Like, I think that
she's a leftist. She's an absolute leftist. There's no way anybody that's smearing her, if they smear Krystal, they'd smear me too. Like, I got no space for that. She's absolutely on the left. I know people that have left comments saying that they can't stand Krystal Ball on my own videos. I have no problem with Krystal Ball. I think that she is she's a sincere person, genuine person who's trying to do her honest best. And she's an actual leftist. And the people that accepted her in the circles, people like Michael Brooks, I trust the hell out of them. And so I have no issue. Voicing my support for Krystal there. I just want to say that I just want to say that on this map here, Texas is still not called on this map, but Trump is leading Biden with 84 to 99% of the vote in right now. And we're not sure exactly where it falls, but Trump is leading Biden by about 500,000 votes now. I'll tell you, Texas is red. It's done. It's over. Donald Trump wins Texas. With that win, that puts the Electoral College now at 200 to 205. So 205 Biden to 200 Trump. If you just pick up Texas for Trump, and I think it should pick up for him. No, I mean, I know it will pick up for him, but as soon as they call it for him, they were able to quickly call California, of course. I mean, it was overwhelming. But to anyone that was in Cali, so that was overwhelming. Overwhelming win in Washington. You could have voted green. What up? No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding. I don't want to vote change.
I deserve it all. No, I deserve it all.
It was a safe one. You won by 61. He got 61% of the vote.
That's my biggest fear is that I'm the one vote that changes the whole election.
Yeah.
Like, I could have swung it myself. Like, I'm ultra superstitious in that way. And
it's never that voter's fault. It's never that voter's fault. It's the campaign's fault for leaving it to be that close. That's all. That would be Joe Biden's fault. But yeah, no. So Texas should get called soon. Arizona is still in favor of Biden. Biden's still up by about 200,000 votes with about 75% of the vote in Arizona, up 200,000 votes. I think that Arizona's good. I think there's a very real chance that Arizona swings blue here. I think that Arizona will be the first state to flip. So I think that Arizona will actually flip to Biden.
He can, but it's not
no. I'm not saying I'm not saying that it's enough or anything like that. I'm just literally saying nothing has changed. And I think Arizona might be the first one to actually flip in any direction.
Yeah.
It has no impact whatsoever. Iowa's already back in Trump's column right now.
Yeah, I mentioned that, but I was muted.
Okay.
Until, you hop back in.
Yeah. No. So Iowa's looking like it will stay. This is wildly, like, I can't believe how similar this map is to 2016. Like, it's
the exact same.
my mind.
Arizona's eventually going to go back red.
Yeah, and Arizona's no guarantee right now. Like, Arizona is like, they could still lose, but like Biden is winning right now. It's 53.5 to 45. It's, he's winning by, what is that? Is that 7.5? 8? Yeah, 8% there, so 8.5. Yeah, 8.5% now. He's up. So
I place 100% of the blame of this result on the Democrats alone. Like the strategic choices of the Democrats over the course of the last 4 years, especially with the false narrative of Russiagate, like the spy thriller of Russiagate, like that whole thing. And there was a tweet who was saying, I can't remember who it was, but they were saying, like, just as this election was happening, when nobody would notice it, there was this DOJ report that came out that basically said that a lot of the things that about Russiagate were not true even. And most of it has also been disproved. And it's like, this is really the QAnon of the middle,
the left,
right?
Yeah.
Well, the middle right. I wouldn't say the left. I would say
you're right. Yes. You're absolutely correct. You're
like,
absolutely
it's
correct.
Like the middle right
center,
people who,
yes,
the center,
the left, the center right. Yes.
Yeah, like I don't grace anybody with the name the left if they don't really deserve it.
No, they don't deserve that. And I apologize. I deeply apologize.
Rachel Maddow is not on the left,
Oh, hell
Biden
no.
is not on the left, like
no.
They can screw up and get their name out their damn mouth.
Yeah, but she's absolutely the QAnon, liberal QAnon is
Absolutely.
Like Rachel Maddow. And like, no, and I'll tell you, I was listening to Maddow back then. Like I listened to Maddow through the whole Russiagate thing. And it was for somebody that was like, because where I was in my political like journey at that point was that I was still like just coming off of that, like I'm a centrist bit. And like, I was really tuned in and I was feeling like because honestly, if you watch Rachel Maddow and you haven't watched anything about politics or anything before, and you really haven't been involved in politics, her show is actually like, she packs a lot of information in there, but let's not talk about like what kind, if it's accurate information now, but she puts a lot of information in there. She also puts a lot of she'll historicize it. So she'll connect it to history and she'll show you this stuff about like, oh, this is like the historical, relevancy or whatever. And then it's very entertaining, like it's put together in a way that the production value and all that is like very entertaining. And so I would tune in every night watching that thing. And that's what really, I think that was my final, like the final straw for me was going through all of Russiagate with Rachel Maddow and then seeing that Mueller report come out and realizing that they had just wasted like a year and a half of my life. And if you remember how much oxygen it sucked up out of the air, you couldn't talk about anything else.
And what a wrong choice to go after Trump for that reason when there was so many other reasons to go after him, like environmental regulations, all these things. But
war in Yemen, that he was supporting the genocide in Yemen that he was funding through the funding the Saudi Arabians, like it was like.
But the reason the Democrats wouldn't chase him on those things is because they're culpable of the same crimes.
Absolutely,
and they can't attack him for things. And that's what no liberal will ever admit, is that the Democrats are so as much in bed with these same crimes as the Republicans. It's completely undeniable. And they deserve, and all the Democratic voters, the people who voted for Democrats, including myself, I voted for Democrats this time. deserve everything that we get. You know, everything that is a result of this decision to go with them, we deserve everything. And it's probably going to still mean the end of the world, even though it will be slightly like 2 more years. I was hoping to go and take some trips, you know.
I know, right? Exactly. Let's like go out on a like, yeah, no, it's yeah, it's unfortunate because it's like it just sucks that they really put up a candidate that was so awful that it's even up in the air like this. Like, this shouldn't be close. This should have been a blowout. This should have been a walk in the park. Donald Trump is terrible, guys. Like, let's all remember how fucking awful Donald Trump is and just think about this, that why is it even this close? It should not be this close. This should be this should have been a landslide. This should have been a blowout. We're talking about coronavirus, the pandemic, his handling of the pandemic, the economic depression. Like, what else do you need to see? The lack of a stimulus, the fact that America is just suffering right now. And none of that is still, you put up a dude that is like literally neck and neck right now and has a real chance of like, could he actually lose this? Like,
it's over. I called it.
Yo, no, like if that really goes down, like that will be, I cannot believe it. Yo,
what's the path to victory now? Look at these margins.
Yeah, like
look at the margins.
No, Dave, I can't accept it yet. I can't accept it yet. Yo, it's too fucking hilarious. If it happens, I'll laugh so hard.
I can't hear you, Kwame.
I am back. Did pandemonium break out while I was gone? What happened?
No, nothing.
What? Nothing.
Everything has gone exactly as it went in 2016.
That doesn't sound good at all, though. Hold on. That's not what I thought you would say.
I can't believe this, but I really think that Donald Trump has a real chance to win this election right now. Let's check the 538. Can somebody please find me the 538 numbers on this? Because if you're in the comments still, can you get me the 538 numbers? Because I cannot find them for the life of me right now, the up-to-date thing. Shout out to Christina Sun. Thank you so much, Christina Sun, another one of our Patreon patrons. Love it. You appreciate you. Thank you, Christina. Christina Sun says, looks like Fox News already called Arizona for Biden. Thank you, Christina. So Fox News is already
Arizona for
Biden. Interesting. And that's Fox News calling Arizona for Biden. So I accept it. I said it. I think that Arizona actually will be the first to flip. So Fox News calling it. It looks like that would be the first state to flip actually in this entire election so far is Arizona. So that's interesting. So yeah, that's 11 electoral votes pick up for Joe Biden there. He needs 38 that he has to pick up. He has to flip 38 electoral votes this election. So let's take a look.
Oh my goodness.
Let's take a look. Hold on and see if somebody can find me the 538, the up-to-date 538 numbers, because I guarantee you it's no longer Donald Trump with a 10% chance of winning. I guarantee it's something much higher at
this. It's 85 at least.
What is it?
My guess is 85.
You think that Trump has an 85% chance right now?
The only state that's been flipped so far is Arizona. That's not enough.
I will.
Everything is trending Trump right now.
50% chance. I think that it will have moved to about 50%. That's my guesstimate. I want to find this. So that's my guess. Is
you know what? I'm a gambler and I lose a lot. So you're probably right.
I apologize for leaving. I won't leave again if this is what happens when I leave. What the hell is going on?
Apologize for
that. You're having a great show. What's going on? You should
can anybody find me up to date 538
on 538? Their interface fucking.
Why can I not find their real time? This is not the thing that it used to be. Somebody else who's got who's got the actual 538 live results. Because what they calling live results, I'm like, it's okay. Can I get the percentage?
No map, but this is articles that are already out of date. Can I get a map?
Yeah, exactly. I want to see, and I want to see their percentage like chance. I want to see it move. Like, how much percent chance does Trump have?
I see comments. I see live comments. I want a map. Give me a map.
Yeah, I want to see their like. I want to see the thing that tells me the percentage chance of that each candidate has to win. Those bastards. Somebody, anyone, if Let's Maybe still in the comments, find that, update us. Let's Maybe, we appreciate you. Yeah, this map. So yeah, the story of the night so far is that, it's been by and large the story of 2016. It's just the map is looking extremely similar to 2016 right now.
Yeah,
still, we got a few states here left to, a few critical states that are, could come down to the wire. Pennsylvania is one that, right now Trump is up. He's leading by almost nearly, it's about 180,000 votes right now for Trump in Pennsylvania. That's pretty significant. It's about 60% of the vote. If he maintains this kind of lead throughout, then even if it gets down, once we get, if he maintains this lead going into, a 95% count there, we can pretty much call that for Trump. And if Pennsylvania falls to Trump, I have a hard time seeing a path to victory for Biden if that happens. So, what we're looking at here is pretty stunning stuff. Even, Wisconsin, I think I ended up on my electoral map. I gave it to Trump. Wisconsin, based on recent polls, it seemed like he could pull that one out for Wisconsin. Michigan, I didn't think Trump had a chance. I'll be real. I didn't think that Trump had a chance. He's currently up by 300,000 votes, about 250,000 votes in Michigan. And but that's only what's 50% of the vote there. I will say, still a lot to count. Sometimes the big cities, it actually takes longer to count in the big cities because you have, a handful of people counting up a whole lot more votes, just higher population. So
that's why I think this whole thing is sort of like appalling in a way, right? Yeah. Where we're looking at sort of like an unrealistic picture of actually what's happening in all these states. Like, aren't all these states sort of still have lots of ballots to be counted in terms of ballots that were sent in by mail?
Most of them,
because mail-in votes, we won't know exactly how many is, but I think that we can reasonably presume that a lot of people, because of the scare tactics that were going on, even the Democratic Party switched their messaging towards the end of the election here to telling people from mail-in to don't trust the mail-in if it's this late. There was a point where Eric Holder, who works with Obama, came out and he said, all right, guys, if you still have a ballot, do not mail it in any longer. We can no longer trust that ballot is guaranteed to get counted. If you don't, if you haven't mailed your ballot in yet, take it into an early voting location at this point, or take it into the the ballots on election day, into the polls on election day, and cast your ballot then, because they said, they changed their messaging even for the Democratic Party as well. And so I think that encouraged a lot of people to shift if you were, so I don't think that there's going to be this tremendous amount of late mail-in votes to come in necessarily, because I think by and large people did heed those warnings and held their ballots back. At that point, it was about 5 days out from the election or so. I think that he's told people, stop, don't mail in anymore. We can't guarantee that the mail is going to arrive in time at this point. So just
I mailed my ballot in the day that it got to my house, like literally the day that it got to my house. I mailed it in. I'm in Washington. We have an all mail-in system, so every single resident in the system, even homeless people.
What's the voter turnout in Washington? It's got to be high. I know.
No, it's not. It's not. Actually, it's so low that during the 2018 midterms, we voted to enact this crazy policy that said that people no longer have to pay anything for tabs, car tabs, license tabs, which directly substitutes the public transportation system in Seattle. And so, luckily, that very exact thing was in our Supreme Court was overturned. That very thing that said that you couldn't pay a car tab that you have to pay for every single year when you renew your license. You have to renew the license, put the stickers on your
excise tax.
In Washington, at least, we have to put a sticker on our license every year that costs like
Interesting.
$120.
Huh.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, yeah, we don't have anything like that in Massachusetts. Okay, that's interesting. I never heard of that.
And,
yeah,
and the money from it directly goes to the buses and stuff like that.
gotcha.
Oh.
Okay. That's it. I like that. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
But if you don't have it, they will. I've been ticketed over $150 for not having the proper tabs. So if you don't renew your tabs, you will be criminally.
Yeah, I hate. I take it back. I actually hate that system.
I have an update.
Okay.
Cori Bush won her election.
Okay, yeah, that was expected. Yep. So we know that Cori Bush, of course, she defeated Lacey Clay Jr. in Missouri's 1st district. She is a Ferguson activist who is now turned congresswoman. That's dope. She is a strong, leftist. I think that she will be a unique voice in Congress. She is, she'll be she's an instant member of the Squad. She was literally in the documentary with AOC, knocked down the House. So she is an instant member of the Squad, but I think that she brings something unique to that, outfit there, in that she is a radical black. I'll dial that back. She is a, I don't know how to describe her, but she is a strong black lefty. I will at least say, she's a pro-black lefty. She will bring a black, she will at least be fighting for a black agenda.
Yeah.
She's hardcore on the side of the people who are
Jamal Bowman won his districts as well.
Yep. Jamal Bowman was expected. Yep. So these are all what we expect. So these are, instant Squad members. Jamal Bowman will be a member of the Squad. I think they'll have about, how many more of them did they get in there? They got Mondaire Jones. Yeah. So Mondaire Jones also in New York. These are all strong progressives, solid progressives here. Jamal Bowman, I expect a little bit less from him than I do from Cori Bush.
Marie Newman was elected in Illinois' 3rd district.
Yep, she had already beat out not Chris Lipinski. Sorry, Chris. That's a person that I know. It's Dan Lipinski. Dan Lipinski. So yes, she beat out Dan Lipinski. Of course, if anyone's not familiar with Marie Newman, you should be. She is a Justice Democrats back candidate, but more importantly, she was running against Chris Lipinski in 2018 and lost a very narrow race that Nancy Pelosi came and put her thumb on the scale of in favor of Dan Lipinski, who then, after Nancy Pelosi helped to get Dan Lipinski elected, Dan Lipinski, mind you, is a anti-abortion, anti-choice Democrat who Nancy Pelosi chose to come in and endorse the anti-choice guy against the pro-choice woman in this election, and she wasn't just pro-choice. She was pro-choice. She was, pro-Medicare for all, pro-Green New Deal. She was the whole nine. But Nancy Pelosi chose to endorse Dan Lipinski. But that wasn't even the best part of it. The best part was that Dan Lipinski had, just a year before, or 2 years before, had tried to get Nancy Pelosi kicked off as the Speaker of the House. And then as soon as he got elected, he then turned around and led the fight to get Nancy Pelosi kicked out of as the Speaker of the House. It was a right-wing attempt.
Oh, that was him and Seth Moulton.
Seth Moulton.
Yes, yep.
And Dan Lipinski. Yes, absolutely.
Yep. Who by the way, is winning. Last I checked. Seth.
Unfortunately, he's running.
Yeah, he's at 65% right now.
Yeah, no surprises there. How much? Is the ballot initiative? Any clarity on the ballot initiative?
Are you sure you want to ask me that question?
No, then I guess not.
All right. Yeah.
But no, hit me with it. Just hit me with it.
It's 53% in favor of no.
Shit, man.
Yeah, that's rough.
Oh my God, I hate Massachusetts. We're such a fake ass. I hate blue states.
Oh my God,
they make me sick to my goddamn stomach. We don't have democracy, people. We're never gonna have fucking democracy. playing these games through electoral politics. It's over. That system is fucking broken. Like, it's fucking broken, y'all.
Not doing better. What the?
This is crazy. We really aren't going to get ranked choice voting. Are you kidding me?
Originally, I thought this was all people who may have messed up, but this is like people actively being against democracy in fucking Massachusetts.
It blows my mind,
guys. What are we even fucking doing right now?
We have on our ballot in Massachusetts, for folks that don't know, we have a ballot initiative here in Massachusetts for ranked choice voting, and we are sad to see that right now it is actually losing on the ballot, and it just blows my mind that this thing, I don't know who the hell, what is the argument against ranked choice voting?
Losing by 7 points, like
that it just breaks my. I can't believe that people would really vote against a ranked choice voting system, and then they'll turn around. These same goddamn people are going to turn around in 4 years and tell me that you can't vote for third party. You can't vote for third party because you're going to risk blah 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 blah. I don't give a like. I'm so sick of it, y'all. I'm so sick of it. Like, are you kidding me? We literally are. You know, we had a chance to now provide people with a real choice and real options there, and we can't get that across the line because I'm telling you, we don't have real democracy. If people were informed, if we had an informed citizenry, like, they could have made an informed decision. Nobody went into that informed enough and then came out with that decision that I want to have less choice. No, please give me less choice. Like, there's no way that those people were properly informed. They were propagandized against.
It had to be. It had to be. This is the same thing that whole thing with the safer patient limits with the nurses didn't pass either, because like the people in Massachusetts are just so fucking susceptible to propaganda and bullshit. It's absolutely wild.
We vote for a Republican governor.
Vote against our self-interest every goddamn
We're
time,
a blue state with a Republican governor.
Yep. It is. When Michael Shea said it best, man, this is like the most racist state in probably the U.S. It's the most low key racist. Yeah, don't let it fool you. Don't let it fool you. It's all bullshit. We are the ones who we put our stamp on the busing back in the day. That's our whole shtick. Is
the Northeast is one of the most segregated places. We are
not progressive. We still have Columbus Day. We're supposedly the most progressive place. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Like, right? We still have Columbus Day, right? Like, they haven't even put forth to get rid of that.
In Seattle, we had some kind of other day at the same day. We had like Indigenous Peoples Day.
Is it National Indigenous? Yeah.
We started getting counted as white like 60 years ago.
What happened?
I said Italians only started getting counted as white people like 60 years ago. Leave us alone.
Tell you what.
Yo, Columbus is all they have. Let them have this one.
Columbus was a piece of crap.
He was the worst. He was the worst. And yet, oh man, if you ever want to really, no, actually don't. I was gonna say just go on like any of the Boston News comment sections, but you know what? Don't do
it's terrible.
Self-care is not reading the
Look at our sports
do you remember hearing
like
about
every single
at Fenway Park?
Every single athlete, every single athlete who comes here says that this is the place they get called the N-word more than any other place.
What?
Any other place?
Really?
Yeah. They say this is one of the worst places to play.
Who was it? You know, Michael.
That's why Michael Shea. Yeah, Michael Shea made a stand-up about it. And to prove how not racist Boston was because of that joke he made, everyone went on his in his comment section and called him an N-word. So,
well, Boston was the setting. Boston was the setting of Fallout 4, which was pretty dope.
Was not that good.
I thought it was an amazing game, but
I love Fallout 4. I will fight you at a later date and time.
I love New Vegas was a much better game.
All right, well, fair. Yeah. If you're gonna, I mean, you didn't say New Vegas. I'm not gonna ever argue New Vegas wasn't a better.
But
game.
I was saying
that being said,
if they had made a Fallout Seattle, I would be down for it.
Ooh, that-
Now that I am on a public platform, I need to put out my love for Fallout 2.
70.
yes, Fallout 2 is pretty dope.
Yeah.
I just want to
Fallout
thank
2
everyone tuning
best
into the
game
Fallout
of
podcast.
ever made.
We're doing all Fallout coverage all night. Right now, Tennessee is leading 53% for Fallout 2 over Fallout New Vegas. It's getting wild. Thanks for tuning in.
I'm just looking at Decision Desk here. You know, Trump continues to stretch that lead in Michigan.
I don't like
still
it.
only 50 to 59% of the vote in, but yeah, they got Trump leading by 12% in Michigan right now with 50% of the vote in. If this holds up,
It's over.
if this holds up, Donald Trump will be the president for the next 4 years. If Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin all stay in Trump's column, Trump wins. It's over. There's no path.
Were you just looking at Times or Decision?
No, I'm looking at Decision Desk right now.
Okay, because I have Decision Desk. Biden's down by 10.
Where?
On Decision Desk.
Sorry, yes, it is 10 now. Yep, 10.
Yeah, and they're a little bit ahead of.
No, but still 10 percentage point. That's significant. That is.
Yeah, but the Times has it at 12, so I'm saying he might be getting a little bit back.
Oh, okay. So that I wasn't crazy that the Times was saying at 12. Okay, yeah.
Or 10.5. You know these decimals, and you know.
Do they say how many votes counted? I got 2.8
40
votes.
It only says 48%.
Okay, yeah. We have to, yeah.
But
so
my quick math is looking at 2.6 ish.
Yeah, but the problem right here is that I mean, you know, I don't see where there's like a late vote coming in for Biden like heavily in Michigan. I mean, you know, I'll have to look up to see how the thing went last time, but you know. This is a state that Biden was polling at, you know, plus 4.2 in Michigan. So he was expected to win this state by 4 points according to polls. Now, you know, polls were off by about 3.7 percentage points in 2016. If the polls remain 3.7 percentage points off even this year in favor of Donald Trump, that would still be a 0.5 percentage point victory for Biden. But what we're looking at here is him being down 10 points with 50% of the vote in. And the early vote very much favored Joe Biden. However, in Michigan is one of the states. And actually, what we're seeing here, and this could be the story of the night here, is that Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, the three states that are still left counting, or you know, the three swing states here that we're paying attention to that are counting right now on the East Coast here, they are all states that have a law that says that you cannot begin counting mail-in votes until after the polls close on election day, meaning you can't even begin opening the envelopes until the polls close. So that means that for all the mail-in vote, it actually takes longer to process the mail-in vote than it takes to process the in-person vote in these states, typically, because there's one extra step when you're counting the mail-in votes, which is that you have to open up every single envelope and remove the ballot from that envelope. So there's an added step when you're counting the mail-in vote in these states, and I think that could be part of what we're seeing here is actually that I do think that the numbers could favor Biden later for that reason, because the Democrats are expected to vote overwhelmingly through mail-in balloting. So
can I just throw in, this is what I want to say, it was Rational National had said. It was either him or Kyle Kalinske. I think it was Rational National, though, maybe a couple of weeks ago, that this was going to be the scary scenario where we end up in a case where it looks like Donald Trump is winning or has a shot at winning, and then we get all the mail-in votes, and it ends up swinging the other way, and Joe Biden wins, and all of his wild cult people collectively lose their minds and burn this entire country down.
By the way, Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I just want to say that Texas has been called by the decision desk. I don't know if we gave that update, but Texas has been called by decision desk. We already said that on the show about an hour ago. We were comfortable enough and confident enough here to call it for Donald Trump in Texas. So that was totally expected. That brings the electoral vote up to 210 to 204. So we have, this is what we expected here. Texas coming in for Donald Trump. No surprise there. So far, the only state that appears to have flipped is Arizona. Thanks to Christina's son. We thank you to Christina for the update. Fox News called Arizona for Joe Biden, which is significant. It's significant because it's Fox News calling it for the Democrat. So that is significant that, they would typically lean towards, trying to favor the Republican and hold off on calling it until they're absolutely certain. So it appears that Fox News has called Arizona for Joe Biden, which gives Joe Biden, that's a flip of 11 electoral votes for Joe Biden. Of course, he would have to flip. I think I forget exactly how many. If he was, if I don't think Hillary won by 38, I think he has to flip 38 is what how Dave put it. But we'll see. So
don't you think if you were a believer in science and like you said, hey, like I want to end this pandemic and improve the economy, like wouldn't you want to not vote for Trump because he's completely been anti-science the whole time, and the Democrats are also anti-science, but holy crap,
none of these people believe any of the bad things about him. That's the scary thing. It's much easier for them to believe it's conspiracy and it's the media and it's literally everyone else's fault than him. They don't even. We're in the real world. They're in a different plane of existence right now.
But didn't they go to college at least and just take science class? I mean, it's basic shit. It's not like hyper complicated stuff. It's like biology. I mean, you don't need a scientist to tell you that the world around you is crumbling because people are using too much machines and stuff.
Yeah.
You can smell the sulfur and shit in the air. That your kids have to breathe.
A lot of them are anti-intellectual. They're anti-science or anti anything that makes sense in some weird, odd way.
Donald Trump Jr. is last thing yesterday was make liberals cry again. If that's your vision for this country, why the fuck are you even alive?
They care way more about owning the libs than surviving or anything else.
Yeah. What a lame thing.
Brian Dew says that Pennsylvania has 2.2 million mail-in ballots and doesn't start counting until tomorrow. So I'll have to check that. Brian, I didn't realize that they weren't counting until tomorrow. I got as I understood it, they were able to count as soon as the polls closed, but we did get some New York Times had some notes on there, so I'll check. Yeah, I gotta check. I don't see anything. I'll have to take a look at that. I see updates that say that in Madison, Wisconsin, that it's taking longer than expected to count the ballots in several places in Wisconsin because officials have found the machines do not count ballots as fast as they'd expect. And then they said, remember, as you see Wisconsin results come in, that in many jurisdictions, the absentee ballots won't be counted and reported until all the absentee ballots are counted. So they won't report any results for any of the absentee ballots until they're all in. And yeah, that's about all the updates.
How many states are like that, and how big of an impact can that have?
As far as what with the
mail-in ballots, where they can't count them till they're all in like that.
The only ones I've heard of so far was I think New York was like that or had a similar rule, something similar, but in Wisconsin, I don't know of any other states that have that rule that they all have to be in before they can before they'll report any of the results, that they have to count all. I do remember hearing at least one other state, I believe, that was like that though.
And New York, we can say is a wrap for Biden, but Wisconsin is one that could impact.
We'll say that again.
I said New York is a wrap for Biden, but Wisconsin is one that the mail-in votes could impact, right?
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are the three most likely there. And Brian is saying that 2.2 million mail-in votes can't be counted in Pennsylvania until starting tomorrow. I don't know. If Brian, if you got a source for that, I'll check it out to see. Anybody want to say something? Say something.
I mean, yeah.
So for some of these places, so the big takeaway is for some of these places, we just not gonna know for a while. And like I said, the longer that goes on, the scarier that prospect gets.
Brian, I see that there is, there are 2.2 million votes, early votes cast for Pennsylvania, but from a CNN article, it says, here, I'll pull the CNN article up actually, if we want here, real quick. Let's pull this up. But it says, while more than 2.2 million voters cast early ballots in Pennsylvania, the state doesn't process or count them until Election Day. So the state doesn't process or count them until Election Day, which would be today. Philadelphia and other areas plan to start work on their mail-in votes at 7 a.m. sharp. So Philadelphia and other areas plan to start work on their mail-in votes at 7 a.m. today, this morning, officials said. But swing counties like Erie and red ones like Cumberland are intending to wait until after the polls close or even until the next morning to begin. Mm-hmm. So while some of them may not start until after the polls close or early next morning, Philadelphia, which is obviously a major, a major, like, a hub of, it's an urban hub. It's going to be a Democratic, area. And they're actually expected to begin counting those mail-in votes. They were expected to begin that count starting at 7 a.m. today. So they've already started that count. Oh, okay. What's that? Sorry. So they've already begun counting. So just to clarify on that, it does look like, oh, while we got this up, y'all should check my nails. Can y'all see my nails? Can y'all see these dope ass nails? Oh man, look at them. Nice. Got the green for a green party. This is my green for a green party. That's how I vote. I know, Kwame. Situate yourself. Damn, I see. What Up got the dope background. Like, I need What Up set up right there. Like, I want my setup to look like What Up's. Like, look at that. Like, I need that in my life. Like,
my
damn,
shit
got
is not
the
that
bookshelf. Kwame, can you get your setup looking like What Up's, please? We about to replace you on this show, unfortunately, Kwame. Unless you get a background looking like that, you about to get replaced. All right.
This takes hard work.
Yes, indeed. All right, let me pull back up those. I'll pull back. Oh, why does StreamYard give me their own self? What kind of inception would occur right here? All right, New York Times we'll flip to just to get an update. Atlanta's not going to finish the count tonight. Who cares?
But don't you think this entire
Georgia still hasn't been called? Okay. Wait, didn't Georgia get called? Am I crazy, or did Decision Desk not already call Georgia? Let me check.
They haven't.
Nope, they have not. Okay. All right. So I guess Atlanta's not getting called. Yeah, let me see what is that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm calling it. Trump wins Georgia. He's up 53 to 45 with 80 to 97% of the vote in. So somewhere, call it 85, 90% of the vote in. And Trump has got a comfortable lead right now.
Do you think that Trump is within like suing range to where he can just use the Supreme Court to overturn the election?
I think he's in the range that he's going to win. So
yeah, I don't think that he's going to need to. Sadly, honestly, I don't even think that he's going to need to.
We mentioned it earlier with the North Carolina thing, but then he won that, so it doesn't matter.
Pennsylvania was the place that he geared up a major fight for in Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania, they have lawyers already, like in Pennsylvania, filing motion, like they're ready to they've already written all the briefs and the motions and all that sort of stuff, and they got a whole team of lawyers just for Pennsylvania. So they expected a close election that they would be able to contest.
Dude, we might be into an area of time. This is what I was afraid of, where we're going to be like sought out and persecuted on the basis of our political beliefs, because we like to think about democracy in the workplace and socialism. We're actually going to be targeted and, found and figured out and rooted out of our own lives, which we think that are safe, but I think that are very much at risk of being, just because of our political beliefs, like with the internet, with Ajit Pai as the leader of the FCC. How could we be feeling so safe with our activities on the internet of promoting socialism when we have this fascist government coming into power? I don't know. I mean, that's my main fear.
My thing is that what were you saying, Kwame?
I was just gonna say this timeline is so messed up. I forgot that Ajit Pai was the head. Damn it! I hate everything.
I know, right? Like Ajit Pai seems so far in the past, but it's
now is the McMahon still in there?
Reese's mug.
Yeah. But I know the mug, Jesus, oh Lord, the mug. They humanized him with that damn mug, and it pisses me off. I hate people
the Reese's mug.
Yeah,
See, that makes me empathize because I need that much coffee. But
that's how they get you,
That's how they get you.
You're like, all right, I guess we don't need freedom of the internet.
It's a good thing I have my own coffee mug.
But did you ever see the videos he did before that whole thing came out, where he was basically telling all of the shit that he would do?
It was. For folks that don't know, oh man, it was, he literally was talking about, this is Ajit Pai is the guy who Trump's nominee to run the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, and they're in charge of the internet and other things like that, and wireless, cell phone companies. Ajit Pai was a former executive, I believe, for Verizon Wireless, and then he goes from he goes from being in a major cellular communications
a defender. Hold on, as someone who worked in the cellular industry, a defender of one of the shittiest, most anti-consumer, anti-worker companies.
Yes, but specifically one in the very industry that he would later go on to regulate, so he's now in charge of regulating the industry that he was just an executive within. And as soon as he leaves this administration, he will become an executive yet again. And he was out there laughing about how he was making deals and how how about I gotta he was Verizon is bae, but what's their names? Sinclair Network or whatever is and he's looking over them and it's just it's wild. So this dude is and then he laughed at he made this whole weird video too, as a training material video for but it was I don't know, where he was rapping through the, I don't know. Yeah, y'all gotta check it out and just see this dude, the foolish shit. Huh?
Who are you talking about? I'm sorry.
Ajit Pai.
Okay. Still?
Yeah.
Wow.
The Humanist Report,
more airtime than I had for that dude.
The Humanist Report has the best OG videos of the Ajit Pai scandal. I think the Humanist Report
Oh yeah. He was on that shit. He was on that story. Yeah. He was on that. Like he was all over that story. Really. That's why. That's where I saw that Ajit Pai video of him like dancing and laughing and like yucking it up with like while laughing about the fact that he was literally like selling out the country and just laughing about it. So but yeah, it's like these are the people that will be in power. But you know, I mean, we had the NSA and we had, you know, I've lived through Bush and I've been around long enough to see what happened to all of our, you know, we've been spied on. We saw Edward Snowden and what he came out and showed us that the NSA was collecting metadata on all of us and was collecting all of our data on the internet. And so I don't think it's any different. I think that we, you know, we've had Trump for the past 4 years. I'm not one of these people that thinks that like Trump has more to like that he was like, some people think that Trump was like holding, I'm not saying that that's your argument, what up at all, but some people argue that like Trump is been holding back this whole time, and that, you know, he's like some mastermind in his real plan. He's really going to enact all the really terrible stuff after he's elected this time. And the reality is like the dude doesn't like doing work. He just wants to go to a golf course somewhere and just chill. Like I don't doubt his administration is horrendous. But it's not much different than the type of administration that Biden has already proposed putting in, because neither of those two are really going to be there, like making decisions day to day. Like, let's be real, like Joe Biden, Donald Trump, like they're not there. They've
already all but said that this is not a Biden president.
But I would disagree, and this is really important for me to say, is that like I come from an environmental standpoint. That's what brought me into the political spectrum. It really was not the Black Lives Matter movement, right? That came later for me. That came later when I was in college, and I took multicultural classes and that sort of stuff, and I really came towards the Black Lives Matter movement and all that kind of stuff. But really, for me, what brought me into the political spectrum was environment, right? And for me, there's a paradigm difference between what Donald Trump would enact and what the Democrats would enact, even though in all other realms of the spectrum, they are horrible. In the environment specifically, which is my key issue, and not, I apologetically admit, like the Black Lives Matter, like for me, like I'll say like Black Lives Matter is not my number one, my top issue. It's because that's my core issue was the environment. And I just,
but here's my thing with the environment, and even on the argument of the environment, I would still say that we had Donald Trump. I mean, we had Joe Biden and we had Barack Obama in power for 8 years, right? And what happened under Barack Obama? Fracking took off under Obama, you know, and
but it wasn't that he took away so much of the regulations. It was that he disgraced so many different individual situations in the environment. Like he was horrible on certain situations. Like for instance, Flint, Michigan, like obviously a menace in Flint, Michigan, Barack Obama. I don't even know why he chose to show his face there this time around. But I would say that during his administration, a lot of environmental regulations, especially in my state of Washington, were upheld. Like I have a gigantic issue that probably you guys don't know too much about, which is there's a gigantic nuclear facility which made the Hiroshima bombs in Washington called Hanford, which Obama completely neglected, but he didn't defund completely, and now we're dealing with that.
Hold on. CNN has on their Chiron Joe Biden to make a statement shortly. Breaking news.
What kind of statement is Joe Biden going to make?
Is this man about to concede?
I think he's going to concede.
He can't concede. He can
right?
literally not concede. Like,
he can't.
Stop it, Dave. This man concedes. Like, you can't concede when the votes haven't already all been counted. What? Like, I don't know. We will go.
I want to know what.
If one of us can pull up and have that ready and queued up, the Joe Biden, about to make a statement.
Just pull up CNN.
Okay.
if you can get their live stream going, then you can just share your screen to that.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'll do.
Before we jump into that, I just
And then
need,
we'll all just be,
let Kwame jump in and say his
quick update.
okay.
54% no, 45% yes. Ranked choice voting.
I quit on that. I quit on.
Are we giving up already?
Yeah. No, I hate Massachusetts.
We're at 70% reporting. That's no.
I hate
not
Massachusetts.
happening.
I hate Massachusetts. I hate it. I don't even want to hear it anymore. I hate it. But so just to, I want to stay on this point though. I want to stay on this point though because I still think that it's like, the thing is we had, the IPCC report gave us, they said we have 12 years to make massive systemic changes, that we need dramatic changes, to alter the thing. And that even the Paris Agreement, they said was not enough because especially considering the fact that Donald Trump just accelerated things, that everything just got accelerated under Donald Trump. And so the IPCC report gave us 12 years, and that was in 2017. So now when Biden finally takes power, that will be 4 years into the 12 years that they gave us, which means we have 8 years left.
We all got a plan to just not be making that mark, man. We got a plan to not be making that not going to make it.
Exactly. And my worry is that it's always still that like what Biden will do is minimal stuff that won't really fundamentally won't dramatically change things or alter things, and that neither are good enough. It's just that like even if we get Biden, it's not going to save the planet. I just don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think while he'll be better than Trump because he's not going to gut the EPA and he's not going to do all the terrible things, But also I think that what's up? Wait. Hold on. Let me also pull up this comment from Brian Dew because he has a question for you. What up? So you can answer these at the same time.
Yes, absolutely.
But Brian Dew says, "What up, America? What do you think about the argument that Trump woke up the state and local environmental efforts and that they will go to sleep under Biden? So what do you think about the argument that Trump woke up the state and local environmental efforts and that those efforts will go back to sleep under Biden?"
We needed a president that's going to install somebody who's in the EPA and the more importantly, the Department of Energy, who's going to actually care about these issues, right? The Department of Energy controls all of the super.
Who's the dude that's running the Department of Energy? Again, I forget his name, but he's the guy who forgot. He's the guy who said he had 3 planks of his platform on the debate stage one time in a presidential debate. He was like, I got 3 major planks of my platform.
The Texas guy. Guy.
And he was like, it's education. It's
he couldn't remember,
and then he couldn't remember the third one, and the third one was energy. By the way, it was energy, and now he runs the energy department. But
so okay, what was these people run all of the gigantic nuclear fallout like waste sites in the country, right? And they horribly defund these sites in order to fund the police and all this kind of stuff. They take away money from like these incredibly important water sites. Like the Hanford site in Washington is situated right along the Columbia River. It's the main source of water for the entire state of Washington and Oregon. We're looking at like gigantic nuclear fallout from the making of bombs from World War II, where the America made gigantic mistakes. And I'm going off on a tangent, but I'm just saying, the Department of Energy is incredibly important because it keeps us all safe, and they're not doing their job right now. And so we need to have a president that will put in some sort of like, just at least not a right winger in the position where they just say, oh, we don't care about Smokey the Bear. We don't give a fuck about, keeping the forest fires safe from fires, like all that's down, we don't care about they don't care about the environment at all. They want to destroy they're basically exactly what was the antagonist in, Captain Planet. If you ever watched the show Captain Planet, the antagonists of Captain Planet are the Trump administration.
Hey, what's my name? I know a little something.
Right. Earth, right?
Yeah,
Earth right there, right?
That's a deep cut right there. This is Brian Dew. the question I feel like harps back to the same thing that I feel like I've said on the last 4 episodes I've been on here, 5 episodes I've been on here. Forever, anytime I'm on camera, everyone's going back to sleep. Donald Trump is super loud about his shittiness, and that is the only thing that has spurred people into action. And I do not have faith that if you don't have someone just screaming the worst of the worst in front of them, that anyone will care to show up for any of this stuff, whether it's the environment, whether it's marginalized folks, whether it's LGBTQ plus rights.
Whether it's Black Lives Matter, it's not going to have the same level of support that it had under. I just know because we're dealing with a certain set of people, and we know who who we deal with, who we see on our feed, and it's a certain set of primarily older liberals, who are any race, it really doesn't matter, but just older people who identify as liberal, who are these folks that just. They were all up in arms over Donald Trump because it was Donald Trump, but their whole issue with him is that they don't like how he talks, but they don't care about the policies. And the thing about a Joe Biden is that I've seen environmentalist groups recently. I forget who it was, but and Howie Hawkins was making this point as well. We played the clip of Howie Hawkins making the point is that if you are serious about climate change, then you must be serious about fracking, and it is a critical issue.
Absolutely.
And Joe Biden on his recent town hall, that Pennsylvania voter, and look at how Pennsylvania is looking for Joe Biden right now. It's that Pennsylvania voter asked him, she said, she was giving him straight up statistics from the state. And she was like, listen, fracking is killing people. It is destroying our environment. It's destroying our air. It's destroying our water. What are you going to do about this? And his first answer was I will not ban fracking.
That was one of the
so frustrating. It's just say you will.
That might have been the worst response of the entire cycle to any question.
Absolutely.
That one single one, I think, was the most impacting. It was the most. I don't give a damn about you. It was just the
Here's the thing.
To you.
And there's a way to answer that as a politician where you don't say I don't believe in banning fracking, but you just talk about and you just spin it as you say all the other shit that you do nominally support or whatever.
Yes.
But you never say I specifically don't ban fracking. You find a politician-y way to say it, but
they don't care about
Joe Biden is that he doesn't even care enough to fake it to us. Just fake it to us so that we could justify voting for this asshole. Is just lie to me. Just lie to me, dude. Please just lie to me.
Platform is that Trump. Their whole platform is Trump. Their whole platform is we're not Trump. So they don't feel like they have to do that. They have no incentive to do that. I don't want to come at the liberals or the people who have been out there campaigning for Joe Biden because they feel like it's the best thing for this country. But a lot of people just rolled over and were like, all right. And they just gave up the belly to Joe Biden. They didn't like I said, there are too many people who weren't holding their noses when it came time to do that shit.
Yeah. And see, What Up had at least the right strategy, which I agree with, which is to What Up didn't give up his vote until the last the last minute, and that's what we needed more people to do,
They had
we
to
needed
earn
more
it.
people to say listen, you got to give me something, you got to give me something, and to continue to fight and to hold out. People like AOC should have done more because she really believes in real climate change. She believes in climate policy, the Green New Deal. She should have held back that vote and said, I can't endorse you. I'll vote for you. Yeah. She should have said, I'll vote for Biden, but I'm not endorsing him until he gives me these guarantees on the environment. Give me these guarantees on.
And my vote for Biden is more of a punishment to the left than it is a boon to the Democrats. It's more look, the left has not done enough, has not been fire enough to actually fight for the things that they say they believe in. And this is where I go with Jimmy Dore on is look, the left cannot take bullshit. This is the number one problem that the left has is that we take too much bullshit and just go along with it. And that's what I just did with my vote. I went and voted for Joe Biden because look, we are taking bullshit, right? And I did it too. And so this is the problem that we have on the left, is that we can't take bullshit.
And that's the point that Kamali was driving home earlier, and the point that I'll always come back to, a point that a very dope dude named Roderick Douglas, shout out to that dude, happy birthday, because I know it is your birthday today, always brings us back to. Electoral politics will not save us. It is about
I do have big updates. Big updates. Oregon voted yes on psilocybin therapy.
Okay, nice.
South Dakota legalized medical and adult use marijuana in the same vote.
Dope. That's where was that?
South Dakota.
South Dakota. Okay,
Yeah.
South Dakota.
And Arizona, legal. We did win in Arizona. We were discussing that earlier. That is final now.
That's the decriminalizing psychedelic plants.
No, that's DC. Arizona, we're talking legal weed, Prop 207.
Okay.
Fully or medical.
No, so drugs won this election. That's what I'm hearing, right? So that's the only.
Because it doesn't matter who wins. What matters is that we're going to need drugs to get through it.
Oh, definitely.
Everyone's like, oh shit, pass everything.
Oh shit! Yes, I am all in favor of that. We are all gonna need. Yes, we're gonna need all the drugs that we can get. Let's take a look at.
We're medicating, by the way, for.
I just want to say this map is almost. I just want to pull up the.
Only difference is Arizona.
It's Arizona. It's literally only Arizona. Like I just want to show you the map from 2016 for anyone that's not. Recalling what the map from 2016 is. Just take a quick look at this one here. You can see, little blue, Illinois, Minnesota. It's literally, oh boy. Okay, so okay, let me just check. Yep. All right. Okay. Yep. So here we go. Let me flip to this is the 2016 map here. So literally, if you just paint Arizona blue here, you got the same map that we're looking at right now.
Yeah,
this is it. This is the same. This will be wild. This will be crazy, y'all.
Dude, so many of the blue left is going to be so triggered, by this upset.
Damn.
And I have so many people saying like, "Oh, I'm gonna move to Canada if Trump wins again," and all this kind of stuff. It's like, put your money where your mouth is, bro. If you really want to move away and leave this entire country to idiots, this country is going to screw your country too. Don't think that it's not going to.
Yeah, there's nowhere safe from America right now. We do damage all over the world. Yeah.
And we all can't leave. That's the thing. I know I hear a lot of rich and famous people talking about how they're gonna bounce if dude wins, but
no,
there's a lot of people who can't do that. So I don't know, maybe stay and fight for them.
Yeah.
Wild, crazy thought.
I don't know. I feel like the fundamental issue that we have here is a lack of empathy, a lack of feeling for others and placing others' needs at the same level that we place our own needs. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, but I think that's the story of this country, though, right? It's how does slavery exist? Slavery doesn't exist. Jim Crow can't exist unless you have a set of people. It's usually white folks, who have all the power, and then they say they don't care. They're not concerned about the few over here, and they're not going to put those people's needs. They're not going to think about other people other than themselves. And men have done it in this country for so long. Through patriarchy, and we held on to patriarchy, and we said we didn't think about those other people. So what we're asking, it's a big ask to ask of people, but it's the only way that we can ever have some sort, we can ever get to a fair and just place is if people start to have some real empathy.
They need to take an E-bomb. They need to take an E-bomb and just chill and go dance to some fucking electronic music, and just all this shit will be done for them. They don't need to worry about it. They don't need to worry about not understanding empathy and that sort of stuff, they would just go and
They need to take some shrooms. Like if you need empathy, take some shrooms. Like seriously,
some shrooms and listen to The Weeknd because he'll have you in your feelings. Right? You do some drugs, you listen to The Weeknd, you will be in touch.
Seriously, I will be mad at myself if I do not do some shrooms within the next week. After experiencing this result, I will be mad if I do not. I will be contacting some folks to procure some mushrooms, and maybe we could do an episode of this show. I saw Matt Taibbi from Useful Idiots was planning to do shrooms and watch one of the debates.
No way.
Yeah. He was like, I got the shrooms already. I just need. Oh no, he had geared up to. He wanted to take shrooms and watch the White Fragility
I will just say
seminar.
preemptively, this is such a bad idea to watch anything political while you're on mushrooms. Just watch something colorful. Like,
I know,
don't
right?
need to be watching like dark.
Watch
like,
a Pixar movie.
Seriously,
yeah.
I want to seriously advocate for shrooms to everyone. Like everybody should, I believe that everybody should safely take some mushrooms once in their lives. If you want, it's an experience that I think everybody really needs to have. Unless there's some physical reason that you can't, I'm totally cool with that. Fine, don't worry about it. Or it's not safe. You don't have it in a safe way. You can't take it in a safe way. Fine, I get it. But if you can, please do yourself a favor. It is a mind-opening experience. I truly believe that yes, use some chocolate. It helps it go down smoother. Yep. And I promise it.
And it makes you feel better.
Yeah, I developed an empathy. Now I will say I've taken shrooms with Kwame before. I have an intense hatred for Kwame whenever we take mushrooms. All right. I don't know why. He does nothing wrong. He does nothing wrong.
What I do,
but I hate him when we take mushrooms. I don't understand it, but every single time. All right.
No, me and you got to do mushrooms real soon,
dude. Seriously, like I am so down. I am so down. All right.
Kicked out of the car we were in. He was but you know what? If we just left him, I'm just saying. All are good.
Well, dude, whatever car you were in when you're doing mushrooms is a spaceship. I don't care. What you say.
We had our boy drove us all around while he was also on mushrooms, and I swear that dude is my fucking hero.
Are you talking about
my hero?
Dan Tedesco?
No, but Dan would be capable of driving. It was Paul.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, that makes sense as well.
Nothing will ever be worse than the time we got on the. I think Dave, you were there. I think Gers was there. We got on the Jamaica Way, and as soon as I pull on the Jamaica Way, as soon as I pull out the Jamaica Way, I'm like, yo, guys, I can't see colors anymore.
Oh, no, I thought you were talking about when a friend of ours was driving and drove on the wrong side of the Jamaica Way.
Oh, Lord.
Which time? We have a lot of friends who
I will not say their name.
Yes, keep it. Yeah. Let's keep it. We'll protect their privacy.
They are a person of stature now.
Okay, all right, yeah. So let's protect their privacy there.
Yes.
So hey, I have a big hypothesis to pose to y'all. So what if we're in 2024 and say Nina Turner is running and
against
Candace
Owens.
Against Candace Owens. Lord, please stop wishing that upon us, Kwame. We do not want a Candace.
I mean, it's going to be the end. It's going to be against another Democrat in the primaries.
Yeah.
And so that Democrat's probably going to be like Pete Buttigieg or Andrew Yang. Or somebody
I think more likely Kamala Harris, to be honest. Like if Kamala Harris. It's going to be Kamala Harris. Like she is going to be the anointed. She's vice president, just like Joe Biden just got anointed like this. She's the vice president of the sitting president. If he doesn't return for a second term, then it's absolutely going to her because they have all the reason there to just pass the mantle. She has all the, the same, credentials as a Joe Biden at that stage or whatever.
Well, what do you see the situation to be in 4 years after Trump has exhibited his?
Oh, we're talking about under a. Oh,
on-
sorry. Hold on. Okay, I realized you're talking about under a Trump presidency.
Yeah.
If we have 4 more years,
the next 4 years are Trump, and it is horrible. And then we're having a referendum, and we're running, and the Democrats have in the primary, they have corporate Democrats, and then they have progressive Democrats who have probably more of a holding because of the weight that they brought in the primary last year, right, with Bernie Sanders. So they have more of a weight. So it's probably like a 50-50 kind of. It's like a internal UFC fight between the Democrats and progressives.
Do we even make it that far if we get another 4 years of Trump? Or
yeah, we'll make it that far. We will
That's
make it
my
that far,
question.
unfortunately.
Does everything? Do we?
No,
we
we'll,
still
we'll
have
make it that
democracy,
far.
or we are the Third Reich? And now
No, we'll make it that far. We'll definitely make it that far. My thing is, if that's the case, you know, for one, I seriously think I seriously, hear me now, quote me later, I do not put it past the Democrats to run a Republican. If they lose to Trump again, I think that their analysis is going to be, oh no, we need to run somebody more to the right. We need to run John Kasich.
John Kasich.
Yeah. Like, I do not put a John Kasich Democratic run past the Democratic Party. So
or Mitt Romney, even. Mitt Romney.
you know, like these are the people that, like, Mitt Romney was Mitt Romney is a freaking product of Massachusetts, as far as I'm concerned. We did that. Like,
that's our fault.
Yeah, like, how the hell did we elect these Republican governors who are just the most greasiest Republicans? Like, I can't stand it. Like, and we empower them. And so now, but on the Nina Turner question, I think that Nina Turner is the best option for the left
for 2024 or 2028
for 2024, because I think I honestly, like, I quit by 2028. Like, I'm done. I'm gone. I'm packing up. I'm leaving. It's over. Like, if we don't win in 2024, peace. We're doing this. We are doing the show from another country. I'm done. I swear. Hold me to this, y'all. If you fucking see me, I am so done with this. Like, I am past the point. I told you, I hold back half of my thoughts. Like, I hold back my thoughts because I am reaching a point where I seriously worry that this country is too far gone, and that we built up a system that is a system that has been built that is designed to leave Black, brown, marginalized, gay, women. Yeah. If you're not a cis white Christian male, essentially, in this country, this system was built to destroy you. It was built to hold you down and to keep you down so that you can keep on being fodder for, the ruling class. And I just don't.
Biden's conceding.
No.
What?
He's speaking. I'm assuming he's conceding.
Stop it. So stop it, Dave. You just shocked me. Stop it. Where are we at? Hold on. I got to pull this up. I got to get this up.
He's speaking.
You're the worst. You just.
Oh no.
Oh no. Why are you talking?
My guess is what he's doing is saying the results still aren't clear. We're gonna have to wait, and he's just gonna do that. Do not scare people like that. It's scary. What scares me about that is that the Democrats can't be that weak that they would concede an election before he even has 270 electoral votes called for him. Like, that is not the time to concede,
Are we sure they're not?
Where are you watching this?
Listen, I'm watching it.
Where are you watching that?
CBS.com.
CNN.com.
This is a 9/11 level bullshit.
Yeah, he's calling for
he's waiting for every ballot to be counted.
Yeah, that's all he can say. Like that, that's totally different.
I don't.
Yeah. Why can I not pull this up?
Can you hear this? Man.
Yeah, but I want to pull it up for the rest of the world to see. I want to give him some quality. Yeah. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm gonna pull it up here, Dave.
All right, I'm muting mine.
Yep.
Fucking Biden.
Oh man, I can't
Here we
believe
go.
you scared us like that.
Who's won this election? That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
You shouldn't be optimistic, you fucking.
Came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon?
Biden's a
John,
dumbass.
you're the gov. Yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great
He
job.
didn't know the guy's name. He doesn't know his name.
Our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's really,
folks,
really
you
about to
heard me
lose this
say
election.
before, every time I walk out of my grandpa's
He's
house
about
up
to
in
lose this
Scranton, he yells,
election.
Joey, keep the faith.
He's getting fucking mollywopped.
No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I just hate when they
Patience is
talk,
great.
and that's what scares
Walk
me.
over here.
All right, former Vice President Joe and former Second Lady Jill
No
Biden.
So that, they cannot concede until at least he has 270 electoral votes called by one major outlet. Like if I see him concede before that, that would be I'd quit. I quit right now. I just quit life. I just quit. I exit stage right. I just go. I give up. If they concede before the election's even called, like that would be mind boggling. But I cannot believe this show. I mean, my dumbass, I don't know why. Why was I so Cenk Uygur fucked me up. I'm never listening to Cenk again. I'm done. Fuck you, Cenk Uygur. Like, he's the only reason that I felt comfortable calling
Cenk Uygur.
I felt comfortable calling the election for Joe Biden early and saying there's no chance that Joe Biden could lose this election mostly because Cenk's final, he was the final nail in the coffin for me. When Cenk said it, I was like, you know what? That's it. I've been feeling the same. And I trust Cenk's predictions. He predicted Trump victory in 2016.
He'd be so self-confident and so unreasonably so.
Yeah. And like, you can't put it past Joe Biden. All the polls aside, it's like the polls all narrowed before the right before the end of the election. Polls all narrowed. And feel free to jump in there, Kwame.
I was just gonna say, never count out Biden. Never count out Biden when it comes.
Never count in Biden. Never count him in.
Never count him out in his ability to lose. Is what I'm saying.
Yes, no, of course.
Man will pull out all the stops to fail. So don't count that out.
No, never put it past the Democrats to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. And
You're right.
God, they will absolutely find a way. This is insanity. So let me we'll keep up. We'll keep checking in. We got to keep checking in and keep seeing how these results.
Let me just ask you: Are you on board with the idea that a Trump victory might have benefits for the progressive movement? Along the way.
I don't think it'll have benefits.
Not really.
I don't think it'll harm it as much as I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that either of them help or like. I think that the left, the progressive, like real progressive left, like the real left, like we lost. We lost when Bernie lost, we lost. Like really, but for real, when Bernie lost, we lost. Like that was it. Like we lost back then. We got to do the real way for us to win on the left is we got to get serious about winning primaries. That is the key. That's the key change that we need to make. We have to win primaries. That's our chance to get real power. Once the primary is over, we don't have any more power. They ignore us. The corporate Democrats, they just totally ignore us. They turn their backs on us. They don't feel like they need our vote because they know where else are we going to go but to the Democratic Party. We're not going to go vote for Republicans. We're leftists. There's no chance in hell we're going to vote for Republicans. So either we vote for them or we just stay home, and they're fine taking that risk because then they'll try to court the 6 moderate Republicans that are left in the country and think that they can pick up enough votes from those handful of people. But Yeah, I think that the real time for the left to make any advancements is in primary elections, and we have to start having a real strategy around, if we're talking about, electoral politics, the left has to win primaries. We have to start to win primaries, and we have to put all of our eggs into that basket. We have to raise awareness. We have to start to reach out in our communities and make sure we start to bring in the disaffected voters. And that means that we got to, go to some places we aren't always comfortable going or whatever, for Democrats, especially into, marginalized communities and places that have been abandoned and poor communities, the places that those 100,000 voters that are disaffected voters that they agree with us. From the majority of them agree with us on the policy, but they're disaffected. They feel like they've given up hope on the system, because if you're,
hey, I agree with 100% of what you're fucking saying, but I'm just saying the marketing perspective of it is that there's no mega horn to the people who you're saying that this is going to actually affect. Is that with the left has been silenced so much. Is that in any of the places that you would think that this would affect the population, this is not going to, because there's no there's no to the actual people who live there. Maybe there's one radio station, but there's 57 other radio stations that have Trump on it. And it's overwhelming against the message you're trying to send.
That's why
I don't think we're gonna win this at a bigger level. I think that unfortunately, unfortunately, it's really gonna come down to us doing smaller initiatives and working together at a local level, and doing democratic workplaces, which is a smaller thing that we can more immediately control than anything.
Local sustainability, building dual power up in your communities.
I'm increasingly giving up on this system. It's not gonna save us, regardless of who wins. But especially, either way, it's gonna come down to us. And I hope I'm wrong about my liberal friends, but I really feel like this is going to come down to us leading the push.
I'll tell you why you're not wrong about them, because we were them. I was them. You were them, Kwame. We were those people. And we know.
I still remember. I saw memories recently. I said right after the 2016 election, I said Biden-Harris 2020. And then I immediately went way to the left of that.
That's wild that you actually called that.
It's so scary and sad, and I don't know if it's just because I not to keep harping on the fact that obviously we are black men, but as a black man have seen enough people that look like me die on the TV on a regular basis that I am just so fucking angry, sad, depressed, and disillusioned with so much of this shit that I'm just yo, screw it. Let's protect us. But that's where the hell I'm at. You want to talk about the voters who are completely I am those people who have lost all faith in the system. I don't know why I show up and vote, to be completely honest. I still do. I still partake, there's the down ballot shit that's important. There's ranked choice voting, which happened last year, and I don't know what actually happened with it, so I can't tell you what happened with it. But man, it's so wild to me. It's just absolutely wild to me that this is where we are right now. This is where we are right now.
Yeah. I think I'm looking up a clip. So y'all just talk. I'm gonna pull up a clip from Brianna Joy Gray on a recent interview on the Tim Black show. She had a great quote.
I think you were right. Who did you say it was? Cornel West that said that the Democratic Party we need to let it go. We need to let it die because it's not. Yeah, it's not. Right. It's not for us. It's not for us. They do not give a damn. They do not give a damn about us. They will not even fake the funk enough to try and pretend that they would give us anything. It's not even like they don't care about us. It's active disdain.
No, they are against us 100%. It's an anti. We're against them.
Animosity because you have the audacity to ask for health care and live fair living wages and equality and opportunities for people. And that is why I'm like, yo, I don't get it. Like, and the thing that drives me crazy when I really stop and think about it, and like I feel people on this. I know a lot of people died. So we have signs that say vote because they can't. But if voting is so important and they do all these things to stop us, they do all these things to make sure that voter suppression, to make sure that we don't vote, right? If it's that fucking important, how do we just give it away with nothing? With nothing. How is it that important at the same time? We make no concession. We don't ask for a thing. That's the shit that drives me crazy.
They don't care.
It's just, I was there. Like I was there years ago. It was the sticker.
A rhetorical question, but the answer is because they don't give a fuck.
It was the sticker. It was all for that dope ass sticker, so you could take that selfie and come up with that deep thing that you could put on Facebook or whatever social media platform that you choose about how you did your duty to vote. And at the end of the day, like none of them really care.
All right, I want to play this clip. I'm just gonna play the beginning of this thing. I'm not gonna try to find the spot in the interview where they play the full clip. This is just the preview clip that they show at the beginning of this episode of the interview with Briahna Joy Gray and Tim Black. But this is regarding the Democratic Party, this whole voting for lesser of two evils, also addressing the issue of the idea of like how you reach to these communities and stuff, how are you going to reach these communities, and also talks about the issue of like the environment, and how your average Black voter is going to respond to something like that. And unfortunately, it's not the messaging that's going to work when you're talking to disaffected poor Black people. And so she'll address all of these things. So let's take a quick look from Briahna Joy Gray on her appearance on the Tim Black Show. All right.
CNN still is not called Georgia. That's weird.
My mom was born without civil rights in this country.
Right.
She's a young woman, but in 1960, we didn't have civil rights in this country. We didn't have them. My entire community didn't have civil rights. And you want to tell me, we've been voting for Democrats since then. And you want to tell me that I should tell those people, oh, but you should vote for Biden because of the environment.
Right.
Like, come on, I care about the environment as much as anybody, but you have to be realistic. I'm asking you about voter outreach, not about how in the abstract people should consider and weight the interest here. You got to give people something material, something they can put their hands around and that they can feel.
All right, guys.
So that's Briahna Joy Gray, breaking down that you gotta, if you want to reach these people, as much as all of us sitting here, none of us would ever disagree that the environment is crucial, is absolutely crucial, and that and Briahna Joy Gray goes on to say, like, of course we, and Tim Black agrees, like we need a planet, right? Like we can't. There's no point in me having a table if I don't have a house to eat it in, So like, there's no point in us getting all these rights if we don't have a planet to live on them, to live on, to enjoy those rights, So of course we care about the environment. Of course we know the environment is important. But we are a very elite set of folks that we have to recognize. We're totally tuned into politics, and we are like we eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff. We're also all pretty well educated people. All of us here are all educated folks. We didn't have those same, the same kind of struggles as your average, your average, poor Black person, poor brown person, poor person in general, to be honest. I mean, I'm college educated, that's just not a thing that, you're at the majority of Black people are not college. The majority of people in the country are not college educated. So we are, if you're college educated, you're you're an elite, person, so it's just like, we have to recognize that the people that we say we care about, these marginalized people, these poor people, that are the messaging of, say, the environment, while it's an important, crucial thing that really, really matters and is the crucial thing, that we have to get right, that's not going to change the fact that these people are not coming out to vote for you, because they can't even get to the point. The problem is they can't even get to the point of caring about the environment. I'll tell you, it's difficult for me to care a whole bunch about the environment when I literally, don't have like my own home, and shout out to Jamiko here for giving me a place to live right now. But if it wasn't for my a brother from another mother of mine, a great friend of mine, giving me a place to stay, I could potentially be out on the streets right now, And so it's very hard to think about things like even the environment when you're like, I just need the basic economic shit set up so that I can get to the point where I can then care, So we got to get these people to the basic point where they got enough material things met that they can then get to the point that they can actually care. Because I know they'll care. I know they'll care. When we finally explain to them what's going on with the environment and all the fucked up shit that's being done by Donald Trump and all that stuff. But I can't even begin to have that conversation with the average poor black person, poor person in general, pretty much. But like,
can I say something real quick?
Yes, please. Yep, jump in.
I was just saying, Maslow's hierarchy, you know about it, where you have like a bottom base of like what you need to survive, right, on the bottom level, and then you have self-actualization.
Yeah,
it's like a pyramid, right, and it works upwards. And if you don't have the lower level taken care of, then you can't address anything on the higher level of the pyramid.
Yeah,
and this is what's happening. This is what I feel is what's happening with the Black Lives Matter movement and all this kind of stuff, is that basically like people and everybody, it's everybody, because this is an entire class differential movement, is that nobody is able to accurately take care of their survival needs. Even the middle class, middle class is having a struggle to survive. They're feeling the financial burden, right, of the time. And so
they were the people that lost homes, in the 2008 crash, because you have to be middle class to own a home. And so, that was the middle class getting wiped out right there in the 2008 crisis, that was all the middle class that got wiped out there.
Yes.
Yep, absolutely.
And, I mean, I just think that we're coming into times where we're going to have tons of people who are completely out of their financial means, and they're going to be living in completely different ways, and their brain is going to be completely unprepared for the means in which that they are living. Like they're going to be unused to living the way that they have been since. And so, I mean, I just think that the next 2 years, you can't consider them anything else but complete chaos.
Yeah.
Like, it's just going to be complete chaos for the next 2 years. You just have to consider it. You just have to,
Yep. And
prepare for it.
And I'd say like the thing is that like it's a unique experience being Black in America, because you have a certain, you do have a certain connection to a certain history that your average white American isn't necessarily going to connect with, isn't going to have that
Absolutely
history.
Not.
And for black people in America, you've seen, and what Breonna Joy Gray was saying, during the civil rights movement, her mother lived in a time where we had no civil rights. And also even from the civil rights movement from 1970, we've seen, for everyone in this country, not just Black people, but wages have flatlined since 1968. Wages have absolutely flatlined. But if you listen to the history in the 1960s, you can hear speeches from James Baldwin speaking in 1965 and 1968. And that's 50 years ago that James Baldwin is speaking about stuff that you are, as a Black person, are going to listen to those words and you're going to connect with, and you're going to hear that and you're going to say, I feel like the exact same today. And that's him saying that same thing 50 years ago. And I feel like nothing's changed even to this day. What he's saying 50 years ago still feels relevant to me, completely relevant to me today. And hold on, let me just finish this point, Kwame. And then and the fact that over that course of that 50 years, we know the history has been voting for the lesser of two evils, Black people voting for Democrats, and they've done all of that in 50 years. Nothing has changed. So
it's gotten worse.
Exactly.
It's gotten worse.
Exactly. If anything, it's in fact gotten worse. You're right. And so you've seen 50 years of that. Nothing's changed. Well, that's why people think, and I don't yet have the full confidence that I need to talk about this stuff, but I truly do believe that I know I always bring it back to democracy in the workplace and, but Kamali, can that really solve every problem? Well, that's why I compare that to the example of Mondragon and that priest 50 years ago, who started with a worker cooperative with 5 other people. There's 4 of us right here, like they started a worker cooperative with 6 people. We got 2 more people. We know we got Brian Dew in the comments. We got Mark McKee.
Brian Dew.
Yep, we got
awesome
Brian Dew. So if 6 of us can get together and we build a democratic workplace, we got Tammy, the super producer over here. So if the 6 of us can get together and we build a democratic workplace, well, 50 years later, what has that democratic workplace developed into? Literally its own city. They have their own police force, their own security force. They got their own schools. They got their own city. They are a work.
I will say, like my stepfather right now, he is from the place in Spain where that part of
the Basque region.
Basque region. My father is Basque, and I have grown up.
That's wild.
Eating Basque food.
That's wild.
And I mean,
do you speak the language, or does your dad speak the language?
I don't speak the language. I'm just real quick trying to ask you guys. Like, I'm not religious or anything, but my stepdad is in the hospital. He's got really bad heart surgery coming up the next day or two. Like, if you could wish him well.
Oh, absolutely.
Whatever way you can, just like do it, because he's a Basque person, right? And he came from he grew up in a time where most of his brothers and sisters had to change his name because there was a fascist living in Spain who had to change all of the Spanish people's names to Spaniard names and not Basque names. Like, the Basque region of Spain was literally eradicated as a country from Spain. Like, it is a horrid history. If you ever want to get into like that kind of like look into Spain, the Basque region has been absolutely and there's a supposed terrorist. Well, I don't want to go into too much rant about Spain and all that kind of stuff. It would take too long, but anyway.
We'll have you back on to talk about it, because that's some cool history that I really want to dig into. And because I'm very much interested in the Basque region of Spain and Mondragon and what they do over there, and so I would love to talk
connection to it. I have a huge connection to it. So
we will absolutely. We should. We'll connect offline and we'll chat about that and see if we can do something about that, because I seriously want to put together a segment for that. So that would be awesome, and I'd love to have you back on for that too, for sure. And yes, absolutely. Like, I hope nothing but the best for your dad. That's always tough. So I hope, just definitely wishing him well in that, yeah, absolutely. So
he's gonna
keep us posted, and wish you nothing but the best. Yeah, absolutely. That's always tough. Yeah, so
I don't mean to bring everything.
No, that's.
I mean, it's already a horrific.
Love over there.
We got nothing but love.
Yeah,
we got nothing but love. We all wide open right now. We all out here sharing and shit. I mean, it is wild times, but we got.
Yeah,
there's one thing that all these people have shown us is that us right here, we got.
Yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate it.
We got to get to some comments here. Let's see what's up with the comments over here.
Yeah, we've been slacking our bad. Sorry, y'all.
Let's see. Brian is saying the margin in PA is huge. Let's see. Pennsylvania. Wow. No, this can't be right? Wait, which one had more?
Refresh, please.
No, I gotta check. I can't remember if it was New York Times that had better numbers on Pennsylvania or what. Ooh, no. Oh my Lord. What is this fucking gap in Pennsylvania going on right now? Biden is down by 14 points in Pennsylvania right now, with 60, at least 66% of the vote in, and Biden is down by 16 points. I mean, Pennsylvania was it was a total toss-up. It was a 1-point state. Real Clear Politics had Pennsylvania at Biden plus 1.2. That is crazy. That's crazy. So that is massive.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
I
as
can
Brian
think it though.
pointed out,
The
like,
Democrats deserve it.
You know what?
Democrats deserve it.
Positive spin. I really like the sound of a Turner Cortez ticket in 2024.
yeah, that would be amazing. That would be a dope ticket. I'd take that ticket. That
definitely
would have
Turner
so much.
If we live that long, I would love that ticket.
What was that? What up?
Definitely Turner as president and
yes,
Cortez as vice president.
yeah.
I'm down for either order.
No, it's got to be.
Yeah.
It's got to be
What I
Nina.
said.
It's got to be Nina at the top of the ticket for me.
Yeah, dude.
I'd vote
Yeah.
for either one, obviously, but I really
Yes.
want Nina at the top of that ticket.
No, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm
I
needing.
would take either order.
Yeah.
But I said what I said.
nice. So yeah, so guys,
these
it's like
numbers
it's
are
1 a.m.
sketchy.
This shit is wild, y'all. We got Biden 215, Trump 210.
I cannot
Like-
believe it hasn't been called yet.
I
honestly.
can't believe what's going down, y'all. This is
the
hilarious.
hell?
Hey, can I get a word? Hey, can I get a word on how you think, like, Kyle Kalinski's doing with Joe Rogan and all them kind of people? He's there in Texas with Joe Rogan.
I saw
that.
that.
Joe
man.
Rogan.
A shame.
Kwame and I are hoping to have. I really want to have the Joe Rogan debate out with Kwame on stream, because Kwame and I know that my views on Joe Rogan will be controversial, although I don't want to say it as if I'm like a Joe Rogan fan out here or anything like that. But I do believe that we can tactically use Joe Rogan on the left, and that we may be able to utilize him while not caving on any of our principles, and while calling him out as the dude is a transphobe at best, trans antagonistic at worst. He is, the dude is a.
I'm a fucking I agree 100%. Although I do think that Joe Rogan is not a completely 100% ill-willed person.
Yes,
I'm gonna throw this out there. I think that a fair. I don't think it was the thing that tipped it over, but I know a lot of, maybe it's anecdotal, I know a lot of people of people of color who and marginalized people who instantly jumped off of the prospect of Bernie when he in any way touched that Joe Rogan endorsement.
Really?
Because he's too I think people overestimate the good amount of people he have for the amount of people who just don't fuck with him at all. Like he's got a very apolitical crowd, so maybe that's the difference maker, because the apoliticals haven't chosen a side and maybe the others are already stuck in their way. But
there's so many of them in America, it's like a huge glut.
That's where it gets complicated, and this is where the spoiler alert. The natural end conclusion is that, like, I'm at way more. I wouldn't say I'm more at, or I'm focused more on the smaller scale aspects, to the point where I don't think we're going to be able to get some large umbrella of a movement where we all agree on the same thing. Unfortunately. I'm increasingly becoming dissuaded.
But the left is the best at making our case. Well, at our best, the left is at best at making our case, right?
When will we last at our best?
Well, it's mainly when people people who don't play politics, like, in my opinion, this is only my opinion. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, people, we shouldn't, take politics into consideration. We just say what we want. We want people to be okay. We want everybody to have a chance. We want to make the baseline of survival needs, especially in the midst of climate change and coronavirus, met. And then once we meet those guidelines, if you fuck up, then it's your fault, sure. But you make a baseline for people, everybody to have enough money and to survive, and food and water and oxygen and everything clean.
Right? I like to think that what you're saying is correct, but what does that say? 51,941,100,000 people do not give a fuck about other people, and
61,
that is
right. 61.
That is where it's the thing. That's the thing that it gets real scary, and that is why, like, I preach above all else intersectionality, and that is where maybe I'm too far on that other side of pushing it to the point where if someone fucks up on certain aspects, like Joe Rogan does on the sexuality aspects, I cannot rock with you at a fundamental level at that point. And maybe that's a personal failing of mine, but my level of intersectionality requires a little bit too much of needing everyone to be fucking included. And too many people do not care whether it's they care about their class aspects of, they can care about other poor people, but they don't care about other people of different races or genders, or whether they care about middle class people but they don't care about poor people. It gets to be like, how do we fix that? When you look at certain type of liberals, certain type of middle class people who, of course, the poor people in rural and the southern areas don't like us. We sit around and we ridicule them all the time. And yes, they have deplorable views, some of them, but not all of them. And there's a certain level of classism that comes in. It's just, I'm not confident in our country's ability to think intersectional enough for us to all come together to make that change.
I want to hear what Dave has to say. I think he has.
Dave, did you want to jump in there?
No, I've been drinking way too much right now.
Okay.
I'll be back here in like
okay, no, I was just saying.
No,
like,
don't worry.
I really was saying, like,
everybody needs a drink right now. So
you are absolutely right. Like, nobody is on the side of what we're trying to get towards in this election, except for like Howie Hawkins and all that. You know,
we knew they had no chance.
No chance. I agree.
Our best shot had no chance.
Yeah.
Our
best shot was Bernie. Goddamn it, is what we really know.
Best shot was fucking.
And you notice how, like, all the Republican taxes, all the Republican taxes of voter suppression were used
right now, bro.
in the primary against Bernie. That they were used against the Democrats by the Republicans. Like, all of the voter suppression tactics were used.
Bernie would have won Ohio. Bernie would have won Wisconsin. Bernie would have won Michigan. He would have won Pennsylvania.
That's why I think the only winning strategy is to run Nina Turner, because you got a lot of people, a lot of black women, a lot of people of color, a lot of who did not rock with Bernie that she could get to turn out.
Yeah, and she doesn't completely turn off the liberals either. Like, she had a spot on CNN.
She will.
Yeah, maybe, but she was running with Bernie, and she was already supporting Bernie, and they shut out everybody else that was supporting Bernie. So I don't think that
I love her, but I think she's too smearable.
I don't see how.
She has impeccable history.
Yeah, like it's not like dirt.
Me again here?
What's that, Dave?
I said maybe letting my Twitter exposure get into me here, but the Biden Harris liberals fucking hate Nina Turner.
Yup, I was just about to say, Nina.
But I'm not. No, I'm not worried about those people because
Nina Turner is
but those are vote. You're talking about vote blue, no matter who people, and I just don't concern. I'm not worried about them. We do not.
But all these people are learning this is they're a fucking problem. Like this
they're the ones who control shit.
They're the problem.
No. I do not believe that the strategy is to go out there and convince those assholes. They are not even supposed to be in the same party as us. What we got to do is go do what Bernie said he wanted to do, which was to expand the electorate. And if that is not what we achieve, then we are hopeless is all. I'm of the Chris Hedges mindset that we're fucked. Like the parties are too far gone. We must expand the electorate to expand it into the non-voters, because we have to get those people. And if we can't get those people, we are never going to convince the corporate Democrats. There's no convincing them. We don't belong. AOC said it herself. AOC does not belong in the same party as Joe Biden, you know, like in another country.
And if that doesn't work, what is your plan for after that? Because that's the plan
party,
formulating.
People's Party, and Democratic workplaces. Like that's my strategy.
Can we just skip to that? Because I have no faith in the step before it.
Well, here's my thing. I think that Nina Turner should run wherever she thinks is smartest to run in 2024. I trust her political instincts enough that if she thinks it's better to run in the Democratic Party, I'll support her running in the Democratic Party. If she thinks it's better to run in the People's Party, I will support her running in the People's Party. And that's who I will end up backing as a candidate in 2024.
Word.
I mean, if somebody pops up that I haven't thought of or something like that, like sure, but I can't think of a better candidate than Nina Turner.
Let me just say one thing. My main pushover for the point that I voted for Biden, besides Howie Hawkins, was the coronavirus. That was the one thing. And if the coronavirus wasn't a factor, I would have voted for Howie Hawkins 100%. I think that Trump, if we have 4 more years of Trump, which looks like probably going to have, I think the coronavirus is going to get much worse.
I was about to say we might have 4 more years of coronavirus. If we got 4 more years of Trump.
It's going to explode. And I think with Biden, it probably would have been about 0.5% of what it would have been with Trump.
Seriously. No, with proper, like if we had basic regulations put in place, like in
common sense,
just common sense policy put in place, they are our estimates that we could have saved at minimum 100,000 lives, like at least 100,000, 120,000 lives could have been saved. I mean, look at the numbers. You just look at the numbers in China, and they have 4 times the population of the U.S., but they only have 5,000 deaths in the entire country versus 225,000 or 228,000 deaths in the U.S. With 1/4 of the population, and we got I can't even do the numbers right now. I'm not even going to do that. That's too much. That's insane. That's absurd.
It's a lot.
And to imagine that the Democrats wouldn't have done a better job, at least with that thing.
Oh, of course.
At the same time that they would have fucking over the entire economy and everything else, of course.
But
I'm not disputing that.
The issue that we always come back to
exclusively.
The issue we always come back to is that whole before Trump issue, where anytime they do that bullshit that doesn't actually help anything, it leads to a Trump.
Yeah, who then comes in and just trashes the whole place and is just destroys everything. And I don't, I've heard so many, and I'm like, I who was it? I don't know. Even Breonna Joy Gray admitted that are we going to be able? She was like, I don't know who's worse. Who's going to be worse? I honestly don't know. I don't know if accelerationism. She said this on the Katie Halper show. That she doesn't know if accelerationism is going to work. She has no clue if accelerationism is really going to work. But it's just that the other option is more of the same thing, and that's not. There's not an argument to there's not people that are. It's hard to convince people with that argument of you just gotta you gotta suck it up and hold your nose and vote for this person because of this that reason.
I will make a warning to you guys right now that this next 4 years, if it is really Trump, is going to be you need to really guard yourself. Don't be on the thinking that this is going to be normal and this is going to be like everything. Get yourself armed, get yourself some guns, and don't be alone in your house. Be with others and be ready.
Molly, I think I can't get my gun license because I have my marijuana license.
Oh damn!
What? Your gun license.
Is that a rule? You can't have a gun license?
That is the law. You
can't change it. I need to look into it.
What?
I think
the law is that if you have your gun license, you can't get a weed license. I don't know if the reciprocal is true.
Of course, they would find a way.
I'm pretty
to
sure
make
that
it.
you can't have. Well,
You can't
But
have
you-
both.
It's not like
don't think
you.
so.
So you got a weed license. There's no alcohol license necessary, but you could be a fucking alcoholic with a gun, but you can't be a pothead with the gun.
Yeah,
What
but
the
no,
fuck?
this is a. I think the difference is this is a medical license versus if you were just using weed recreationally, like you would alcohol, you would be able
there
to
are
have a
plenty
gun.
of things that marijuana treats that other drugs treat that make you higher than marijuana. Let's be fucking
Absolutely.
real.
Hold on,
you
I'm
can
on your
totally
side.
own
I'm
guns
just explaining
when
it.
you're
I'm just
on
explaining the
all
law.
of those
I am
medications.
agreeing with you.
I was more warning against the Gestapo coming to your door and you being ready for that, because this is going to happen under your lifetime. Is we're going to have people from the right wing coming to your door and announcing themselves as and if you don't love
I mean, we
America,
already got the
if you
motherfuckers
don't
we
love
call
America,
cops, those
if you hate
motherfuckers call
America,
cops.
then you're not with it.
No, them motherfuckers
Basically.
are called cops, and they've been showing up at my doors. They showed up at my door before and dragged me out of my home. They locked me up in some handcuffs, and they dragged me out of my home. And a bunch of a couple white people brought them into my home.
Get your gun license. Dracos.
And
I
no gun license is protecting me against that Gestapo right there.
I want nothing more
and
than to get
that's
my gun license. I so deeply want to get my gun license, but that's probably more dangerous for me.
Unfortunately, I just
every time
I am way too
I think about Philando Castile.
happy about self-harm.
Dude, let me put you onto something. In Washington, we have no
sorry.
gun license.
No,
we have no gun
hold on.
license. I can just go buy
sorry
any gun I
to
want.
hear that.
Oh, there are no gun licenses. That's wild.
No gun license. You have no gun license. There's no law. There's no gun law.
There's no law. I love it. There's no law.
We can buy any gun we want at any time. No laws.
Yeah.
That's the craziest thing. No license.
wild.
No laws.
That is wild.
That nobody would think that about Washington, who's supposed to be the most progressive state ever, but we have the most lax gun laws in the country. We could straight up buy a fucking machine gun in the gun. Yeah, anything we want, any kind of gun. I am a fan of gun use in certain ways because I live in a place where there's goddamn cougars and bears and shit, and so I kind of want a gun.
I do not think people should be able to carry a gun on their back into a fucking Jimmy John's.
Oh, no, I don't agree with that, but I think you should be able to have one at your house.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I 1,000% support having a gun.
I support gun.
I think people should be allowed to. I just don't think that we should personally I think that we should aim towards a society where we have less guns around us, because the statistics show that by owning a gun, you're more likely to die by that gun than you are to ever use it to defend your home or your property against
Well,
an
it should be the
intruder.
people who actually need it to defend against things that require a gun, like bears and cougars and goddamn
exactly in the
porcupines.
case of hunting, or having a well-regulated militia, having a militia that controls the thing where you're trained. You have to be trained in order to do it, and and the guns aren't kept in your home per se, but they're kept in in an armory, in a protected place.
But dude, imagine camping out and there's a goddamn cougar.
No, you want a gun in the woods. If you're in the woods, I absolutely condone people having a gun on them that have that chop on.
My good lord,
you should have the gun where it makes sense. But also, if we're gonna do that, then we have to legally have it in a way that everyone can safely do that without getting murdered.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
By the
100%.
state.
It should just be you should have a specific license that says you live in a specific area where you are at risk for cougars or bears. And if you live in that specific area, you can get a license. If you live in the middle of the city, no, you can't get a hunting license. I'm sorry. You have no reason to be going hunting in the middle of the city. If you live in the middle of the city, you should be going to work, or something like that. If you're going hunting, go hunting elsewhere in some
Dave,
other
I
state,
think you're
you get a
muted.
license for that.
You're right. Sorry, I was muted while I was coughing. But yeah, I don't know if I agree with that, because if I live here in the city, I still need to buy a hunting license for when I go hunting out in the Berkshires.
But buy a hunting license for that, but you can't get a hunting license to use a gun in the city. Like carry around a gun in the city is what I'm saying.
Yeah, like you shouldn't be able to do a concealed carry through the city or whatever, and I agree, and I because all these times where people are like, oh, I'll carry my gun, and like, oh, I'll stop, like you got the only way to stop a bad guy with the gun is a good guy with the gun. Like every situation we've seen.
I think that's what I had said initially when
No, we agree. I think that I'm saying that you need guns for a certain specific scenario where you're fighting off crazy freaking strong evil animals
and
coming at you in the middle of the night, scary. You need guns at that point in time. I guarantee you.
Yeah, no, I am not of the left mindset. Like I don't believe in I believe. Even when we talk about gun laws, I think that they'll always end up being disproportionately used against black and brown.
There's a horseshoe theory in politics,
and that's a whole other thing that I'm not even talking about. Like that is guns are definitely used awfully against shooting people in awful ways and murdering, right?
Well,
and that's
it's not
the use.
Hold on. We don't mean just the murdering aspect. We mean like gun control laws negatively impacting black and brown communities.
Yes,
it's own other aspect that terribly comes from guns is that it breeds a level of policing and crime that causes issues in these communities that is just a byproduct of that.
I just want to jump in real quick. I got to cut in to just say, I just want to draw our attention to the fact that this lead in Pennsylvania is not easing up. Trump is holding on to a 14-point lead in Pennsylvania, 700,000 votes. That's not that's not close if that's what it's getting down to. If we get down
dude,
to the 90,
I'm actually happy. I voted for Biden, but I'm actually happy because maybe this Trump victory might mean that progressives can actually push and win the next election.
Yeah, because at least we get an open field where you're not running against the incumbency of Kamala Harris and trying to run a Democrat in that, because we know that all the vote blue, no matter who folks would have came out and would have been like, don't you dare run against us in this primary, because you're going to give you're going to give Tom Cotton and Tucker Carlson ammunition, against Kamala Harris. So you can't come in and criticize her. You just need to, just toe the line, y'all. Toe the line. And so now
progressives win either way.
Yeah.
Either if the Democrats win or if they lose, we still win, because we proved this year that we have overwhelming popularity and the Democrats are a dying breed, and they literally are if anybody's going to die, it's not going to be the Republicans. It's definitely going to be the Democrats, because they are dying.
That, but we haven't done anything with that. If that is the case, if we really have that overwhelming popularity, it hasn't turned out into anything for we have the squad. We've had a couple people that we've got elected, but
that's the thing. We shouldn't completely discount. Let's not completely discount that Bernie Sanders was literally one power play, a historic power play away from winning that primary election. If it wasn't for the most unprecedented move, you had the second and third place candidates drop out before a major race and endorse the fifth place candidate.
Is it unprecedented? I
know it's literally unprecedented. Nothing like it has ever happened in history. No, it was surprising, dude. Nobody. I'll pull up a video of me talking a week before that thing happened. And I got interviewed in New Hampshire by Jordan Sheridan of Status Quo. Interviewed me in New Hampshire right after the Bernie.
I was there.
Yep, Dave was with me. Like right after the Bernie Sanders rally, and
I don't know about this.
and I was so enthusiastic and ecstatic that Joe Biden was on his way down. He was on his way down and out. I was like, I was like, it's over for him. He's done. There's no way to come up from this. It's over. It's over. And that was leading into Nevada. That was before Nevada, and Bernie would go on to win Nevada, and then nobody saw it coming with the South Carolina, and then boom, the day after South Carolina,
because of that snake, Elizabeth Warren.
It was Obama. It was Obama.
It was Obama. It was Obama, but it was also Elizabeth Warren. Don't even we cannot, and that is a great point.
I hope we primary.
No, credit to both of y'all, but that is a great point. What Up America? Because I don't harp on that enough. We are from the state of Warren. You know, we are from Elizabeth Warren state.
No path. Primary.
And she didn't even get any points.
Dude, she did not. When they dropped out, she had to drop out. She had to, and we all
embarrassing.
So if you're still supporting Elizabeth Warren, I can't stand you. I cannot stand you.
Oh my God!
You're the reason why the Democrats will continue
I've been
to
saying that since March, bro.
Dude,
since this fucking dude got the nomination.
Like, so many normies went for Elizabeth Warren. So many normies.
Matt McQuaid.
And they were all about it.
Oh, you son of a bitch. You sapped so much of my energy in March.
Oh my God.
I know about the normie. I know about the normie vote. I have a thumb pulse. I have a thumb pulse on the normie vote. I know it because I am directly linked to suburban white America. Like I have a link to that area. Like
see them in the grocery store,
hiding behind misogyny bullshit. When I'm just like, no, it has nothing to do with that. She's
no.
This is not
Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, no, she had the ability to step out of the race to endorse Bernie, and if Bernie would have won Texas, or he would have come damn near close to to beating Biden in Texas. But I'm almost certain he would have won Texas, and he would have won California. He did win California, actually. Let me lest we forget. But he would have won it by an even wider margin and picked up more delegates in California than he had. Minnesota, Bernie would have won Minnesota if Elizabeth Warren had just stepped out, or again picked up more delegates across the board. And so she absolutely stood in the way of progress. She doesn't truly believe in anything that she claims to believe in. What's up?
Could I just ask, hey, what is a Radical Democracy Show poll about what Bernie would be doing right now against Trump?
Victory lap.
Man. Guaranteed we would be listening to the Bernie speech, the victory speech right now. We would be listening to the Bernie victory speech instead of Bernie victory. I swear I will fucking go off. If Biden loses, I fucking swear. No. Y'all keep talking. I'm pulling up my Facebook. Hold on. Y'all keep talking. I need
you to know I'm leaving you up on screen right now because you need to understand that a lot of this is your fault. All right. A lot of this is your fault. That is why I'm leaving you up on the screen right now. Cause goddamn.
I cannot believe this. Are they seriously about to lose? Man. Holy shit.
They're basically giving it to us. Honestly, it is really giving it to us, the people, because if they really don't give it to the Democrats, that's the end of their reign. It really is. Well, I hope it is. I mean, if they continue on with it, the American people are the dumbest motherfuckers that I've ever met, and that's already true.
We are.
Spoiler
That's already
alert.
true.
We are. Oh man, I don't know anymore, guys.
I'm still just waiting for one person to come in here and argue against ranked choice voting. Let me hear your reasons.
Anybody, please. I just need to know why ranked choice voting is not popping off.
Check
like
out
it
the
should.
comments too. If y'all see any comments, please pull them up because I'm just looking for something, but we should pull some comments and make sure that we're keeping an eye out. Sorry to everyone in the comments that's been chatting and we've been ignoring y'all. I apologize. We are gonna get to those.
I've been smoking a lot of weed and
Yeah, no,
not
not Dave, please. Somebody that can actually see words straight right now. Anyone but Dave, please.
No, I'm good. I can read.
No, I meant yes. Yes. Keep going though, y'all. I'm off trying to find something right now.
Word.
Talk amongst yourselves there. Entertain the people. Find a comment though too.
Oh, I will. I have the live stream. You know, I want to talk about Brian Dew. Brian Dew, amazing, and Ben 2K, and Brian Dew and Ben 2K in the comments.
Wait, Ben's in the building. Ben is in here.
Yeah.
Ben, we missed you. I missed you, Ben. Ben, it is good to see you. Ben is our German correspondent. To everyone who doesn't know Ben 2K, welcome to our special Patreon patron, Ben 2K, our foreign correspondent there.
Yeah.
German correspondent. Shout out to Ben. So that means that we've gone late enough that it's like 7 a.m. where Ben is right now. So
yeah.
I like it. We finally get to connect up with Ben.
Show, fam.
Yeah, Ben.
Woo!
Oh man, drop some comments, Ben. Let us know how you feel about these election results. What you're seeing here. What do you think about America?
Oh, 213, 215. What?
What? Hey,
it's 140.
Hey,
shut up.
I will say that X is also in the comments. Or
what up, X? What's up? X? How's it going? Yeah. Love to see you. X joins us from Hawaii.
Trump's lead in Pennsylvania is a lot now.
Yeah, it was 14% last I looked. Is it still 14% or around that?
Yes, 14.5.
Did they call someplace?
What's the percentage?
68 to 80.
Okay, 68 to 80% in. All right.
That's on
Decision Desk. Yeah. Anything? Check out New York Times if you can and see.
We're fucked.
Yeah, I seriously I didn't believe that this was possible, but
here we are.
Here we are.
I called it early.
Is this going to be another one of those? Are we going to do this whole song and dance where we say we're going to count all the votes and then we're going to count all the votes and nothing's going to change?
No, we lost.
We're not even going to get that far.
No.
The Democrats lost. The progressives lost. If we had Bernie in there, we would have won. And that's what we have to press 100 million %. If we had Bernie, we would have fucking won. And you bastards wanted to go with this ignorant asshole who has had brain surgeries 5 million times. And why did you ever go with that kind of shit? When you could have had somebody who was going to manage a health scare. Like, he had actual heart. He was willing to go with the willing of the people. Like, he was like, if there's a pandemic, he would have actually had heart and been like, God damn, there's a pandemic. Let me figure out a goddamn panacea for this shit. But no, we have both Biden, Trump, both people who will not do shit for the global pandemic that we all have to deal with, but especially in America because we have the most intense version of it. Good Lord, I feel like I'm like out of step, like I'm like my internet is not working or something.
I'm sorry.
We're here.
I think I might have disassociated for a second.
Oshi Fancy's in the building too. What's up, Oshi? Oh wait, Oshi Fancy's visiting us from YouTube too. That's awesome. What's up, Oshi Fancy? Oshi Fancy is one of our. Oh, and you were over on Twitch. That's awesome. What's up, Oshi Fancy? That is so awesome. So Oshi Fancy said, where are the comments? The comments are here. Trust me, we paid attention to the comments. Oshi Fancy, you are too awesome. She says that she's over on Twitch watching. That is super awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Shout out to Ben2K. I see you in there. We're gonna talk soon. Let me just before we talk real quick. I do want to show this real quick.
Oh boy.
1 sec. So I'm pulling this up. Can y'all see this? Okay, over there. Do I need to zoom in a bit on this, or can you see it? Okay. Can y'all see that? Yeah. So do you see the date on that? Do y'all see the date on that?
Another drink. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I need to get another drink.
You killing it.
All right. So I just hope everybody is seeing. In case you can't see, I'm gonna zoom in on this so that you can.
No, I was right there with you.
Yes. All right. So in case anyone cannot see here, this is Kamali Rose posting on April 8th of this year. That would be, I don't know, like the day that Bernie conceded the election. So the day that Bernie conceded, pretty much, I believe. I posted on Facebook. I said,
right away.
Joe Biden is going to lose to Trump. Remember, we warned you. Okay. I just didn't think that they would actually pull this one off. Like, they had to work so hard to lose this one. It's not over yet. Biden could still, claw out some victory somehow here, but it is almost impossible at this stage.
Stop.
I know. I'm just saying there is mathematically, there is a way. If every vote now was just all Biden from here on out, then there is some chance that Biden could somehow. No, Biden lost this fucking election. He's about to lose this election, y'all.
And Bernie would have won.
Bernie would have won.
That's what I'm saying.
So
That's
angry.
all I'm saying.
Dude, I'm gonna be so angry because it's just like, are you kidding me, y'all? Are you kidding me?
And you know who's going to get blamed? Is the Bernie supporters.
Yeah,
we're going to be number one blamed because we're the ones who wanted a better future. And we're the ones who stole the election from Joe Biden because we didn't vote, even though that it's probably the lowest amount of voters who didn't vote in a ongoing election. Probably if you selected, the actual stats that came out, we would be the lowest amount of people that actually didn't vote for the establishment character,
Yeah.
But we're going to be the number one people blamed because we're the easiest target, and that's because we have people like Bernie and others who won't completely stick it to the Democrats, who are our number one adversary in this fight. It's not really the Republicans because they're always shit. It's the Democrats who want to, bring us normalcy and all this kind of stuff when the normal is basically fascism with a nice face on it.
Yeah. No, this is, yes. I think that, it's certainly, this is neo-fascism, that Donald Trump is a neo-fascist. But
the Democrats too.
Yeah, and they go right along with it, and the neoliberals are much more comfortable with the neo-fascists being in power than the quote unquote socialist, or really the social democrats. So they'd rather see a fascist than a social democrat take power, and that was all Bernie was. Bernie wasn't even an actual socialist. He wasn't gonna seize the means of production from the private. He wasn't talking about any of that shit. He was like, let's just take some taxes and give poor people let's just meet the basic needs of poor people. And they were like, nope, not gonna happen. Nope, we literally they thought harder.
I'm going to enjoy so much the feeling of just saying to the Biden voters, like, hey, maybe you could have not fucked over the best chance we had of beating Trump in the middle of the primary. You
Look
know,
at what they
like
were
we
willing to
had an option.
They fought
Bro.
harder against Bernie Sanders. That whole mastermind plan, like that, the Bloody Monday, the coalescing of the establishment, that whole power move there was more effort that they fought harder against Bernie Sanders than they fought against Donald Trump.
Absolutely.
Here, you know, like they had no mastermind power move to make against Donald. They couldn't stop Amy Coney Barrett, you know, so they couldn't even make that the fight
They're
that they
the
fought
weakest-
against Bernie. Yeah, they weren't willing to fight that against Amy Coney Barrett or even against Donald Trump. Yeah, I can say I think without a doubt now that we are not getting final results on this election tonight. We're not going to get final results anytime tonight.
It's probably going to go to Biden, but it's just going to be still embarrassing. You know, like, look at this. America, supposedly the number one in like what? Like, who can really name what America is really number one in anymore and have any confidence or pride in what that is? You know, like what a sad sack of fucking people who live on this continent. Like, good Lord, except for the people who live outside, like in Canada or Mexico. Like, I mean, I don't want to seem like I hate this country. I love this country. I want this country to do the best, but like they are the absolute shittest people and the most unintelligent voters that I've ever seen in my life. And they really need a good goddamn talking to and a beating.
Are these the Biden voters we're talking about, or
all of them, dude?
Yeah.
All the Biden voters, the Trump voters, everybody. Like, we just need to figure ourselves out instead of being such a goddamn like if you ever I will pitch this dude. Have you ever seen Some More News?
Yes, Cody.
Dude,
yeah, Cody.
He just released this new video that is off the walls, insane. His new movie that he released is ridiculous.
Oh, he released a movie?
He released a goddamn movie, bro.
That's awesome.
That's like this time travel, like insane.
Oh,
like,
really? It's like a
dude, he does like a 3-4 hour like insane time. I watched it live when it premiered. It was insane, dude. Like, this guy deserves so much
that's
props.
amazing.
Like,
He's
that's
absolutely amazing. Wow. I wish I had that dude's talent. That's crazy. Yeah,
he's so talented, and I would just say, you know, watch it because it's brilliant. It's just absolutely brilliant. If you ever have the chance, it's goddamn like one of the funniest. Like, he brings in all these like '90s movies, like, you know, like you know, the Super Mario's you know, like movie and all that kind of stuff. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure and all this kind of shit. Anyways.
No.
I should probably, like, you know, roll because I have given, I think, what all I can give tonight, and I am thoroughly defeated and engorged in political ramifications, and I am unhappy with the result, and I hope that it goes a different way. I really hope that Biden wins because I do not want Trump. I really think that it's going to be fascistia.
Yeah, no, I didn't think it was possible, and I'm still processing it, but I didn't think that was possible, but it really makes me wonder, like, what is to come of any kind of stimulus, because that's all I care about at this stage right now, because people are suffering, people are struggling, and they need an economic stimulus, because
I bet it'll probably come.
Yeah, I hope. I think that it's the only chance that we had of one passing before February was with Trump and, you know, still there, because the Democrats would just sit around. But if one doesn't pass until then, and then I don't think one ever passes. I think they'll just leave the country out to hang at that point if nothing passes at all. it looks
But
like the
that bodes
Democrats
well
will
for
not.
our movement, though. That really does bode well. Like the chaos ideal, I think about the anonymous video. Do you remember the original anonymous? Like, we are anonymous. Like, beware. Or whatever.
Oh no, yeah, no, I don't.
You remember those videos?
I'm like
Did you ever see
vaguely
that?
familiar.
Like, basically, it was like anonymous before it was all the QAnon and all that kind of shit. It was there was like these anonymous videos from these hackers who would be like, "Oh yeah, we are anonymous," and they would do like tips on like the New York. What am I talking about here? The protests in New York and
Occupy Wall Street.
Occupy Wall Street. Yeah.
Yeah, I
They
saw there was AMA I think on Reddit, I think a couple days ago with the creator of Anonymous.
Oh, really? Is there such a thing? A creator of Anonymous, really?
Yeah, by what the fucking AMA said.
Yeah, but did we really?
Oh, okay, I see.
I guess an anonymous one. Was it an anonymous one? Because I find that hard to believe.
No, you have to verify yourself for an AMA.
So like, I'm just like, I feel like anonymous is like decentralized. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but my understanding of them was that it was just like a movement more so than specific people.
But don't you think that it was like it had a specific political motive involved? Like a lot of their videos were like, whoa, we're looking at the like military industrial complex and the banking complex, and we're like really critical of this shit, and we're like, yeah.
Yes and no, they never. I at least that I remember. I don't remember them actually doing anything impacting that. Like, I don't remember them ever attacking like any. Like, I know they attacked. What is it? Westboro Baptist. Yeah, I know they went after them. I know they've gone after pedophiles and stuff like that. I know they've gone after different people of that level, but like, I mean, the Trump N-word tape's still not out, and Anonymous is kicking around. So what are y'all doing?
Yeah, right.
I don't know. I would hope that they would like do some effective hacks.
Student debts. Y'all could wipe them shit out right now. Sally Mae is her www.sally.com. Hit her up. But you're not.
So I'm just looking at the Senate races, and it looks like, still both parties have flipped one seat. So, it's still same, balance right now. It looks like Mark Kelly in Arizona is going to flip another seat, it looks like. But Susan Collins in Maine looks to be holding on to her seat.
Oh, is she? I thought Gideon might have taken that one.
Yeah, it's only 57% of the vote, but she's up by 11 points right now with 57% of the vote in, so it's looking pretty comfortable for her.
Yeah.
Looks like Michigan.
We're all fucking fighting. Like, let me throw some.
It looks like Gary Peters is the incumbent in Michigan and he's the Democratic incumbent, and he's currently down by 10 points, but this is in line with what's going on with the current presidential race. And I just want us to be cautious. Like, I don't want to get too down, because I really do believe, like, contrary to what Dave said, like, there really is a very real chance that the Democrats could still win. Like, Biden could still pull out the victory here. It is not totally over. The mail-in vote is the real question there in those 3 states, and if the mail-in vote is really taking longer to count,
going to try to shut them down.
Yes, I agree that is scary.
He has the entire, unless something goes ridiculous with the upcoming Senate races.
Yeah, he's got the Senate, he's got the Supreme Court,
What do you think,
yeah.
What do you think, Dave, about the California race with Shahid Buttar?
I would love it if Shahid Buttar could pull it out, but I think Pelosi she has too much presence. Like in the open primary, back in.
Yeah, they've already called it. I mean, she won with 80% of the vote.
No,
yeah, she crushed them. Yeah,
yeah.
Damn it!
I expected that. There was a moment.
Pulled a check.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah. It's really hard. It shows. That's why I say that it's. I really when you put all these things together and you stack them all on top of one another, it's like this power structures. They're almost immovable. You know, these are almost damn near immovable power structures, and so to try to fight against the system in any way other than to just build up another system as it crumbles in its wake, like it's capitalism's going to eat itself. It's going to kill itself. It's just going to take a while. And in the meantime, we got to build up institutions in the meantime that can take its place. That's what dual power is about. We should pay attention to what the Black socialists in America are working towards. Cooperation Jackson in Mississippi, like that's what we got to start building on the left, is start to build real power locally in the places that we can actually impact the lives of ourselves and the people around us. Because fuck trying to save, look at 60 million people just voted for Donald Trump. Like I can't be out here trying to save those 60 million, people. While my little, cohort of leftists are all suffering them damn selves. Like we got to save ourselves first before we can think about trying to save the rest of these people,
Was it Project Pat that said, don't save her, she don't want to be saved? Project Pat, because we can't save them, baby. That's the thing I keep trying to tell people. I was there a long time ago. It's fitting to be, if it's going to be dog eat dog, they're already telling us it's dog eat dog. They don't give a damn. These people would as soon get coronavirus on purpose just to own us. That's where they're at. That's where they're at. And you want to get Mr. I'm gonna get coronavirus on purpose to come over here?
Brian Dew says, wait, if Biden wins Georgia and Arizona, he can still win without Michigan. Yes, that's true, but he's also have to pick up, Biden would have to pick up Pennsylvania in that scenario, Brian. And I feel
Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, like
what
Georgia. So let's look at a map so we can show people where it's at right now. I agree with Dave.
Trump to make a statement soon, according to CNN.
Yeah, I saw that.
Kyle Kalinske is doing right now. He's probably shitting rocks with fucking what's his name? Joe Rogan. He's probably there like, God damn it, everything I thought was wrong. Because he was totally settled. He was 100% settled for Biden on this one.
No, well, he's still, I think when I last saw Kyle, he was saying that he was still hedging it. And he was still saying, you know what, though? It's he kept saying, I think Biden's going to win, but I can't put anything past the Democratic Party, and that they would lose this one. And so
their ability to do that is unmatched.
Yeah.
God,
and honestly, it doesn't even seem like there's a crazy high turnout right now. Honestly, it's not record. I mean, these are like Hillary won with 67 million votes and Trump got 64 million. I mean, all the votes haven't been counted yet. And it's looking like a 67, it's 67 to 64 right now. It's 66 to 64 right now. It's actually tighter than it was between him and Hillary with this many votes counted. Trump's actually faring a little bit better right now, just on vote totals, not across the board. That's just how votes
we
are.
need a vote mandate.
Right
vote mandate. Like it's the law. You have to vote,
Yeah, the only thing that's tough with that is that it ends up being they don't have to run a good candidate anymore. And then I want not voting sometimes is a way to vote. I'm voting.
But then there should be an option on the ballot that says
yes.
Vote.
I'm okay with that. Yes, I'm okay with a mandatory voting where but then it's the question is what happens to you if you don't vote, if it's a fine, if it's community service or something, maybe, I guess, because then you got to do something for the
just be able to vote on your ballot. It should say one space that says no,
for sure. I'm saying that if then somebody still didn't
vote. They have a law that says that if more than 70% of the people vote in that slot, and they circle that ball that says that they don't vote for anybody, then the election is a do-over.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, which I think is dope. That is dope, which I love. You know,
because that means that nobody's good enough to earn our vote.
Yeah,
so you gotta try harder.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I like that idea for sure.
That sounds like closer to a democracy.
The only thing that I disagree with is just, or not disagree with, that I question or worry about or am cautious of. Yes, is that if we say mandate, we just got to be careful about like what's the law that what happens if you break the rule? What happens if we still say you can pick
Australia, this is what happens. You lose your ability to leave the country, right? Your passport becomes invalidated. And then you get a fine. You get about $100 per year fine for not voting.
Anytime we do a fine, it's going to negatively impact marginalized people.
Will always disproportionately impact poor people. So I always worry about a fine. That's why I say like maybe a community.
But what about the leaving the country thing? That would probably impact people who can leave the country more.
Yeah, that would be rich people. That's a rich people
that's
thing,
rich
like,
people thing. A lot of these poor people have never and will never leave.
They will not.
Yeah, exactly. So the leaving the country thing doesn't matter. Yeah.
That doesn't matter.
But I just
don't you understand the Australian rule though? How it like partially impacts the people who would want to leave the country and partially impacts the people who wouldn't.
Yeah, but my problem is I'm never in favor of something that says I'm going to tax a poor person because that's punishing. There's all kinds of reasons why a poor person wouldn't end up voting, right?
I can't disagree with you, man.
Voter suppression, voter intimidation, Corona. They close polling places in poor neighborhoods and in poor areas, so they have to go further, longer lines in the middle of a pandemic. There are hundreds and hundreds of reasons they can't afford
or a
to
single
get
mom,
there.
a single mom that can't take off work and so they can't go and vote. And
like
there are reasons why we got to make sure that we take care of all those things before we. But I'm okay with like a mandate where it says, okay, we're mandating it, and then if you can't, like you got to do some sort of like community service thing where it's like we're all giving back to the community in some way. It's like you didn't do your part for the community in this way, so you'll do your part for the community in some other way. And and then we make exceptions, and then let people make exceptions if it's like a single mom situation, then she gets waived for that. It's like you get a waiver or whatever.
But then there also has to be like the other side where we say, oh, this entire week nobody really has to go to work. Like
or like it's a holiday, like you get a holiday for vote. Like in other countries, they make voting a holiday. Why do we have we have all these other stupid holidays? Let's make our national election day a holiday, which would be super simple. Everybody would take an extra one more day off a year, like that. Everyone would be happy to do so. So let's just make it a damn holiday, and then everybody gets a chance to vote. So I'm totally in favor with all those things. I just want to check in on the couple of races that we were mentioning. Brian was saying, if Biden still picks up Georgia, and he still has the chance, if he picks up Georgia and what was the other one? I forget the other state that you mentioned. And you said that he could lose Michigan as long as he picked up Georgia and Arizona. But he picked up Arizona. Arizona's fine. We already called. Fox News called that for Biden. We consider that called for Biden. But Georgia has gotten more than 99% of the vote in at this point, and Trump is still up by about 100,000, over 100,000 votes, and about a percentage point and a half. So, I think that
kind of excited for the libs to be owned so hard, though.
I know.
In this way,
I just
be owned so hard.
Everybody else.
They're gonna hold on. They're going to blame third-party voters. They're going to blame Lil Wayne and Ice Cube. That's who they're going to blame for all of this.
Yeah.
Not themselves again and again.
Yes. No, absolutely, absolutely. We're going to hear the never-ending thing about how black men sold out everyone because Lil Wayne told them to vote for Donald Trump. And we're not going to think of any possible thing that the liberals and these Democrats have done wrong. And that's going to be the discourse for the next couple of years.
I'm saying goodbye to my inheritance right now. my parents are gonna disown me. Like they know that I'm a radical. Like I have not been secret to them. Like I have vehemently disavowed everything that they stand for. I've told them you guys are idiots for falling for this Russiagate nonsense. And I. R.I.P. Sean Connery, I love Sean Connery, but fucking Russiagate has to go. We have to make that a thing of the past. We need to not do this forever and ever.
Yeah, but they'll always pick something that's like a marginal thing that can distract people. So that they lulls a certain set to sleep, distracts a certain set, so they're not paying attention to the real problems that are really facing the majority of people. Because Russiagate wasn't really hurting anybody, and even this idea that I even heard some intelligence agency person come out recently and be like, our U.S. elections are totally decentralized in a way that it's really you can't hack this system. That you can't fundamentally change the underlying vote, and they admit it's all that. That's the system is too. You can't you have to change. Every little counting, and it's all separate machines run by separate things. Nobody can hack that system like that. And so the suggestion that the Russians had actually swayed the vote or done it with a $1 million ad buy on Facebook when we had billions of dollars being spent in the election, as if that mattered, is just goofy.
And what was the main kicker was the one picture of Bernie where he was naked and he's with
in Russia or whatever. Yeah. Brian Dew says, if you go to New York Times and look at the forecast, then scroll to the factors that were different from 2016, it looks like a Chuck Rocha story. And Chuck Rocha is the outreach coordinator for Bernie Sanders, the Latino outreach coordinator for Bernie Sanders' campaign. Really smart dude and really knows his shit, and was running an amazing strategy to expand the Latino vote during the primary election, and he succeeded in every single state at doing so. And if we had just extrapolated that to the general, that would have been great. If we could have had if we would have run the Chuck Rocha
was 100% all the way.
What's that?
Because I heard a lot of crisscross information about Rocha.
Yeah, as for what what about him?
He was major sabotaging the Bernie campaign and that sort of stuff.
I didn't see from the information that I've gathered is that Chuck Rocha was an important part of the campaign, that he was doing what he did for the Latino outreach strategy should have been done for Black outreach strategy, should have been done for every other type of outreach strategy. They should have mimicked his strategy. I
heard
I did hear Brianna Gray make a good case for why it's much harder to do Black outreach than it is to do Latino outreach, because Latino outreach is much easier, even in this country, because they have Univision, that is a news network for Spanish speaking viewers, where you go there and you can, if you put a spot on Univision, you're reaching, you're reaching. Oh, dope. Yeah. So you're you're reaching a major segment of that community by just putting your ad on this one network. For Black people, there is no Black news network. There's BET is entertainment news. There's no network that Black people go to get Black news. There's no such thing. So in order to do, you have to. She was to reach Black voters the way that you reach Latino voters, you got to put a little thing over here in Essence, and a little thing over here, and you're trying to play with trying to figure out how do you reach these this masses of voters, whatever. And there's really no lane to reach a Black news network or anything like that. So
because of white supremacy, man. It's because of white supremacy.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So New York, Brian Dew says New York Times still predict Biden winning Georgia. I'm gonna take a look, because the New York Times, where are they predicting that? I'm seeing is that their forecast, or okay, you're talking about the election needles. Okay, yeah, the forecast. So they're still forecasting Biden to win. Yeah, they're forecasting Biden to win. And Georgia, I don't know how, because, but I'm sure it's based on some county, some understanding of counties that we're not seeing. But with 91% reporting,
100% on right. You know, this is the best case for Ice Cube, all the way. You know, he was the number one person who got this right. He was like, he called it.
yeah, it's like, hey, you still got to work with, to see if you can get something. You can get something at least from
And
one
he
of
was
them.
trying to do that, and that's what nobody understands. You know?
Yeah.
On the supposed left side, which we should call them the center right, because they really do not deserve the label of being on the left. Like, we really should disown them.
Yeah,
being
no,
on the left.
you use that word a little too loosely.
I hate MSNBC be calling the left. It's like, you are not the left. Get the fuck out of here.
Right.
You know, you are the fucking corporatist. You're not even on the right or the left. You're just people who suck money. I respect right wingers more than I respect MSNBC.
Yeah.
Because MSNBC is they're just these vampires sucking. You know?
Yeah.
This is what I feel. Damn Trump.
Yeah, no, a lot of the predictions from New York Times are still looking favorable for Joe Biden. But yeah, so you can see here the needle that they have here is just like where they're forecasting these races to go. I mean, they're still, I don't know why they're still forecasting for. Okay, they called it. All right, finally. Yeah. So and they say that if Joe Biden wins one of these 3 states, he is likely to win the presidency. And if Trump wins all 3, it could be days or more before a winner is declared. And as you can see, Georgia, 91% reporting, and they're still leaning Biden right now by 0.4.
We should all just prepare for Trump to win and just not head
I've already accepted it. Like,
you've already accepted it. Yeah, okay, I'm accepting it too now.
But I don't want to like tell people that and like have people tune out and then realize that and just to brace yourselves and be informed.
No, but for me it's like a big thing. Like, this is really unnerving, and like I'm kind of tripping out. Like, I really do not like this shit at all.
I gotta jump off, y'all.
Yes.
But,
yeah, we should.
Everybody be safe, man. I don't know which way this is about to go. Either way, I feel like it's going to be wild and not good. Man. I love y'all.
Yeah, man.
I love all y'all. Be safe out there. That's my message. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through this.
We are progressives all the way.
Yeah.
With our power,
with everybody. If I stay on any longer, I've already been falling asleep. So we're gonna call this right now, Kamali. Thanks for having me on.
Y'all. Yeah. I'm gonna wrap up and head out soon myself too here. So yeah, let's.
I mean, I might as well close the show if you're gonna close it out.
No, yeah. I think we can. I think we can call it here. Yeah, I think that what are we waiting around for at this point? I think I just don't see. I mean, Georgia,
no landslide. That's the news. No landslide.
Yeah, no landslide. It damn sure ain't gonna be a landslide. That's out the window at this stage. Landslide there's no chance for that. So I just don't see anything. You know what? I think everybody needs to take the night, get some rest.
Oh, good Lord.
Leave it off. Wake up in the morning.
Do this again tomorrow, y'all.
Yep.
Good Lord. I'm gonna have pancakes tomorrow just because.
You deserve it, damn it. You deserve it. So let's I think we can call it here. No movement so far. Georgia's a toss up at this stage. We could wake up to Georgia being in the Biden column. Who knows? That would be a pretty
This is what the Democrats goddamn deserve. This is what they deserve, really.
But Biden can pick up Georgia and Arizona and still manage to lose, of course. If he picks up Georgia, and Arizona, what's up?
Bernie would have won.
Bernie would have won.
Bernie would have won it.
Bernie wasn't a Democrat, and they always lob that as an insult, but that was a plus.
That was his best aspect.
That was his best aspect.
That's why I voted. That's why I fucking campaigned for him, bro.
Yep. We were out there. We did our part. We knew. We saw. Y'all can see the Bernie up behind me right here. That's Bernie right there. That guy would have won. So thanks to everyone for being here tonight. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us. We are, you know what? Y'all head out. I'm gonna flip through some of the comments. I just want to make sure I get through everything.
Thanks so much.
Gotta head out.
I really appreciate it, man.
Yes,
appreciate
all of y'all. Appreciate all of y'all.
I love it all.
Great being here
with me. Yep. I will catch y'all soon. Thank you to What Up America. Appreciate all of y'all. We will link up again soon. Kwame heading out.
Yep, I'm gonna dip set up out of here.
All right, it's been a pleasure, brother. We'll circle back tomorrow. We'll be in touch. And figure out.
We still got to do that Amongst Us stream at some point.
Yes,
Among Us.
For it.
God damn it. Oh, also, even though we missed Halloween, we should get on some Phasmagoria. I think is the game. It's a spooky multiplayer game that I think will be fun. And now that I've put it on air and it's on video, we don't have a choice but to do it.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Kwame will still find a way to
fuck it up,
flake on us on that.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We can always count on Kwame to flake on some gaming. It's okay.
All right, y'all.
All right, brother. Catch you later, man. Good work today, man. Job well done, man. Thanks for sticking around for the long haul. Both y'all, thank you.
Boy, yo, we just did 7.5 hours.
Yep, we are 7:20.
Yeah.
Boy.
Oh, man. Good job, guys.
Yeah, we were in it. Y'all were in it for the long haul. Thank y'all, man. Thank y'all.
All right, y'all.
Yeah, we appreciate everybody out there
Kwame and Dave
watching.
are gonna head out. I'm gonna stick around for a little bit longer just to wrap up, do a little wrap up coverage here. Peace out, Dave. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on the show.
Indeed.
Otherwise, I would have been sitting right here on this couch crying to myself. At least I had an outlet.
Nice.
It would have been at least like 2/3 more of that bottle of larceny.
Nice.
If I didn't have this shit.
Yeah, well, glad we can assist there.
All right, man. Good show.
All right, brother. All right. So, all right, y'all. I mean, we'll wrap up coverage here. We'll take I'm gonna flip through the comments here. Just take a last breeze through the comments here. There's been a lot. I just want to thank everyone who commented tonight. Thank you so much for being here with us. It's been a wild night. It's been a real wild night. I think that things didn't really shape up until late tonight. But you really got a picture. There was still holding out some hope that these Trump 2016 states were gonna start flipping, but really only Arizona was the only one that we actually saw flip tonight to blue. That was widely expected, to be honest, because of there was a Arizona has been shifting left, shifting towards Democrat, at least. Let's not call it left necessarily, but shifting blue for years now, for a long time. And so this was just a natural step in that progression. Nothing surprising there. I'm just gonna flip through some of the comments here. Just flipping through. Flipping through. Sorry, y'all. Just seeing. Ben 2K said it should have been Bernie. Cough. Yes, indeed. I agree. Let's see. Ben 2K says, no, America needs to take a long, hard look at itself and see that Trump isn't the problem, but a symptom. Exactly. And getting rid of Trump wasn't going to get rid of the problem. And who knows? It looks like they might not have even gotten rid of Trump. Is unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff here tonight. I cannot believe what we're seeing. Let's maybe says one silver lining. Biden won a district in Nebraska, so Biden has a path to victory without Pennsylvania. Yeah, that district in Nebraska is like one what's it called? Delegate. And so I don't know how much of an impact that has, but I mean, yes, he has a path to victory without Pennsylvania, but he'd have to pick up Michigan and Wisconsin, and I don't know. I'm not seeing it here. Ben 2K says it should never have been that close after what Trump did the last few years. Exactly. It's a travesty that it's even this close. I agree. Ben 2K says, so Georgia's more or less in play again. Yeah. Let's maybe said Georgia just reported a lot of votes, pushing David Perdue down to 51% and pushing Trump's lead over Biden down from 8% to 2.5%. I see. Okay. So that happened earlier, and that's why it's gotten a little closer in Georgia here. All right. So, and yeah, I know Trump went and spoke, but and yeah, we had a comment from Brian earlier saying that New York Times was still predicting Biden winning Georgia. He would need Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. So he's getting Nevada for sure. He looks to be picking up Arizona, and that would put him in need of Wisconsin. Wisconsin is it's still about a just under 4%, with 85 to 99% in. I'll check Wisconsin on New York Times to see what they got. 80% they're saying, and it's got that 4-point margin there with 80% of the vote in. So yeah, that's still a lot of votes left to count here. 20% of the votes still left to count. If that's about 3 million votes total, and I'm not doing that math in my head. I'm sorry, y'all. That's not happening. All right, so Brian says exit polls showed Hispanic voters moving to Trump by 11 points, Black voters moving to Trump by 2 points compared to 2016. Wow, that Hispanic shift to Trump is major. All right. I think Trump is about to do a press conference right now. They sent into the White House and told the crowd of maskless reporters it was the latest news conference I've ever had. Interesting. Okay, so I don't know if he'd done the news conference already or did it or is about to do it. Oh, and Brian says they say the remaining votes are Atlanta. Yeah, I saw that Atlanta had stopped counting, so that would largely favor Biden. So that's why Biden must be so heavily favored. If the remaining votes are in Atlanta, and it's so close, then that would favor Biden. Biden could end up winning this, and that's why I don't want to be too dramatic here and say it just sucks that it's even this close. To be honest, it shouldn't have been this close. But yeah, it's not. We're not saying here that I'm not saying that Donald Trump is guaranteed to win yet. I don't believe that that's true. There is still some chance that that Joe Biden, based on the numbers here, it's not enough for anyone to call it. No outlet has called it for the 270 because there's still too many votes Okay, are we back? All right, hopefully we're back. Sorry about that, y'all. A little internet outage there for a moment. So sorry about that. I think we are back now. Aerosol Media Group says you guys are amazing for going so long. Thank you, Aerosol. I believe that is what up's buddy there. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, Aerosol. Appreciate you. Yeah, so we're gonna start to wrap up and head out here. We don't expect any more, any definitive results. Maybe Atlanta's, they said, might not be done counting. I think they said, I saw something that said that they don't expect to be done counting until the morning in Atlanta. I think they might have even said that they had stopped counting in Atlanta and we're going to resume in the morning. I'm not certain of that, so don't quote me on that, but I believe that those Atlanta votes we're probably not going to see results on until tomorrow. And so yeah, you just got to kind of hang tight, folks. Keep an eye out. It's not a guaranteed Trump win at this point, but Trump is definitely in good position right now. He is. I want to check a 538. Like, I'm mad if they're like, I thought I was going to be able to see the 538 simulations where they will show. I know last year I had it up where they would show you what the the likelihood of each their chance of winning, but I guess they do not do it hour by hour or anything like that anymore. And so yeah, left off at 89-10, and I'll tell you right now, it's a whole lot closer right now than that. It's probably much closer, 50-50 at best at this point, at this stage for I don't know. Lost my train of thought. Forget it. I'm reading as I go here. Just reading something from 538 that says one possible outcome for tonight is that Biden could win the Electoral College relatively narrowly, despite a fairly solid win in the popular vote. The Electoral College has traditionally done the opposite and exaggerated narrow outcomes, for instance, turning a 51% victory for Reagan in 1980 into a red map over 90% of the Electoral College. All right, so. All right, I think that's about it. Thank you to everyone for hanging out with us tonight. I'm going to sign off because it's 2:30 in the morning, and you can't keep going forever. So Green Party for life. I did my nails and they're dope, and they just look good, but I don't know how I feel about the color. Why is that not zoom in? Block my face. You can't see my face. How could it be zoomed in? What picture? And there it goes. That's my green for the Green Party, repping the Green Party. See these skills? I did this myself, y'all. All right. Props there. Did that myself. But yeah, I like the color. Got a rep Green Party. All right. Well, thanks to everyone for being here. Appreciate y'all. I'm gonna head out. Ben 2K says Trump is starting to speak right now. That was at 2:20 that Trump started to speak. I don't care what Trump has to say. He's just going to say some dumb shit about how, he probably will claim victory. No, he probably won't be that stupid, but he'll just say, we're likely to win. We're going to win. We're going to keep counting these votes, and they're showing a win here and a win here. And it's all the numbers in our favor. And he's right now. It's all in his goddamn favor right now. He closes out the night up. If those mail-in ballots, however, do roll in as they're expected to and be more heavily Democratic, then there's a chance that there's a late Biden victory, and that all hell will break loose in this country if that happens, because these right wing, basket cases are gonna come out the woodwork and say it's illegitimate and they changed the vote. All this nonsense. So thank you so much to everyone that hung out with us today. I'm heading out. I don't even know if I'm gonna play us out with the track. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it for our final. Get this Plasmon track up in here. Shout out to What Up America one more time for coming on the show tonight. This is a track that What Up America put together for us. And yeah, thanks to everyone. Peace and on out.
People you talking about, they spent money on white women. They set up bars and they went playing pool and golf for $1,000 a hole. And they were known to make millions and millions when there wasn't no high taxes. And they were not hindered by white America. They were allowed to see the white America is completely closed all the doors on me. I'm not allowed to work in America, out of America. I was stopped right in my prime just when I started making money. So you can't compare me with nobody like Joe Lewis or nobody.
If you are black, if you are brown, if you are indigenous, and if you are poor, this system is rigged and it is worked to the core, and we gonna unbreak it. That's it. And that's all.
That other kind of socialism that revolutionizes the workplace, brings democracy to the workplace for the first time.
So that's one way. And then the other thing is, in my more optimistic days, he's such a perfect endpoint of everything that is toxic and dysfunctional about the United States, about capitalism, about the 80s, that maybe this is the final sort of disgusting burst before we evolve or change it to something better.
Fortified for the long run? Do you have your cemetery clothes on? Are you coffin ready to live and die for something bigger than you, like a fundamental transformation of a capitalist civilization?